asshole if I call out my husband for leaving shit on the toilet seat. About 4 years ago, I gifted my husband a bidet for Christmas. I didn't think that it would come back to bite me in the ass like this. For context, I'm newly postpartum, so I'm trying to taper my emotions and not let it feel so personal. But almost every day now, I'm finding shit splatter on the toilet seat from the bidet splashing off his butt cheeks. It's actually really infuriating. First of all, no, you're not the asshole. Second of all, I've got questions. You said on the toilet seat, like on top, like on the top of the toilet seat. Listen, I have never, ever used a bidet. Never had an opportunity. I don't own one. And I also feel like that's not something you go to other people's house and just be using. So I've never experienced this, but I have a basic understanding of what the fuck it does. And for it to be on top, was he hovering? When I started noticing a few months ago, I mentioned it to him. He was so offended that he brought up that I would leave period blood under the seat occasionally, and he never said anything because it's human, and he didn't want to embarrass me. It wouldn't have embarrassed me. I would have just cleaned it if it was noticed. First of all, listen, yes, it is human. Second of all, it's accidental. We get that. But most importantly, it's a fucking biohazard. It's a fucking biohazard. Say something. I'm not going to be embarrassed. I'm going to go and clean it up because I did not mean to leave it there for a fucking audience to look at. I was 8 months pregnant and hormonal at the time, so it felt pretty irrelevant to bring up the occasional blood splatter from under the seat when it currently wasn't an issue. Anyways, it turned into a bigger argument, so I've kept my mouth shut about the poop splash ever since. You better than me. You're better than me because he would have came home from work to find that fucking bidet kicked across the front fucking yard. If you're not going to use it correctly, you're not going to use it. I'm not your goddamn maid. I will not be cleaning up shit every time I want to go to the bathroom. I'm pregnant. My baby ain't here yet. I shouldn't be cleaning up nobody's doo-doo yet. This a grown-ass fucking man. I'm getting to the point where I can no longer keep it in. It's so annoying to have to disinfect the seat every single time I'm rushing to use the toilet. Like, who doesn't look at the seat while they flush and notice that? It almost feels like it's on purpose, but now I know he would be too embarrassed to do something like that. Would I be the asshole if I point it out again? Or should I spare him the embarrassment and just keep disinfecting the seat? I'm scared we'll have people over one day and they'll catch it before I do. Listen, baby, I already told you, I don't think you're the asshole at all. I think this is absolutely fucking disgusting, and I just cannot for the life of me figure out how this is going down. Like I said, I've never used a bidet, but I know exactly how it fucking works, and to my understanding, his ass should be on the seat, and he should not move until he's done using the bidet. Therefore, the water should stay in the bowl. Bro has got to be hovering like 6 inches off the goddamn bowl. You're not the asshole. You let him know either you're going to use it correctly or we're going to get rid of it. You need to call him out. Every single fucking time that he comes out of the bathroom, you need to call him out and let him know that he needs to go back in there and wipe the fucking toilet seat down, regardless of how embarrassing it is for you. How embarrassing do you think it's going to be when somebody comes to your house and there's shit on the toilet seat? Yes, it is embarrassing, and he should be fucking embarrassed. This is a grown-ass fucking man. You said, and I quote, go back. About 4 years ago, I gifted my husband a bidet for Christmas. You said also, go down, when I noticed it a few months ago, meaning 3 years went by with no issues with this, but all of a sudden, there's doo-doo being left all over the fucking toilet seat. He's doing this on purpose. Embarrass him every single fucking time that he does it and call him out. That or get rid of it. Listen, OP, I know that you're newly postpartum and you've got a lot of shit to deal with, literally and figuratively, and nobody wants to add to that pile. But somebody needs to tell you this, and I've nominated myself, that if you've got doo-doo constantly splatter all over your toilet seat, that is not the only place that it is. I just need to let you know that it is on the back of your toilet. It is on the floor. It's on the wall. It's everywhere. The doo-doo is splattered. It's probably on the fucking ceiling. You need to disinfect your entire bathroom, not just the toilet seat, mama. And I second what I said in the last part. Let him know that if he cannot use that bidet correctly, it must fucking go, because this is disgusting.
Am I the arsehole for not telling a guy he stinks after our second date? Story time. So I matched with this guy who we'll call Steve on a dating app. Steve was exactly my type, and after exchanging a couple of messages, we arranged a little date. It was at a small little cafe that I had never been to before. He arrived first and I went to meet him up at the counter. So we sat down, he took his jacket off, and I got this like really overpowering smell. There was a vent just above where Steve was sat and it was blowing downwind towards me. Now this smell persisted for the entirety of the date, but I didn't really think too much of it. I just thought maybe it was like an outdoor smell. And the date was really, really nice. I had the best time. And clearly Steve had a nice time too, because he ended up asking me out on a second date to a museum. When I arrived, I met Steve outside and I gave him a big hug and was met with the most aggressive smell of BO. Now, the thing about Steve was that he never looked dirty. He looked like he would smell great, but the smell coming from his armpits was honestly like he hadn't taken a shower for like 6 odd years. He'd run 3 marathons and never changed his shirt. The only word I can think to really tell you how bad it was rancid. Now, I'm not a confrontational person at all, so I didn't want to mention anything to him, and for the majority of the day I was just a few feet behind him the whole time. Every so often I would just get a waft, like a, oh god. It was genuinely so bad. I was trying to think of all the ways I could get out of this day early. So I ended up texting my sister, asking her to call me and tell me that there was a family emergency and I gotta go. So I'm like, Steve, I'm so sorry. My sister's just called. I've gotta go. He says, okay, I'll walk you to the train. And then we walked for about half a mile together. Later that evening, Steve texted me to make sure I'd got everywhere okay and that everything turned out fine. And I decided that I just couldn't see this man again. He was lovely, he just stank. So I was talking to my best friend about what I was going to do and tell him, you know, that we just weren't a good match, but I wish him all the best. And she told me that I should actually just be honest with him, that obviously no one is telling him the truth here. But my sister says that that is just far too harsh. So I did actually just end up going my original option and telling him that we weren't a good match. But now I'm thinking, should I have just been honest? Because he's going to continue going on dates and no one actually telling him the truth. The other thing is that Steve works in an office, so he is in close proximity to other people the majority of the time. So what do you guys think? Do you think I should have just been honest with Steve from the start, or know that I never actually have to see him again and I actually don't owe him a word? Let me know what you think.
I told my husband that he couldn't go to his little sister's wedding, and you won't even believe what's happened because things just keep getting more and more insane. Go watch the other parts if you haven't already. I promise it's worth it because you need to be caught up in all this insanity. In an attempt to try and sum all of this up, my husband's crazy, toxic little sister faked an entire wedding to try and ruin our honeymoon. And when my husband finally started to establish boundaries with her, she decided that she was going to make it seem like he was cheating on me with her friend to try and ruin our marriage. So my husband decides to go completely no contact with his little sister. And I wish I could say that that was going to solve the issues, but of course it doesn't, because the girl doesn't stop. Even though we've completely blocked her on everything, she's continuously making new emails and phone numbers to just send us tons of horrible, hateful messages. And they wouldn't stop no matter what we did. It's not like we were reading the text messages or emails. We would see that they were from her. There'd be a subject line saying something like ruining the family or something dumb like that, and we would just auto delete them, but there were tons of them. And if that wasn't already enough, I went grocery shopping, and as I'm walking towards the door, I see her standing outside of the grocery store doors waiting for me, because she knows what day I normally go grocery shopping, so she must have just been waiting outside all day. I went a little later than normal, so I don't know how long she was just standing out there, but luckily I saw her before she saw me, so I just ran back to my car. But that was not what I was expecting. I knew that she was doing a lot, but I did not think she was going to try and confront me in public like that. I get back from the grocery store, I'm clearly shaken up, and my husband says, okay, go pack a bag, we're getting out of here. I was like, what are you talking about? He said, well, I did ruin our honeymoon, so I already owe you another one. And I think that we just need to leave the area for a little bit, let her cool down. Hopefully that will maybe resolve the issue. Obviously not, she's crazy, but we were hoping. My husband had been saving some money to build himself a man cave, and he said he would use that money to bring us to the beach for a few days and hopefully just relax. So we pack our bags, we go to the beach, and for a few days, everything is so relaxing. We have our personal phones turned off, so even if she was trying to get in contact with us, we wouldn't even know. But my husband did have his work phone on. And apparently a full week of relaxation was too much to ask, because on about day 4, his work phone just starts going off over and over again. And he had taken PTO, so no one was supposed to be bothering him. So he answers and he sees that it's his boss, who said that he needs to come into the office immediately for a meeting. My husband was like, listen, I'm not in town right now. I'm on vacation with my wife. Can this wait? And his boss said, no, this cannot wait. You need to get in right now today. So we packed everything up, immediately got on a flight that morning, and went home. The entire way back, we're freaking out, trying to figure out what my husband could be in so much trouble for that he had to get back to work immediately. He's such a rule follower. He's never broken a rule or gotten in trouble before, so we were just so confused. So we get back, and immediately my husband goes to the office, and when he told me what happened, I was probably even more mad than he was. when he goes to talk to his boss, in the office is all of his supervisors and HR, and they tell him that one of the women that he supervises came forward to report an inappropriate relationship between the two of them, which is very strictly against company policy. They said that she had provided a written statement regarding the affair, saying that it was happening on company time and providing text messages between the two of them. Then they told him that he was going to be on an unpaid suspension pending an investigation, and if they found out that these allegations were true, he would be fired. And I will give credit to my husband. He is amazing under pressure, and he was able to explain to his bosses that somehow, he didn't know how, his little sister must have been involved in all this because she just tried to do something similar in his marriage. He obviously was denying that this ever happened, and he said if they were going to do an investigation, they needed to pull the badge scan info to show that the two of them had never been in the same area together alone in the building, and also to pull the security footage and look at the timestamps of when the text messages were sent to show that he was not texting during that time period, so he was not the one sending the text messages. So my husband gets home, and obviously he is completely freaking out about all of this. He has no idea how this woman even got involved in the situation. He said that he barely knows her, that yes, he is her supervisor, but they've had like one or two one-on-one conversations ever, and they were always about work, never even anything about their personal lives. We had no idea how long this investigation was gonna take, and we were really hoping it wouldn't take long because, again, my husband was on unpaid suspension. But luckily, the day after this meeting, he gets a call from his boss and he's told to come back in. My husband's boss said when they checked the badge scans and the security footage, everything aligned with my husband's account, that nothing happened between the two. So they brought the woman back in to speak with her, and she broke down into tears and admitted that she lied about the whole thing, that somebody anonymously contacted her through her email and offered her a lot of money to present these fake text messages and accuse my husband of this inappropriate relationship. She says that she has no idea who the person is who got her to do this, but I think we all know who the person is who got this woman to do this. So clearly that woman was fired, and my husband was able to start working again. But later that same day, my husband and I got a text message in a group chat from a random number that said, "You think I'm done yet? I haven't even gotten started." So I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more to this story.
Hello, my loves. I'm supposed to be recording stories right now, but honestly, I don't feel like doing that right now. And if you guys know anything about me, you know one thing for sure, two things for certain about Beyond Beautiful, she's not going to do anything she don't want to do. So we just going to sit here and shoot the shit. My mama went home yesterday, you guys. And I am not even sad. I am not even sad. Listen, when I posted videos like 2.5 months ago saying that my mom was coming to stay out here from Thanksgiving to fucking New Year's, and all you guys were in the comment section, "Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. You should treasure the time you have left with your mom," as if I said I fucking hated her. Listen, my mother and I have collectively agreed this will never happen again. Listen, I love my mom. I will fight my mom on my mom's behalf. Listen, nobody disrespects my mama, my mama included, okay? Make sure that's understood. But too much of a good thing can be a bad thing, and that's exactly what the fuck went down. I love having my mom here, but her being here for so fucking long? Hell no. And the crazy thing is, she was gone for 2 weeks. She spent Christmas with my brother. I had 2 mom-free weeks right in the middle of her being here, and it wasn't enough. It was a wonderful experience. I'm glad that we can say that we tried it, but it has been agreed between her and myself that she will not be coming back to my house until 2027. Listen, I need time away from her. Speaking of 2027, y'all know that's when I'm getting married, 2027. So it's going to be a minute before you guys get wedding content. And also, I plan to be as hands-off of this whole fuck the wedding. I am high as shit. The word was wedding. That was it. Anywho, I plan to be as hands-off when it comes to planning this wedding as I possibly can, because I get overwhelmed extremely easily. When I get overwhelmed, I get mean, and I don't want anybody else to have to suffer from my fucked up ass attitude. So I hired a wedding planner to do all the heavy lifting and just ask me to approve shit, because I really don't give a fuck what type of plates these people eat off of. I really don't. I don't give a fuck what the goddamn plate look like. I don't care what the napkins look like. They could drink out of their fucking hands for all I care. I don't give a damn. So, just bring me some options and I'll pick one and everybody will be happy. So that's how it's going to happen. But I will be giving you guys like the dress shopping, all the shit that y'all want to see. That's what you guys are going to see. But it's going to be a while before we get there. My best friend decided to wake up sick today. Like, how fucking dare you? Now, what am I supposed to do with my time? I just got a whole damn day of me sitting around twiddling my fucking thumbs because I don't have nobody to talk to. Nobody to watch TV with, not a movie to put on to watch with, nobody, nothing to do because you woke up with the fucking sniffles today. Speaking of best friend and movies, if you ask my best friend what is her least favorite thing about me, she'd probably tell you the fact that I love Tubi movies. Like the terrible Tubi movies. The lower the quality, the lower the budget, the more fucked up the acting, the better the movie for me. I absolutely love them. She hates when I come across random TikTok clips of these terrible ass Tubi movies because immediately I'm sending it to her like, bitch, we adding this to the list. We about to watch this one. She fucking hates it. She hates it. With that being said, drop the names of the worst Tubi movie you've ever fucking seen. I need something to do while my best friend is taking a nap. Okay, listen, I told this to my best friend and she laughed at me and she made me feel like I was fucking crazy, but I don't feel like I'm fucking crazy. But crazy bitches never do feel like they're fucking crazy. So I'm gonna tell you guys, y'all let me know if I'm fucking crazy or not, okay? So on Monday, I have to go drop off my engagement ring to be resized because homegirl is way too fucking big, but I wasn't gonna not wear it. Look at that. I wasn't gonna not wear it. So we have to go take her, drop her off. It'll take them 2 days to resize and I can go back and get it. Now, I am terrified that something's gonna happen to my ring. Does that make me fucking crazy? I didn't think so. But also, I told my best friend I was gonna put an air tag in the fucking box that I put my rings in to drop that bitch off. Because where the box going? Well, what you doing with the box if the box not with the ring? Why are they separated? Where the box? Where the ring at? Is it in the box? Where is it going? You said you was gonna do it here. Am I crazy? I might be a little crazy. Now that I said it out loud, I might be a little crazy. You know what? That's okay. I'll be crazy because I still want to fucking do it. Because why the box and the ring not together? Oh, they are together? Well, why is it fucking moving? I got questions and I need answers. Also, if I drop my engagement ring off, how people gonna know I'm engaged? Like, how are the fucking random strangers that see me every day? Don't nobody see me every day because I don't go nowhere. But the people that see me every now and then when I go outside, how are they supposed to know that I'm engaged if I don't have an engagement ring on? One of my favorite things to do on TikTok is to open up the comment section of random videos and then check out the profiles of people that leave nasty comments under the original creator's video. And if they follow me, I block them. And I don't feel bad about it because a person like that, I don't want supporting me because that means one of two things. One, you're capable of leaving those nasty ass comments in your fucking head and not sharing it with the world because you don't do it in my comment section. Or you're not, and I just haven't came across those comments yet. Either way, I don't want you on my account, so blocked. There's construction going on behind my house, and I'm trying so hard to not let it, drive me insane because it does interfere in my recording time because I don't have my sound, erasing, getting rid of mic thingy yet. But, it's a process, it's a transition that we're just working our way through because there's nothing I can do about it. And when I tell you guys it's close, I don't mean like across the street. No, they did that months ago. These people are building houses right outside my backyard. Like if I stood on my back wall and just fell forward a little bit, I'm almost positive I'd be able to touch the fence of the back wall for the houses that they're building. They're so fucking close. Oh my God, they're so fucking close. It's okay. It's okay. Cause this is what happens when you don't own your own shit. You ain't got no property. You can't be mad when motherfuckers start building 6 inches away from you. You can't be mad. Now you just got to start planning because I got to get the fuck away from here. I can't have nobody living 5 inches away from me. I can't breathe. You're too close. I had something else to say, but I completely forgot. You guys, I am high as fuck.
I just accidentally exposed my best friend having an affair at my own engagement party. I kind of don't feel bad for it. Basically, I've known my best friend, let's just call her Natalie, for 8 years now. I've known her since uni. Now, Natalie has been married for 3 years. Very important to know. To my knowledge, she was happy. I went on so many dates with them and saw happiness. Anyway, skipping all the boring parts of this story, I met my now fiance, let's just call him Mark. We got engaged and we hosted an engagement party. Now, obviously, I wanted my best friend Natalie to make a speech, and that is what she did. She got up, she was a little bit tipsy at this point. Bear in mind, her husband is stood next to her. Natalie's husband is present in the room. Natalie gets really, really teary, starts saying how happy she is for us. how in her eyes we are just the ultimate match, and she's just really nice speech. Until she goes on to say, glad I'm not making the same mistake as her. I'm marrying someone who I love so much. The room went so silent. You know the phrase, you can literally hear a pin drop? You really could. Husband just looked so embarrassed, bless him. He had no idea what just came out of this girl's mouth. Like, this is the first time she's ever mentioned not being happy to me. Obviously, he started like apologizing and then ran away. Then like turned the music back on awkwardly and like ran after her. Her husband actually just stayed there. Caught up with her. There were a few people around us at this point, and she said that she doesn't know why she just said that. Like, she's just drunk. It just came out. In anything apparently. 2 days later, I'm texting Natalie and I'm asking her like, what the hell is wrong? She then tells me over text that she has been having an affair for the past year and a half, and she really does like this new man, and she thinks she's just made a massive mistake marrying her husband, but at the same time she feels really guilty apparently. I then don't speak to Natalie. To me, that's not okay. This is even more awkward is Natalie's husband then texts me about a day after I found this out. Apparently Natalie hasn't been home and he was hoping she was at my house just like calming down. Really, really worried for her. Do I know what's going on? I did not reply to this for a day because I didn't know what place to take. And in the end, all I did was send him a screenshot of the text Natalie sent me about her affair. I still to this day don't know if this is the right thing to do. I definitely don't feel bad about it, but maybe there's a better way to go about it. I don't know.
Am I overreacting, or is it not normal to use soap in the bathroom? I feel ridiculous even asking this, but I honestly don't know if I'm missing something or being gaslit. I'm a black woman and my boyfriend is white. This is the first white man that I've ever dated, which is relevant because I keep wondering if I'm misunderstanding something cultural. My boyfriend does not regularly use soap when he showers. He says he rinses with water and the soap is optional unless you're visibly dirty. He will sometimes use shampoo, but body soap is inconsistent at best. He also doesn't always use soap when washing his hands in the bathroom and says hot water is enough. When I brought this up, he told me that I'm overreacting, this is a white people thing, and I'm judging him through my own cultural lens. He said growing up, his family didn't obsess over soap the way mine did, and that expectations are based on how I was raised, not on what's medically necessary. He said different ethnic groups get dirtier at different rates, so he does not need to use soap as often as I do. That really threw me. In my family and community, soap is not optional. You shower daily, you use soap. You wash your hands properly, you use a bar of soap to wash your ass. It's basic hygiene. I've never had to explain this to an adult partner before. The problem is that it affects our shared spaces. Our towels smell. Our sheets smell faster than they should. I question his bathroom and backdoor hygiene because sometimes there's a poop smell when we're intimate. He insists that I'm imagining it because black people are too uptight about using soap all the time and using washcloths. He even makes fun of me for using washcloths. I've had to rewash laundry because things don't feel clean. I feel uncomfortable inviting people over because I'm worried that the house smells off, even if he insists that I'm imagining it. When I push back, he says I'm being judgmental and culturally insensitive and that I need to stop projecting my standards onto him. He says if I really understood him, I'd realize that this is normal where he comes from and that I'm making it into a bigger issue than it needs to be. Now I'm stuck questioning myself. Is this actually a cultural difference I should be more open-minded about? Or is this just bad hygiene being dressed up as something deeper? I don't want to be unfair or ignorant, but I also don't want to live like this. I feel like his bad hygiene is negatively impacting my life and I don't have any white female friends to ask. Am I overreacting for being bothered by this? Or is it reasonable to expect soap to be a non-negotiable in a shared home?
My 24 female boyfriend, 27 male, didn't do anything for my birthday. I'm ticked. But am I overreacting? So my boyfriend and I have been together for just over 4 years. He recently moved to an apartment with a higher rent, so obviously things have changed. We don't go out as often, and when we do, I tend to foot the bill. After rent and bills, I now have more expendable income, so I'm more than okay with that. But this particular situation has me kind of miffed. Every year for my birthday, he makes a big deal out of taking the night off work so that we can have dinner together. And after dinner, he takes me to Pandora to pick out a new charm for a bracelet. It's a cute little tradition. So a week before my birthday, I was joking around with him and trying to find out where we were going to dinner. He said we weren't going anywhere because he had to work. I teased him about it, because he says that every year so that he can surprise me by picking me up from work. He snapped at me and said we couldn't do anything for my birthday because he really did have to work because he's broke and has no money to spare for extra things. I apologized and said that it was fine. We'd spend some time together on the weekend and have pizza in bed because all I wanted was to spend some time with him. My birthday was last Thursday. He worked, and after work he called me to say happy birthday and that he was sorry he couldn't afford to do anything or to get me a present. I said it was fine and I couldn't wait to see him on Saturday so that we could spend the day together. And then he told me he wouldn't see me until the evening because he got a ticket to a festival and was going with one of his buddies. I was kind of taken aback, but I knew he hadn't seen his friend in a while because he's been working so much. So Saturday night comes and he comes over after his festival. and he's got 3 bags of stuff in his arms. I asked him about this festival, and he tells me what a great time he had, and then he proceeds to empty out the 3 bags worth of merchandise that he got at the festival. And that's when I started to internally fume, because he's taking shirts and things out of the bag and being like, quote, I got this, oh, it was only $10, and I got this one, but it was only $15, and this one was X amount of dollars, etc. And he's listing how much he paid for this stuff. Overall, he spent about $200 on festival merch. I didn't say anything because I didn't know what to say. Our usual birthday tradition, not including gas, usually runs less than $150. I know it wasn't his intention, but all I could think was, you could spend $200 at a festival for yourself, but nothing for my birthday? I feel so selfish for thinking it, but I also feel so upset inside. I saw him yesterday and he was wearing one of his festival shirts, and seeing it made me fume all over again. No, I don't think you're overreacting. In the beginning, I was honestly like, girl, give him a break, you know? But him going to a festival on Saturday instead of hanging out with you for your birthday. My 24 female boyfriend, 27 male, didn't do anything for my birthday. I'm ticked. But am I overreacting? Okay, this is over 2 weeks later update. I'm sorry this is jumbled. So I haven't talked to him about the festival/birthday fiasco. I actually haven't seen him in over 2 weeks, not actually on purpose. I've had some events planned for months that were going to fill up my weekends. He's known this. I see a therapist once a month. I have since I was a kid. I talked to her about my frustrations a few days after I made the original post, and I ended up breaking down into tears. He's been treating me less like a girlfriend and more like a sugar mama. And when I thought about it, I realized that it's been going on for months. I feel used and numb. I feel stupid for not realizing it until now. While I was busy and not seeing him, I took a mental break from him to attempt to think clearly. Figured it wouldn't be too hard since I'm always the one who contacts him first. I think he realized that I was pulling away. He started texting me like he was in the beginning of our relationship. Good morning text randomly, just saying he was thinking about me. You know, the fluffy messages you get when you're in the honeymoon stage. I started to think maybe everything else was just a phase or I was overthinking things. But actions speak louder than words. He said that he missed me and said that he wanted to come to Saturday's event. Friday night, he asked what time it started and where it was being held. I told him and he said he couldn't wait to see me. I looked for him and he never showed up. I felt so disappointed and heartbroken. I didn't hear from him at all until I had posted a picture on Instagram about finally being home. He said he was sorry he didn't see me, he was just busy. I know from his roommate that he was at home playing video games. He used to be so sweet and romantic. He'd swing by work just to drop off a muffin and a coffee from my favorite place, come over at 1 a.m. to help me with my trig. When I broke my arm, he would come over during his lunch break to help me wash and brush my hair. He used to be my biggest support system. I see him next weekend. I plan on telling him everything that I've been feeling lately. Depending on his reaction, he'll either get a second chance or I'll break up with him. I can't be in this relationship if it keeps going like this. I'm not good at being alone. It's been a fear of mine, so I know that there's a chance I'll chicken out of breaking up with him, but I don't know how much longer I can do this. Yeah, I mean, I'm still on your side 100%. And I just have to say that, like, if you're in a relationship like this where you feel like you're, like, I always felt like I had to make excuses for all the people that I've dated in the past.
I've been fake investigating a mysterious smell in my apartment for months just to avoid admitting that I microwaved some batteries. A few months ago, my Xfinity remote died while I was watching Red Zone, and the batteries were drained. Normally, I refresh my batteries by putting them in the microwave for a few seconds.
Smartest football watcher.
I've done it before. It warms them up and they usually work for a bit longer. So I put 2 AAA batteries in, set it for 30 seconds, and turned it on.
There's no way 30 seconds is the right amount of time for this.
It sparked a little while, and the smell was pretty strong, but that's how it always is.
Well, you can't hit the popcorn button.
The batteries are warm afterwards, so I figured everything went fine, but the smell just kind of stuck around.
Did it work? I guess it worked, huh?
My friend came over the next day and immediately asked what was burning. I didn't feel like explaining the battery thing because people overreact about it. So I just said I thought it was the wiring. He took it seriously, and after that, anyone who came over started commenting on it too. At this point, the electrical smell has become a whole ongoing situation. I've been pretending to call maintenance and giving updates about how they can't find anything yet.
You've been pretending to call. Just call maintenance.
My landlord wants to bring in an electrician because apparently it's been too long for an unresolved wiring issue. They keep checking if I've seen sparks or smoke. I just say no. I'm not going to say yeah, but only when the batteries are recharging.
Don't say that. Just say my microwave was being weird, like making a weird smell. What the fuck are we doing here?
The microwave still has a faint smell when I open it, so I just don't use it in front of people. The batteries themselves have worked for like a day and then died again. I I don't really know how to back out of this without getting a long lecture from multiple people. I'm mostly just waiting for the smell to fade so everyone stops bringing it up.
It's the microwave. You go in the microwave, still kind of smells. It's an electrical fire smell. It's gonna smell for fucking ever until you throw it away. You're a freak. What are we doing here?
Am I the asshole for accusing my sister-in-law of emotional incest and ruining Christmas? I'm still pretty worked up. I, 24 female, have been with my husband, 26 male, for 4 years and married for 2. Everything is great between his family and I consider us all to be very close, excluding my sister-in-law, 22 female. Not that I haven't tried to build a relationship with her, but I was warned by my husband the first time meeting her that she is very territorial of him, and she has definitely lived up to that. This territorial behavior has reared its head many times while we were dating. Some examples would be asking my husband to sleep in bed with her on my first vacation with his family, after my father-in-law said he got my husband and I a separate room, accusing me of being a gold digger and grooming her brother, he's 2 years older than me, sitting on his lap during our rehearsal dinner. The list could literally go on and on. I do want to preface by saying every time she steps out of line, my husband and my in-laws correct her. But when called out, she always blamed her BPD, and her horrible actions were always forgotten. But after her behavior at our wedding 2 years ago, where she basically sobbed the entire day and pretended to faint during our first dance, yes, we know that she was pretending, my mother-in-law called her out in front of everybody, and it was very embarrassing. My husband had to have a talk with her and set some very firm boundaries. Since that talk, she still calls and texts my husband daily, but has pretty much stayed away from me, and has kept her outward dislike for me and public attention seeking to a minimum. That brings us to tonight. My in-laws always host a huge Christmas gathering the week before Christmas for all family, including distant relatives. We have always had a great time, and I've managed to stay cordial with sister-in-law despite the dirty looks that she was shooting me. But this year is different. We announced that we were 10 weeks pregnant. My sister-in-law threw a fit, ran out of the room loudly sobbing, and slammed her bedroom door, leaving what was supposed to be a happy time dead silent with a few awkward congratulations. My mother-in-law rolled her eyes and went to follow her, but I stopped her and told her that I could go. I was hoping that this would be finally a time where we could actually have a conversation. Am I the asshole for accusing my sister-in-law of emotional incest and ruining Christmas? And maybe I could get her to finally tell me after 4 years why she felt like I was such a threat. I was wrong. I knocked on the door and went in, and she immediately screamed at me to get out, but I asked if we could talk. I honestly didn't even know what I was going to say to her, but I didn't have to say anything because my husband and mother-in-law came in behind me. My husband very harshly asked her why she always had to ruin things to get attention. That's been his stance the entire time. Not that she has an unhealthy attachment to him, but that she has a constant need for attention. She asked him why he was so disgusting, which obviously left him confused. And then she yelled, "You F her? It's disgusting." My husband, being his usual snarky self, said, quote, "Yeah, sometimes multiple times a day. She's my wife. What's your point?" My mother-in-law laughed, and that sent her into a rage. She started screaming and hitting him like a freaking toddler. By this point, I had had enough. I can't even remember what all I said, only that the only thing that was disgusting was her emotionally incestuous fixation with her brother, and asked if she wanted to F him, because it kinda seemed like she did. I realized I was screaming by the end of it. Sister-in-law just covered her head with a blanket and cried. My husband tried to uncover her, but mother-in-law took my husband and I downstairs. When we got down there, pretty much everyone was leaving, and father-in-law looked like he could punch someone, so my husband and I left too. I cried pretty much all the way home, with my husband trying his hardest to assure me that I did nothing wrong. When we got home, he told me to sleep and went out to the garage while he called his parents. I feel bad because I truly do love my in-laws and I don't want to ruin our relationship. Now I'm lying here questioning if I spoke out of turn, implying that it was more than just attention seeking. I don't think it was wrong for you to say that at all. I think that someone needed to say that. It's so obvious, and maybe like your husband doesn't want to acknowledge it because it's icky, like it's a gross feeling.
My mother-in-law keeps trying to set my boyfriend of 3 years up with her next door neighbour whilst I'm in the room. Story time. So over Christmas, I met my boyfriend's family for the first time ever, and we actually ended up staying with them for the majority of the holidays. And oh my god, it was so awkward. I was literally sat at the dinner table whilst his mother-in-law Bertha was talking about how next door neighbour's daughter was single, saying how she was a beautiful Christian girl, saying how on New Year's Eve she's going to introduce her to him. And I'm obviously sitting there genuinely thinking, what the actual hell is going on right now? I was trying to work out if it was a situation where she was just trying to, put me in my place or something. Now, despite my boyfriend being like, no thanks, mum, he was quite unassertive about this whole situation. I dealt with all of this for about 2 hours and then I just decided I didn't have to deal with this. So at one point, I very calmly and casually got up from the table, said, excuse me, everybody. I went to grab the casserole and the cake that I had bought from in the kitchen. I drove home, and then as soon as I got home, I texted Steve and I was like, listen, I'm not here for this reality dating show drama. And then I asked if his mum was always like this. Steve said to me he really didn't want me to be spending Christmas alone. So I was like, well, come to my place then. Then Steve replies and he's like, I don't know if that's the best idea. My family are kind of upset that you left with the dessert and the starter. So I don't want to give them any more reason to be mad at you. So I said to Steve, I don't care what you do, just figure it out. Well, Steve never arrived, so I ended up eating all the casserole and the dessert to myself and a shit ton of wine. And then I ended up passing out and falling asleep. Now, the next morning, I woke up to a barrage of missed calls and texts from Steve. He had apparently decided he was going to spend the evening with me, but I had never seen them because I was asleep. So I actually apologised for missing all of his calls and thanked him for coming over. And I said, so did you end up talking to your mum? Did you sort things out? Steve is like, no, I don't have any single interest in what is happening there. And I was like, well, listen, given that that was the first impression that I got of her, I think a serious conversation needs to happen because it's very clear that she doesn't even want to give me a chance. So he kind of said that he wasn't going to speak to his mum about it. She was just joking. And I decided that I was going to make my own plans for New Year's Eve. I'm sorry, I did not want to be around any of this pettiness from his mum. Now it's becoming a little bit of an ongoing argument between Steve and I. He believes that I shouldn't have ghosted Christmas Day. I believe that he shouldn't have gone to New Year's Eve with this nice little Christian girl that his mum is going to set him up with. So who do you think is wrong here? Me or Steve?
I, 26 female, was humiliated in front of my fiance, 35 male, by my best friend, 27 female. I'm not sure if I should forgive her. How should I handle this? I'll do my best to keep this to as few words as possible. I have a small group of people I consider my best friends that I've known all of my life. I'll use fake names for them: Beth, Stace, and Gwen. Of the three, only Gwen is married and or in a relationship. I'm a big girl, 5'3", 260 pounds. I've always had issues with my weight and had self-esteem issues. I was always told, you have such a beautiful face, and if you were smaller, I would date you. I've been in a few relationships where it was obvious that my boyfriends at the time were ashamed to be seen with me. They would never hold my hand in public and never posted pictures of us together on Instagram and Facebook. My luck on dating apps consisted of getting ghosted or just wanting sex, and I'm embarrassed to say that I allowed myself to be used by some guys. Eventually, I stopped responding to most messages. 3 years ago, I met my fiance, Kyle, at one of my nephew's soccer games. Kyle was the coach and approached me afterwards. He asked if I was ever going to reply to his message. I was confused, and he said he messaged me a week prior and answered a question I had on my Plenty of Fish profile. That's when I remembered his message and I got embarrassed. I told him that I'd been busy and he asked me if I had any plans for later that night. My sister and nephew both liked him and had told me as much. I agreed and exchanged numbers with him, even though I felt like he was out of my league. Kyle's average sized and in shape. To this day, I don't know why he didn't walk out on me on that date. I got into my head that he was only after sex and might have some big girl fetish. We met up for an early dinner at a casual Mexican restaurant, and within 5 minutes I asked him, "Are you just going to look for a hookup because you have a thing for fat girls?" He shook his head and told me he was interested because of things I listed on my profile, like how I liked soccer, my favorite wine, TV shows, and that my photos I posted showed that I like to travel. He led most of the conversation and tried to get me to open up and ask questions. He would gently touch my hand from time to time and tried flirting. Somehow he asked to see me again, and the second date went a lot better. I found out he was a widower that lost his wife and 2-month-old son in a car crash a decade before. He had tried dating off and on for a few years, but nothing serious came of it. He worked in the field I got my degree in, but had no luck getting hired into. Within 3 months, we were officially boyfriend and girlfriend. My friends and family were thrilled, and his family welcomed me even with his former in-laws who he still considered family. All except Beth. Beth, when I told her, kept asking me if I was sure about him. She asked if he was just using me for sex, which had yet to happen. And then it was, well, he probably doesn't want to have sex with you. When I mentioned that he holds my hand in public and would pull me a bit closer to him when we go out for drinks when guys would walk towards us, suddenly it was that he was controlling. Eventually, Kyle met my 3 best friends and they all liked him immediately. And Beth said that he was a keeper. He helped me get hired at another company in my field, starting at $70K plus benefits, after I politely declined an opportunity to work alongside him. I, 26 female, was humiliated in front of my fiance, 35 male, by my best friend, 27 female. I say all of this because since Kyle has come into my life, he has shown me nothing but love, affection, grace, and kindness. He has also helped me start to get past my insecurities. I was over 300 pounds when I met him, and now I'm at 260. My initial fears of being some fetish of his are gone, and he's been there in every way I could ever want. A few days ago, we hosted a dinner with Beth, Stace, Gwen, and her husband. Kyle and Gwen's husband, Mike, had become friends, and they did all the cooking and cleanup. Everything was going good, and we were all relaxing on the back porch, drinking some cocktails, when Beth asked me in front of everyone, quote, "Why do you tolerate that picture of Kyle with his dead wife and son?" I was absolutely mortified. Kyle looked upset, but was keeping his composure. I explained that it was the only picture he had of the three of them together, and that I would never ask him to hide it because that was his wife and son, that he loved them, and that I know Kyle loves me, and that she was being rude and needed to call an Uber to leave. She obviously had too much to drink and didn't seem like she wanted to leave. Then she absolutely embarrassed me when she brought up a humiliation I had endured with an ex during the lowest point of my life that I hadn't told Kyle about. Quote, "I bet keeping the picture up was his idea, and you went along with it, like when Jeff would make you wear a pig mask and oink while he effed you." Kyle absolutely exploded on her and yelled that she get the F out of our house. Mike and Gwen had to drag a now crying Beth out with Stace following them. When they left, I just started bawling and looked at Kyle and started to repeat that I was so sorry, and if he didn't want me anymore, I understood. All of my insecurities that I worked so hard to overcome came flooding back. He just hugged me and kissed me on the top of my head and told me what I did before doesn't bother him. It was Beth humiliating me that pissed him off. He told me that it's up to me if I remain friends with her, but he doesn't want to be around Beth anymore. He cleaned up the patio and helped me as I fell asleep crying. Today I texted Beth that we needed to talk. We met up for brunch and she was very embarrassed about her behavior, but I told her I don't think I can be her friend. She then started to blame Kyle for our friendship ending and that he was effed in the head for making you look at his dead wife and kid. Don't throw away our friendship over him. I got up and paid for my food and left. Gwen and Stace don't want to be in the middle, but agree that Beth was in the wrong and that they're happy that I found the love of my life and hope one day things will return to normal. I told them that I won't be upset if they hang out with Beth, but I don't want to be included if she's with them. And they're fine with that. Beth was my first friend and someone I always looked up to. She held me as I cried when my first boyfriend left me a week after I lost my virginity to him because he was dared to date me and sleep with me. Now I'm wavering about wanting to give her another chance. We have so much history and amazing memories. Kyle said he would support me either way, but he was a hard no on being around Beth outside of our wedding if I wanted her there. I'm so torn on what to do because she was drunk but still said those words and they cut me to the core. Should I forgive her or cut her out of my life?
Am I the arsehole for leaving my mum alone at the airport with no plane ticket and no way of getting home? Story time. So, some background here. My mum is just a horrible person. Got so bad that at age 12 I left home and I moved in with my dad. And just to really sum her up, on the court papers where it said name of child, my mum wrote, "I don't have a daughter." And obviously, I have carried that with me ever since. My mum is nearly 70 and has zero contact with her other 3 children. Reconnecting really wasn't that easy, with often telling me to just let it go. Right, we're not Elsa, so pipe down. So last summer, I invited her over to my city to see a band that was playing that we used to love so much when we were younger. So the plan was simple. She'd arrive on Wednesday, we'd see the band on Thursday, and then on Friday, she would leave to go and see a friend, and on Saturday, I would leave for my own trip. However, when she arrived, she just casually mentioned that the ticket she had booked was a one-way ticket and she would be booking her Friday ticket later on. Now, I reminded her on several occasions that she needed to get this ticket booked. And I gave the tone of like, no one is staying in my house when I'm not there. So Thursday came around, the concert was fine, and Friday arrives. I'm like, hi mum, what time do you need to get to the airport? She's like, oh, I actually haven't booked it yet, and now I have left it too late. The prices have gone up and I can't afford it, so I think I'm just going to stay here for a few more days whilst I was away. So I just told her plainly, listen, I'm leaving tomorrow at 5 a.m. and you must be on a plane by that time. I even offered to cover the extra cost of the flight. She refused and just invited herself to stay at my house. And again, I said, I'm just not comfortable with anyone staying at my house whilst I'm away. She accused me of not trusting her, said that she was my mother and that I owed it to her. This argument escalated very, very quickly. And it ended with her saying, well, just take me to the airport then. I think in this drive to the airport, she expected me to cave. So I took her to the airport. The drive was awkward as hell. It was silent the whole way. When we got into the airport, it felt like some sort of standoff. She was kind of waiting for me to be like, no, don't worry, you can stay. That was not going to happen. So when I pulled up, I got out the car, took her bags out the boot, put them on the curb, told her to get out and say, if you can't find a ticket, let me know. Then I drove off and left. Now, months later, I am thinking about how this was kind of a savage move and I did abandon my own mother at the airport. So am I the arsehole?
I hate my sister-in-law with all my being, and now she went and saved my son. My sister-in-law, who is married to my brother, is one of the most obnoxious people I've ever met. She's haughty, arrogant, and totally full of herself. She looks down on every one of us, always with this punchable smirk on her face. Nothing penetrates her thick skull. No matter how much you speak to her, she's always smirking, not caring about what you have to say. I'm not the only one that dislikes her. All the rest of my family, except for my brother, her husband, of course, who she has wrapped around her little finger. He would not hear a word about her. She even admits that people don't like her, but she's more than fine with it. Sometimes I feel like she feeds off of people hating her. We just came home from vacation with my siblings and their significant others. She was there too. We were at the beach, and me, my mom, and my sisters went to eat lunch, and we left the children with our men, and she was with them. Then I heard her screaming, and I seen her running. It was towards my son. The thing is, she can't even swim. 2 guys who were swimming near them pulled her and my son out. I'm in utter shock because of what she did. Apparently, even obnoxious people can do good in this world. I'm ashamed of my feelings towards her. First things first, we need to figure out where the fuck the men were when your son was in the water by himself, damn near on his way to glory. Where the fuck? They had one goddamn job. Where the fuck was your husband? That's what we need to figure out first. Also, baby, remember that 2 things can be true at once. Your sister-in-law may be the most obnoxious person you've ever met in your life, walking around all goddamn day with that punchable smirk on her face. She could be a straight up and out bitch, but that doesn't mean that she can't also be someone that would not hesitate to save a child that was at risk. Listen, people that are close to me, if you ask them about me, they probably tell you a whole lot of things about me. Beyond Beautiful is a bitch. She's got a smart ass mouth. She's always got something to say, and that's why people don't want to be around her. And none of that would be a lie. Now listen, I'm not like this woman. I don't thrive off the fact that people don't like me. I'm just indifferent about it. You don't have to like me. That's absolutely okay. But another thing they would tell you that would be absolutely true is the fact that if your kids are around me, they are safe. If a child was at risk, I don't give a fuck if this child belongs to my mortal enemy. I'm not going to stop. Wait, hey, whose kid are you? No, I'm not going to help. No, that's fucking weird. That's fucking weird. 2 things can be true at once. This person could be an obnoxious bitch all day. All fucking day. You've never formed a different opinion about her. But at the end of the day, she could still be a selfless person that will not hesitate to risk her life to save her child. Okay, listen, so I just came down to the comment section because I was hoping that OP went into detail in at least a couple of comments about the sister-in-law's behavior. I found one comment. And honestly, you guys, it's giving that OP and her family are hypocrites. 100%. Like, the dislike that they have for the sister-in-law is because the sister-in-law is matching their energy. I will never talk shit about her ever again, but here's how she can act. When we had dinner, my mom thanked her again and told her that she was proud of her and that she was surprised she would save a child when she made it clear she hated children and didn't want them. Sister-in-law, with her patronizing ways, just laughed and said, "What a moronic thing to say." Then she shook her head and continued eating. Do I side with my sister-in-law here? Yes, but her way was so harsh my mom was almost in tears. She's unbelievably condescending and hurtful. These people are fucking hypocrites. OP calls her sister-in-law condescending and hurtful for her response to OP's mother insulting her. Thank you so much for saving my grandson, but I'm genuinely surprised that you just didn't stand there and watch him drown because you hate children and you don't want any of your own. So me calling your mother a moron for the fucking statement that she made is disrespectful. But her telling me she expected me to stand there and watch my nephew drown isn't. Like I said, these people are fucking hypocrites and they only dislike the sister-in-law because she's matching their energy.
I just found out that my girlfriend is actually a boy. I'm just as speechless as you probably are. I'm not gonna lie, I'm definitely into like masked women. So when I saw my current girlfriend, who let's just call Natalie, I was like, that is a bit of me. Went on quite a few dates before we started dating, but I moved across country for this girl. boy. We really thought each other was the one, and she just didn't want to move down south. Now, still to this day, I have never been with a girl in that way. I was brought up extremely religious, and even though I like girls and not boys, I still believe in waiting till marriage. And that includes sleeping in separate beds and like having separate bedrooms. And Natalie was okay with it. After dating for 2.5 years, Natalie popped the question, and obviously I said yes, best day of my life. Both our families were actually really happy for each other. I was a bit skeptical as like my family would react. They knew I was gay, but I'd never had a girlfriend, so I didn't know if they still thought, oh, it's a phase, you know? No, we were engaged for 6 months, and we had our wedding in sight. It is literally in 6 months' time. I thought I'd make the jump because Natalie is obviously the one I'm going to marry her, and sleep in the same room at least. I weren't really sure if I wanted to go that extra step just yet. And the first night when we're in bed together, I turn around, I go to hug her, and I feel something that shouldn't be there when you're a girl. And you can guess what it is. Obviously, and rightfully so, I freak out. Like, what do you mean you've lied to me for this long? Obviously, I asked the question, like, have you transitioned? Like, is that what this is? No, she hasn't. I've never been more confused in my whole entire life. Unless she's like still in the closet herself about transitioning. I don't know. Himself? I don't even know what to call him. Obviously, this was a massive red flag. Now I've gotten out of that relationship. Am I now straight?
Am I in the wrong for not giving my husband head anymore? I, female 28, do not give my husband 31 head anymore. We've been married for 6 years now with 2 kids, so intimate time is sparse since there's so little right now. I'm a stay-at-home mom and work from home, so I'm with our children all the time, as my husband's job requires me to solo parent for periods at a time. Before we had kids, our intimate life was more full, I guess, multiple times a week and had lots of variety. Throughout our marriage, I can count on 2 hands the amount of times that he has ate me out. I enjoy giving head as it's a turn on and is a good foreplay. But I think head was an acquired taste thing since I didn't like it at first. However, after a year of marriage, I would make comments about how I never got to be the receiver, and the response was always along the lines of, I just don't like doing it. And before, I felt like A, I didn't want to force him to do something that he wouldn't enjoy, as I know he would feel the same. B, any position where the other partner is not 100% in it and willing isn't fun or sexy, so I wasn't pushing it. Fast forward to last year. I had this thought that basically, if you're wanting to be intimate, you should also be willing to have foreplay. Whether that's either or both of us doing oral or hands, it should be happening. The same routine of me giving head and then getting to the deed was just not flying anymore, so I stopped. This led to our hands being used as primary foreplay. We've had multiple discussions since about fairness, spontaneity, variety, etc. All where I explained that I would very much prefer oral as foreplay, but only if it's consistently going both ways. I'm not saying it needs to be tallied or that I'll only give head when I'm being ate out, but there should be some semblance of balance. This is all coming to a head after a rather heated discussion talking about how vanilla our sex life has been. And we of course circle back to this, where my overwhelming response is basically just get fucked. So, am I in the wrong? Also, we were both virgins when we got married, so I couldn't have known this. We use toys for my benefit, but it usually takes me out of it.
My female 32 friend, female 32, has been lying about being a nurse for 10 years, so I started digging. Eventually, I was able to find the grad list from Amy's college for our year, and she wasn't on it, or any of the 3 years before or after. And I realized I had never seen a picture of her at the graduation. I'm pretty sure she at least enrolled at one point because I went to a volleyball game with her our freshman year of college and met friends from her program. I dug more and found out from court records that she's had financial troubles. She's been sued by debt collection agencies multiple times in the past few years. And eventually, I was able to figure out what she actually does. She's the office manager for a dental practice, a totally normal and not worth hiding job. Her bio on the practice's website says she's been working there for 8 years. At this point in my life, Amy is the only person from our high school class that I kept in contact with, but she's still close with a few people who ended up back in our hometown, and I follow those people on Instagram. I checked their pages, and at least as of 2020, they thought she was a nurse because one captioned a photo, "Happy birthday to our favorite nurse. Thanks for taking all of our frantic medical questions." Amy had removed the tag so it didn't show up on her pages. I found something Amy's mom posted about a year after we graduated college that tagged Amy and had an RN pin in it. So it seems like at one point her parents thought she was a nurse too. She's no longer friends with her parents on social media, so maybe they had a falling out. My head was spinning because no way Amy would lie to me, but then I started thinking back on the last 10 years and I'm an idiot. Have you heard the, quote, dead dog in a duffel bag story? Google it if not. It's a famous urban legend. Our freshman year of college, she told me that happened to her, and I thought maybe she had embellished, but didn't realize it was an urban legend. Last summer, I met her new boyfriend, and she said, quote, "Oh yeah, he really wants me to quit nursing and go to business school, so don't bring up nursing or we'll fight." Freshman year of high school, someone spilled soda all over my textbooks in the library after I left it sitting on the table with Amy. She said she had gotten up to go to the bathroom and came back and found it like that. Like, I'm so freaking dumb. So far, I haven't said a word to Amy or anyone who knows her besides my parents. Some people have said maybe she flunked out of college and was just embarrassed and thought you would judge her. But obviously, you're going to support her no matter what. Others have said confront her and see if there's a good explanation. And others still have said just ghost her. Time to cut and run. She's texted me a few times recently, and I just haven't known what to say. Quote, hello, I realize your life is a lie. I think I need to tell her that I know. What is the best way to approach this conversation? I feel like I would cry in a phone call, but texting feels like dropping a bomb on her, and I'm mad, but I'm not trying to upset her or send her into a spiral.
Am I the asshole for keeping my reception venue when I couldn't get a refund? My fiance cheated on me, and I found out about 6 weeks ago. I called off our wedding. Sorry to be so matter of fact about it, but I'm still not okay. I managed to get partial refunds on almost everything. The photographer only kept $200 of our deposit. Our church doesn't charge members for using it for weddings, but they also didn't allow alcohol in the reception hall, so we booked that separately. The venue had a strict policy of not giving back any money without 3 months' notice. Since I only gave a month and a half and I had paid in full, I was getting nothing back. I was pissed. No, you're not the asshole. Why would I give up my reception venue, date, time, place, when I've already paid for it and I can't get my money back? Now it's time to plan any type of anything to happen at this specific place because you've already paid for it. My brother actually came up with the plan. We held a party with the Mario Kart tournament. That's awesome. That is awesome. We had a huge screen and a projector. I knew I had a bunch of friends with that night free, so we did that instead. 20 and 30-something idiots playing a children's game for bragging rights. We had a blast. I felt like I was in college again. Bro, that sounds amazing. Watch me fuck around and turn my wedding reception into a Mario Kart tournament. Why not? Bro, that sounds awesome. I had sent my ex her part of every deposit, but obviously nothing for the venue. I haven't heard from her, but the venue wanted me to release the date. I said I would if they gave me a refund. They refused, so I refused. Since we got catering separately, I didn't even need to tip the staff. That's fucking crazy. You paid for this date. They're refusing to give you a refund stating their policy. Okay, cool, great. Completely understand that. I signed the contract. Cool. But that means that this venue at this date between this time and this time, I have at my discretion because I paid in full for it. Per the contract that I signed, I paid for it, but they're expecting you to release the date so they can make double the money off the same fucking date. No, hell no. It seems like this venue is doing some shady shit, baby. You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Now I'm hearing that I screwed over the venue and staff by taking up a room that they could have rented to a different event. They've already made the money for this room for this day between this time and this time. So how did you screw them over? You've already paid for it. They've been paid for this room to be used on this day while you were there. So no, you didn't screw anybody over. They were trying to take advantage. Name the place. Name it. This place is doing some shady shit. Some people are saying that I kept someone from having a beautiful wedding there. Had you and your ex still got married, whoever the fuck was supposed to have their beautiful wedding there still wouldn't have gotten married there because you had already booked and paid for that day. So what the fuck? What? I don't care. I don't owe the venue an opportunity to be paid twice. I honestly would have accepted it if they would have kept our 30% deposit, but they kept the whole thing. We didn't leave a mess, so they probably saved on janitorial services. Was I the asshole here? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. It sounds like the venue fucked over themselves. If they were really worried about somebody having a beautiful wedding there, they would have made sure this date was free, clear, and open 100%. Not trying to guilt trip the person that paid for this date to give it up without getting anything in return. If they really wanted to have this date open and available, they would have offered you something instead of expecting you to walk away from hundreds, if not thousands of dollars that you paid to have this venue. Fuck them. And anybody else that wants to tell you that you're fucking wrong for not just taking this as a loss and walking away. Who the fuck does that? Listen, I was going to say at first, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. But not even that. OP played their game and they're mad at him because he was better at it. They tried to get greedy and it bit them in the ass. OP was willing to accept a partial refund from these people. He understood that 6 weeks is not a lot of time. I understand that I'm not entitled to anything back, but can I please get a little bit back? They state no, as per our policy. Okay, but then turn around and expect him to take a complete loss and just walk away from all the money that he's put in with nothing to show for it, and allow them to rebook this date and this time and this place for somebody else for the same price, if not more. They fucked around and found out that nowadays people work extremely hard for their money and they're not so willing to allow others to scam them out of it. My best friend is going to hate me, but I want to do this. I want to turn part of my wedding reception into a Mario Kart tournament. I have 2 switches, a projector, and a screen right now. This is happening. This is happening.
Okay, we have a relationship advice for you. And as always, y'all know y'all can send stories to me via my Instagram DMs. Let's keep it. Okay, let's see. My daughter ran away at 17 to be with her husband. She is now 22 and he is 34. I've recently found out that she's pregnant and would like to try again to reach out to her, and I'm not sure which way would be best. Okay. Good morning. I am 53 years old and I have a 22-year-old daughter. My husband and I have not spoken to her for 5 years when she left home. She ran away at 17, and when we located her, she was already 18 and living with her husband, who is 34 years old. My husband completely cut her off, but I tried to maintain contact with her, but never got any responses from her. Eventually, she changed her phone number, and I didn't have any way to contact her. Recently, my daughter has reached out to one of her cousins, and that cousin has told me that my daughter is expecting her first child. I would like to reach out to my daughter and repair our relationship. I would like to help her with pregnancy and be a part of my grandchild's life. And I'm looking for advice on what you think is the best way to contact her. So my options are: Number 1, send her a message over social media. This seems very impersonal to me. Number 2, send her a text message. I worry this will upset her because it would mean her cousin giving me her phone number, and I don't want my daughter to see that as a betrayal of her trust. Number 3, write her a letter. This seems like the most personal way to me without invading her privacy. Worst comes to worst, her cousin can take a picture of the letter and send it to her. I would just like others' opinions on what they think I should do. Thank you very much. I'm going to add in some pertinent background information. When my daughter ran away, my husband and I did not know she had willingly left to be with her boyfriend, the man she is married to now. We did not even know she was dating someone. We thought she was kidnapped. There was a search for her, and my husband and I exhausted our savings and retirement to search for her once the police stopped. Months later, we found out she was alive and well and had gotten married to a man once she turned 18. My husband has not talked to her since, though I have reached out many times. Our relationship was very good until she turned 18, when I later found out she began dating her now husband. Around that time, she began sneaking out, skipping school, lying, which we now know was probably due to the influence of her husband. I do not know much about their relationship dynamic, other than she apparently admitted to my niece that he's controlling. Wow, so what do y'all think she should do? I think a letter is the best way. This is a story of stories, because what the hell? But yeah, I think a letter is the best way for sure. Or having the cousin give her the letter, or whatever. I think that's the best way, and I hope it works out for you. Wow. Am I the asshole for not allowing my ex-husband's girlfriend to wear my wedding dress? She is 35 and the ex-husband is 41, and they have a 5-year-old son. And yeah, let's get into it. I have been divorced from my husband for 3 years. We have one son together. My ex, we'll call him K, started dating another woman. We'll call her G. K and I have a great relationship with each other. We still love each other as friends. K started dating G about 10 months ago. G and I have become really great friends and enjoy being around each other. Everything seemed to be going great until the other day. G and K have started talking about marriage. I know K is really hesitant, but G really wants to be married and have children on her own. I guess G saw some old pictures of me in my wedding dress and has been raving about how pretty my dress is. The other day we had coffee together and G brought up getting married soon, so I told her how happy I was for her. Things changed though when she asked if she could wear my wedding dress. I was really shocked even when she asked. I immediately told her that I was flattered, but no. She immediately got extremely pouty and started to ask why. I explained that I just wasn't comfortable with her wearing my dress to marry my ex-husband. She got really upset and started to cause a scene. No, ma'am. I walked out knowing that she was not going to calm down, and about an hour later, my ex-husband called me asking what happened. When I told him, he completely understood and was on my side, but it didn't end there. G has been having her friends and family call me and my work, calling me an asshole for not sharing. G is claiming that I'm not over K and that I'm just doing this to ruin her wedding. Child, bye. While it's true that I'm not over K, part of me still doesn't feel comfortable with her having my dress. This whole argument has really put a strain on my ex's and I's relationship and the relationship around my son. Part of me feels like I should give in, but I still just don't feel comfortable with it. So am I the asshole for not letting her wear my dress? Edit to add that G told her friends and family that I offered for her to use the dress, but then backed out because I was jealous. Yo, what do y'all think in the comments? Though I do commend her for admitting that she does have like some feelings for her ex still, that don't got nothing to do with this situation in this dress. Why the hell would you want to wear your ex-husband's ex-wife's dress on your wedding day? I mean, not your ex. Y'all know what I mean. That is so, what? That's so weird and so...
Am I the asshole for interrupting my husband's live stream and going off on him after he forgot to feed and change our daughter's diaper? So I am female 32. My husband, male 35, has a YouTube channel with over 14K followers. He's been doing live streamings a lot lately, even though I told him that we have responsibilities to take care of. Before our daughter, she is 7 months old, was born, he'd stream randomly and spend a lot of time with his followers, answering questions and engaging in conversations. He keeps saying that his followers are good for his mental health and that engaging with them weekly makes him become better at socializing and communicating. Understandable. He's been complaining about wanting to do a live stream for days. I told him we'd look at our schedule and see if we could get him some time to make it happen. Apparently, this wasn't good enough. Yesterday, I had to go grocery shopping and asked him to keep an eye on our daughter while she was asleep. He said okay. I was gone for 4 hours, but kept calling him to see if everything was okay. He'd tell me she was alright and that she was sleeping. I started getting this weird feeling something was wrong because she must have been hungry or needed a diaper change. He argued that everything was fine. I immediately went home, and when I entered the house, I didn't find him. I shouted his name but got nothing. I went into the bedroom and saw that my daughter was awake and her diaper wasn't changed. And worse was that her bottle wasn't even touched. I was confused. I got out and noticed that his office door was closed. I figured he was doing a live streaming from the noise I could hear. I was beyond seething. I barged into the office and saw him sitting. I blew up while he was trying to turn his mic off and telling me to stop, but I didn't. I berated him for leaving our daughter unattended and with no milk nor a diaper change. He freaked out on me, saying I just ended his entire channel and destroyed his fan base for interrupting his live stream, and embarrassing and scandalized him like that. I told him to not say a word, but he kept yelling, calling me out of control and unhinged. He was almost crying, so I had to leave the office. He kept fighting with me till I decided to go stay with my mom. He started blaming me for ignoring his needs after he had already expressed them, and that he forgot to do what I asked him, and I'd cost him so much. Now he's telling me to come back home because he misses his daughter. So what do you guys think? Is she the asshole? Comment below and make sure to follow me for more story times. Bye guys.
Am I the asshole for going topless at a nude beach in front of friends? Ooh, this does not sound good. Let's get into it. I was invited to a 3-day vacation with 3 of my girlfriends and their husbands, plus 2 of the husband's single guy friends. On the last day, we were exploring the city and came upon a beach. It looked nice and fun, so we hung out there for a while before stumbling on an adults-only nude section of it. There weren't many people overall, but I did see a few other women in the distance without tops on, so I felt it was clear to take mine off as well. It was great. Nobody else joined me though. I wonder why. We all continued to talk and joke in a circle for a while, and I thought we were all having a really fun time. Then one of my friends said she felt sick, so we left abruptly early, and our conversation on the way back was basically uncomfortably silent with the exception of low talking that I wasn't part of and some of the guys goofing around. Later that night at the main room, I find myself avoided by almost everyone until I'm confronted like it's an intervention by the 3 girls about how it was inappropriate for me to expose myself in front of their husbands. I was shocked and told them I didn't mean anything by it. They said, "Isn't it obvious that you don't just go naked in front of your friends' husbands?" And were like, "Notice how you were the only one and you didn't wonder why?" This exploded into a further argument with me calling them insecure about their relationships until it culminated eventually into them all saying they don't trust me to be a part of their friend group anymore. All I thought I was doing was enjoying myself at a beach, not exposing myself to their husbands. Am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for describing my wife as fat to our young children?
Yes, 100%. Yes, you don't have to read anything else. Woo!
You wouldn't have to read. We could just go.
My wife, 41, and myself, 44 male, both work in education and believe in properly explaining things to our children, 4 female, 5 male. We have agreed to never use, quote, "because I said so," reasoning with them. My wife is unfortunately around 3 stones overweight. Her weight has crept up gradually since having the kids, and I don't think she has even been aware of this gain until I gently raised the subject with her last year. She agreed she needs to remedy this. Since then, we have worked together to shift the excess weight, and I'm proud to say she's lost around 10 pounds. But she still has a lot of work to do to reach her target weight. She is best at sticking to her diet if there is no temptation around. So for Easter, I got her flowers instead of an egg. She seemed happy with this. Then, yesterday, my children were arguing over a missing Easter egg, each accusing the other of eating it. I knew instantly what had happened. I asked my wife to tell the children where the egg, which was quite big, had recently gone, and she admitted she had eaten it. My son, whose egg it was very upset and confused and asked his mom why she had eaten it. My wife replied that she would replace it, which would be impossible as it's now after Easter.
Because
It's on clearance.
Kids care.
No, it's on clearance. It'll be even cheaper.
I pointed out that she has not answered the question our son had asked. He was very upset and kept asking why she had stolen his egg. I felt it was unfair she hadn't properly answered this, as he was getting more distressed. My wife completely threw me under the bus here and said, quote, "Because I wanted a chocolate, but Daddy didn't get me an egg." They already know the importance of healthy eating, so I explained that Mummy was not wanting to eat too much sugar. Several, "but why?" questions down the line, and I finally said, quote, "Because Mummy is fat, and she needs to work on this by not eating sweeties."
Oh my God.
I used the word fat because my sister is fat and always says it is not a shameful thing and she prefers to be described this way. She says to not use the word implies there's something wrong with being fat. I probably was an asshole to presume my wife would feel the same way about this term, and I wonder if I should have said overweight instead. My wife hasn't spoken to me since this and has seemed very upset. I feel terrible for upsetting her, but I think she was wrong to have taken our little boy's Easter egg without asking, and wrong to have blamed me for her actions. I regret upsetting her and possibly using the wrong terminology, but I had run out of ways to explain to the children why I hadn't bought my wife an egg. But I do feel I might be an asshole for upsetting my wife.
Oh, you are, bro.
Asshole.
Oh,
How about, you know what? I forgot. It's my fault.
I thought your mom would really love flowers more.
Or I forgot. What?
because he didn't want to be, he didn't want to take any responsibility.
No,
he wanted to be on her. She was responsible for eating the egg. Your mom's fat. She shouldn't have eaten your fucking egg.
Am I the asshole for calling out my husband's favoritism? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My husband, Tom, 37 male, and I, 33 female, have been married for 7 years. We have 2 kids, Sammy, 3, and Nora, 5. He was married before me and had a son, Teddy, who passed away from a chronic illness at 4. So far, our family's been pretty stable, no fights or disagreements. But I have some complaints about things Tom does. This might sound insensitive, but he treats Teddy different from our other kids. He has a ton of framed pictures of Teddy on his office wall and desk, but none of our kids. He also has pillows and blankets with Teddy's name on them while not doing the same for Sammy and Nora. His argument was that this is his only way of showing love and remembering Teddy since he can't see or touch him. While Sammy and Nora are here, he shows them affection in physical form. We kind of moved on from the issue until recently. I accidentally came across a journal he has that was dedicated to Teddy. I read some of what was written and it had details of some moments in Teddy's life. I felt sad about it because of how much heartache Tom experienced, but also because he never thought about writing anything about Sammy and Nora. I brought it up to him and he got upset and tried to say the same thing about how he adores all 3 of our children, but in different ways. I said it still hurts because while Sammy and Nora are young, what if they come across something like that when they're older and realize that Dad didn't love them as much as his oldest kid? So that it reeks of favoritism, but he said we weren't going to have this conversation, nor should I have called him out on his alleged favoritism. And that I disrespected his privacy and read his private thoughts. I said he should start including the kids now while they're here and not wait until they're gone. He said I should be ashamed of myself for implying he doesn't love his children and for making him feel guilty when he suffered a loss. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend that the gym is more important to me than her and her daughter? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 32 male, have been dating my girlfriend, 29 female, for about 18 months. She has the cutest little 4-year-old daughter from a previous relationship. As our relationship has progressed, I've been spending more time at her place to the point where I've almost moved in with them. It's easier for me to go to her place since she has a kid and I don't. I work from 4:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. I go to bed at 4 a.m., then wake up around noon to go to the gym and spend about 2 hours there total. I like to work out, it makes me feel good and keeps me healthy. Working 10-hour shifts mean that I don't have a ton of time in between shift, but I also have more days off than most people. This was never a problem until I moved in with my girlfriend. Lately, when I wake up and try to head off to the gym, she says, "Oh, it's all about you." Or you only care about doing what you need to do. My daughter doesn't understand why you're leaving and why you don't want to spend time with us. The last time the issue came up is when my girlfriend had started objecting to me going to the gym. I told her, "I'll see you and your daughter for a little bit before I go to work, and then tomorrow I'm off and don't have a workout, so we'll have the whole day together, but I have to get my workout in today, it's a priority." She responded, "So the gym is a priority, but me and my daughter aren't? If you want to be a part of this family, it's not all about you anymore, so what's more important to you, the gym or us?" I said, "Well, if you're going to force me to choose instead of making room for something that you know is important to me, then I guess I have to choose the gym," and then I left. I'm sitting in my own apartment now and I think it may be over. In fairness, I should note that she wasn't insisting that I never go to the gym again, she just wanted to renegotiate my schedule. But I was unwilling because I felt like it would get in the way of my goals. So I'm wondering, am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for wanting to meet my biological family? Let's read. I, 15F, was born in Korea and adopted shortly after birth by an American family. I don't have any ties to Korea, consider myself fully American, and I love my family. They're the best parents I could have wished for. The only thing I know about my biological parents is that they were teenagers when they had me, so they put me up for adoption because they couldn't take care of me. A few days ago, I got contacted by an adoption agency saying that my biological parents were looking for me and wanted to meet me. I'm actually pretty excited about the thought because I've been curious about what they've been like for a long time. My parents aren't happy with me wanting to meet my biological parents though. They got pretty upset saying how I'm abandoning them, how my biological parents aren't my real parents, those kind of things. And I know my biological parents aren't my real parents. My real parents are the ones who raised me. I don't know why they're so opposed to me wanting to meet my biological parents. Am I the asshole for wanting to meet my biological family? Okay, this is not the first Am I the asshole for wanting to meet my biological families I've covered, and this certainly won't be the last post, because unfortunately it is very common in the adopted community that adoptive parents are not okay with their adoptees looking for their biological family or wanting to reconnect. So, like I've said in every single one of these videos, you are not the asshole for wanting to look for your biological family. I think it is amazing that your biological parents actually reached out, and I think it's really cool as a international adoptee that you even have the option and that they came to you and you didn't have to do any of the looking. As someone who was adopted internationally, it is so much harder to do a birth parent search, so I am truly so happy for you. Your adoptive parents 100% need help, therapy, something, because guilting you and saying that you're abandoning them and that they're your real parents, that's not okay. And I think it's really sad that a lot of times in these posts, adoptees always have to clarify, they're the best parents, I love them so much, like I'm not complaining, because we know what people are going to say. Why aren't your parents good enough for you? Why do you feel the need to look for your real parents when you have your parents? They're the ones who, like, I get so many of those comments on my page, and it has nothing to do with how my parents raised me or how much I love them. I'm not looking for my bio parents to spite them. It's just natural curiosity. So 100% not the asshole, but those are my thoughts. On my thoughts alone, what do y'all think? Is she the asshole?
Am I the asshole for calling my husband insane for missing work just to teach me a lesson because I didn't iron his uniform? days ago, I, stay-at-home mom with 3, was in the midst of doing laundry when my husband, breadwinner, works as a pilot, asked if I could iron his uniform before his shift. I didn't say yes because I was busy, laundry, then kids, homework, then cooking, etc. I said I may not find the time to do it. He turned around and walked away, completely ignoring what I was saying. An hour later, he came downstairs, freaking out, asking why I didn't iron his uniform when he asked me to. I told him I was busy and reminded him of how I didn't say yes to his request. He blew up saying that I obviously don't care about him displaying, quote, professionalism at work. It's just a uniform. It's not like it was dirty, just needed some ironing. He lectured me about how his work is important, and although I'm a stay-at-home mom, I still should make his job a priority. Am I the asshole for calling my husband insane for missing work just to teach me a lesson because I didn't iron his uniform? He decided to miss his shift as a way to teach me a lesson and show me how my lack of cooperation and my refusal to help him out could affect the money that keeps coming in. I called him insane for missing the shift, and he got offended and called me a hypocrite for calling him insane and acted all surprised when it was me who caused this situation to happen. I mean, I could have taken some time off doing my chores to iron his uniform, but still thought his reaction was a bit much. For those asking why he didn't iron the uniform himself, because I'm the one who usually does the ironing, and he said it's on the list of my house chores list, which is true, but I don't give it a priority like other chores such as homework or laundry. So what do you guys think? In my opinion, it's not the 1950s, and this is a little weird, but I want to hear your opinion, so comment below and make sure to follow for more story times. Am I the asshole for taking back our groceries that my wife gave to her sister? My wife, 30, has a younger sister, 28, with 4 kids. My sister-in-law is a married stay-at-home mom, and her husband, 31, works 35 hours per week. Money is tight for them, but they still go on annual vacations, drive newer cars, etc. My wife and I keep separate finances except for a joint credit card and household bills. I also do most of the grocery shopping. This is relevant for later. A couple years ago, I found out my wife had been buying groceries for my sister-in-law on our joint card, about $150 to $200 per month for a few months. She said that her sister had come to her saying they were tight on money and that she needed help feeding their kids. This is about a month after they had got back from their most recent vacation in Mexico. I told my wife in no uncertain terms that I am not supporting their family. She argued with me saying that we could more than afford it. I replied that I don't care if she wanted to support them, but that's her business. Am I the asshole for taking back our groceries that my wife gave to her sister? My wife stopped buying them groceries on our joint card after, but I'm sure she told her sister because sister-in-law has been standoffish since. In the last few months, grocery costs have been increasing thanks to inflation. As a cost-saving measure, I bought a whole cow for about $4,000, which works out to be about $9 a pound, and will last us more than a year, and my wife and I split the cost. Yesterday, I went to the freezer to pull some steaks and saw the amount of beef was visibly lower. I checked our security cameras and saw my wife leaving the house with a big box. I texted her demanding to know if she had taken a bunch of our meat to sister-in-law, and she replied yes. I grabbed sister-in-law's keys, we have a copy, drove to their house, knocked on her door, and when sister-in-law answered, I told her that I was taking back what my wife brought over. Am I the asshole for taking back our groceries that my wife gave to her sister? Sister-in-law protested saying I was taking food out of their kids' mouths, but I said I don't care. She already had one roast in the oven. I went to their freezer and they had about 40 to 50 pounds of ground beef, steaks, and roasts from our cow, including a couple prime rib roasts. I grabbed it all except the roast in the oven and drove home. My wife yelled at me saying she couldn't believe how selfish I was and that sister-in-law called her crying. She also said that she paid for half of it and so she could do whatever she liked with it. I yelled back saying you don't get to decide to give away anything that we pay for together, and said she acted like a sneak thief for doing it behind my back. My wife is still angry at me and says until I apologize to her sister, return the meat that I took back, and apologize for calling her a thief, she won't speak to me. I may be the asshole because my wife pays half the groceries.
Am I the asshole for telling my partner he would be a bad parent for going on holiday? I'm 26 female, currently 38 weeks pregnant. My 26 male partner has just sprung an idea a couple of hours ago on me. He started by telling me how he wants to take a solo holiday somewhere, to which I have no issue. He would want to go for a week or two. Again, isn't an issue, and if he needs a solo holiday, then I'm supportive. Until he said he wanted to go in about 2 weeks. That is exactly my due date. I asked if he was kidding and said said that isn't something he should do. He looked stone-faced and unmoving, followed by a simple quote, "But why shouldn't I be able to go?" I responded by saying he wouldn't be a good partner or father if he disappeared on holiday, leaving me and baby literally just as they were born. His response was, quote, "Well, you haven't been a good partner in the past either, have you?" Context, mid last year, we had broken up for a small amount of time. The relationship had its issues that had been communicated and improved greatly since then, for the most part. I calmly asked him how he would feel if I handed the baby over to him after birth and went on holiday for 2 weeks. Would that be fair on him? His response was simply, "Crack off." Then the conversation died. Am I the asshole?
No. No. That's some audacity.
I'm having your child, like this is our kid, but half yours, your kid. I'm having your kid, not Tom down the street.
Yeah.
Your kid.
Yeah.
And you're going to leave on a 2-week holiday when I'm supposed to give birth?
That's a scary preview into life with this person as a partner and a father. Because again, speaking from a non-parent, never given birth, never been a parent, but I would imagine that giving birth and the arrival of your baby is one of the most memorable days of your life. And the fact that he's like perfectly okay with possibly missing it because if the due date doesn't line up, he could be gone, one. And then two, those like first few days are, again, kind of speculating here, but I would imagine are so important to bond. They're exciting. Like when you bring home a new puppy, you want to spend every waking minute with it. Like this is your baby and you're perfectly okay just leaving during its first few days on this earth. That is a bad father. In my opinion, that is a bad father.
Yeah, I would agree. I think like, especially saying like you're being a bad partner and dad by leaving.
Yeah.
This isn't like the baby's 6 months old and he's going to a friend's wedding, like a similar story we've had. This is go time.
Yeah.
This is when your partner needs you most. And I think you said it so well where it's like you want to spend time with your baby. Like this is key bonding time.
Yeah.
And I think there's like a misconception where it's only important for moms to bond with their baby right away. Like the mom is breastfeeding or, you know, feeding the baby and things like that. And it's like, no, it's just as important for the dad to do kangaroo care too. It's skin to skin, essentially. It's just as important no matter what gender you are, no matter what role you are in that partnership, birth giver versus non-birth giver. Like it is just as important. And so you're gonna like, what? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear from like dads who have been in the delivery room or been there for the birth. And like, if you ask them, would you be heartbroken if you missed this? I feel like an overwhelming amount of them would be like, I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
Yeah. Am I the asshole for covertly losing weight as a bridesmaid and refusing to be set up with her friend after overhearing the bride call me fat?
Whoa. Oh.
My 30 female friend Kate's 30 female wedding was last weekend. We went to grad school together, but haven't seen each other in person in about 2 years, though we FaceTime and kept up enough since then enough to where she invited me to be in her wedding. However, a large part of this is that her fiance, Kyle, 30 male, has 8 groomsmen, and she needed enough people.
Sounds like a cult already.
About 6 months before the wedding, the bridesmaids were all talking in a group chat on Discord, and I overheard Kate, who must have thought she was on mute or that her voice wouldn't carry, rather snidely turn to Kyle and say that I would, quote, round out the group because I would be a good, quote, counterweight to her fiance's friend Tim. The idea being that Tim and I were both obese. When she moved back towards the mic and said something about not being on mute, I acted like I couldn't hear anything and said something like, yeah, you were really far away. You sounded like you were underwater. I couldn't hear you.
Ugh.
I had been planning on losing weight anyways, but I lost 35 pounds of fat in 6 months and put on 4 pounds of muscle, largely out of spite.
Yes, we love it. That is the definition of revenge body.
I've always hated pictures of myself and don't maintain social media, so it wasn't outside the norm for no one to see me. As soon as I knew what my plan was, I ordered a size down in my bridesmaid's dress and then had it tailored in a little more. I wore the tightest Lululemons I could find when I met everyone at the hotel the day before, and seeing the visceral shock on Kate's face was priceless.
That's amazing.
At the wedding, I still walked in with Tim, but he was a bit stiff and awkward around me, which I attributed to nerves or just not caring for strangers. Later, after enough alcohol had been passed around, the truth finally came out that Kate wanted to set me up with Tim, which I refused. And before she was 86th, Kate said, quote, you're not supposed to be skinnier than me. You're upstaging me at my own wedding.
There it is.
was. We didn't have a knockdown, drag-out fight, and it wasn't particularly dramatic, but apparently the other bridesmaids and groomsmen got the impression that I had somehow been a bitch to Tim, and that it was shitty of me to refuse a date with him. Kate and I haven't spoken since the reception, during which I said congratulations and essentially ghosted after things went south. And now I'm sitting here wondering if I'm the asshole.
That is a good question, honestly, for this situation. You're definitely not the asshole for losing weight. That's fucking amazing. For not telling anyone. You don't need to tell anyone. Like, that's
your
like
life and body.
Your body, your choice, girly. Also, saying no to the date. You can say no to any date you want. That is all you, girl. Were you rude to him is my question. Because, like, you should treat everyone kindly. So it's like, I wonder if people's perception of her was skewed from the bride being a bridezilla.
Yeah, I think
for sure.
Am I the asshole for refusing to be my best friend's maid of honor after she told me my fiance is not invited to the wedding? I have been dating my fiance for 10 years and we're expecting a baby due in March. We'll elope before the baby arrives for legal reasons, but we'll do it in January so we'll be able to organise a small party for family and close friends. No more than 20 people. My best friend and her future husband will be invited though. So, straight to the point. My best friend is getting married in a month. She's been with her fiance for a year and they got engaged within 6 months. Personally, that's too rushed in my opinion, but that's her life, so she believes this is the right man, this is her decision. Once they got engaged around April, she asked me to be her maid of honour. She then started telling me the plans about how she plans on having a huge celebration with 200 plus guests. Vaccination rates are very high in my country and most restrictions are eased since cases are also very low. Naturally, I assumed my fiancé would be invited. My best friend has known him for 10 years and they're also friendly. Most of all of our friends are married, so their spouses get an automatic invite. I assumed my fiancé would be invited too, but my best friend decided to notify me that he's not invited literally yesterday during a chat we had, and I told her about the suit my fiancé had bought. She told me, I never told you X is invited though. I asked her what she meant by that. She said that only married and long-term couples are invited to the wedding. I reminded her, I'm engaged to that man, we're expecting a kid together, and I've been with him for 10 years, while we're also planning to get eloped in a few months. She objected and said she didn't invite him because she doesn't see our relationship as valid if it took us so long to make our relationship legal, and how if we've been waiting 10 years to take the next step, then our relationship bond is probably not that strong. Told her that that's not her decision to make and she doesn't get to decide whether my relationship is valid or not. She insisted on her decision and said, I'll not invite him. I decide who comes and who doesn't. And since I don't think your relationship is as strong as it should be, you may break up soon, and I don't want an ex existing in my wedding pictures. Accept it or leave. I am not in a mood to deal with that drama. I told her she's being ridiculous, assuming that we might break up based on her bizarre beliefs, and reminded her that I've been with that man for 10 years, while she's been with her man for less than 1 year, and she's ridiculous for thinking she can dictate who's serious and who isn't. I told her I'm dropping the maid of honour role because I refuse to be disrespected like that, and that she can search for someone new to torture, but not me. Our mutual friends have told me that I'm the asshole for dropping out of the wedding and how I should respect the bride's decision. I respect it, but I won't be a part of it. Am I the asshole? Honey, she just doesn't like your fella. Am I the asshole for getting my job back to get out of taking care of my husband's autistic niece? My husband, 30 male, became the legal guardian to his sister's daughter, 17 female, 2 months ago. She lost her single mother last year. My in-laws took her in, but they were too old. That was when my husband became her legal guardian, despite my concerns. He told me that he would take care of her completely. We got married a year ago after 15 years of dating. I had a very successful career in a physically and mentally demanding field. I had to travel a lot. We wanted to start a family and I agreed to be a stay-at-home mum. I quit my job a few months later into the marriage when I got pregnant. Sadly, I had a miscarriage. Then his sister died and everything was on hold. In the meantime, I took a part-time job in a related field which allows remote work so that I'm not bored out of my mind. My sister-in-law was a nurse. She quit her job to take care of her daughter full-time. Her daughter has a variety of issues, including nonverbal autism and a series of developmental disorders like dyslexia and severe sensory issues. My husband says that he does most of the work, but he doesn't. Since I am working from home part-time, most of the caretaking falls to me. She gets angry and has meltdowns all the time. She doesn't like the food I make, and most of the time she ends up throwing the food at the floor or at me. I'm at my wit's end, and it is just so emotionally exhausting. Around December 15th, my husband was working late and asked me to take care of dinner. She is very picky about food. The slightest change in texture or taste from what she is used to can cause a meltdown. She threw the plate at my feet and I ended up bleeding. At that point, I called my husband and I asked him to be home ASAP. He said he wouldn't be able to. I went up to my room and I told him I am not dealing with this anymore. He came home hours later and she was still crying. He was absolutely furious at me. He called me heartless and irresponsible. I told him that I have had enough of both of their ungrateful behaviour and told him that I'm going to my mum's and won't be back until New Year. He panicked and tried to apologise, but I left. He called me every day asking me to come back. I finally came back and he told me that my stunt had forced him to use all available leave to stay at home with her. He told me that he was glad I was back. I told him that I contacted my former company and got my old job back and it starts next Monday. It is in office and requires a lot of travel. He asked me who was supposed to stay at home and she cannot be left alone. He has no more leave and full-time carers are too expensive. I told him he promised to take care of everything when he became her guardian and that was his problem. As you can guess, my family supports me and his family thinks I'm being extremely selfish. So I'm asking judgment from impartial strangers. Am I the arsehole in this situation? Oh, this is such a hard one, but you're definitely not the arsehole. It's a really, really sad situation you guys have found yourself in. There is an update to this story, and I really don't like doing part twos, but there is a part two to follow. So this is the update to this story. Am I the arsehole for getting a job to get out of taking care of my husband's autistic niece? I wish I could say things got better. My husband took a few days off to interview special needs nannies and caretakers. He ended up finding a good and experienced person to take on the job. He hired her for 9 till 6 during weekdays. One day, she ended up saying she cannot make it for a couple of days due to an emergency. My husband had a meeting he couldn't miss and asked me to look after his niece for the day. I refused, and he took my car keys while I was getting ready and left before I noticed so that I could not go to work. I grew up with a narcissistic, gaslighting father who did stuff like this all the time. I told him to come back in 1 hour or I will call CPS, and once they get there, I will call a cab and get to work. He ended up driving back, and this turned into a big fight, and I told him that if he does it again, I will walk out and never look back. He apologised and said that he was just desperate. The worst happened 2 weeks ago. I needed to travel for a couple of weeks for work and I could not find my passport. I'm a very organised person and I knew that I did not misplace it. I ended up calling the non-emergency helpline. They ransacked the house and found the passports hidden in his gym bag. It is a crime to steal passports and they asked me if I wanted to press charges. I said no. Another fight. He told me that he needed me at home that weekend due to a social welfare visit and that he knew I would not stay even if he had asked me. I kicked them both out of my house and I told him I would call the police if he ever came near me again. My house is a premarital asset, thank God for that. I told him that I would be filing for divorce. The welfare visit turned into a shit show as neither of them were living there when the worker showed up and the social worker also knew about the recent call to the non-emergency helpline. So all in all, she was not impressed with our bullshit. He came by 2 days ago. He told me that he ended up moving in with his parents. They own and live in a small 2-bedroom apartment that doesn't qualify according to welfare norms. He ended up asking me for another chance. He asked if I would consider letting him and my niece stay there until they figure it out or she would have to go into state care. He told me there is no way he can afford rent and a caregiver and he begged me. I told him that I could never forgive what he did. He knew my past with my father and he still went ahead and did it. He suggested they could move in and we can work on this at couples counselling. I told him I could never trust him again and that it was over. He asked me if he could get his parents to take the niece in or even relinquish her care to the state if I would give him another chance. I think months of worth of anger burst that day. I told him that even though it may appear as if the problem between us is his niece, it was actually him. He didn't ask me before taking her in. He did nothing to help. He waived my concerns whenever I felt burnt out. I think months worth of anger burst that day. I told him that even though it may appear as if the problem between us is his niece, it was actually him. He didn't ask me before taking her in. He did nothing to help. He waved my concerns away whenever I felt burnt out. He took on responsibility without consulting me and dumped everything on me. He chose to take my keys. He chose to hide my passport. I told him things may have been different. Him, niece, and I may have adapted and became a family if he hadn't made the wrong choice at my expense at every turn. I told him to get out of my house, it was over, and I never ever want to see him again. I still don't know what I am doing is right or wrong. I know people wanted some sort of happy ending, but it is what it is. I have not started the divorce proceedings yet, but I will. For now, I'm taking a break. It has been a very emotionally draining couple of weeks. I'm really sorry that this has happened. I'm not sure if there's ever a right or a wrong answer about to handle situations like this when there is somebody that has a severe disability involved. But for you, as between you and your husband, you did the right thing. You can't be with somebody that destroys your trust like that and hurts you in that way. Good luck.
Am I the asshole for telling my husband I will divorce him if he doesn't get vaccinated? Disclaimer, this is not my story, it was sent to me. My husband, 23 male, and I, 21 female, have a 2-year-old son with some serious health issues. We're constantly in and out of the hospital, sometimes even staying overnight. We both work full-time jobs, but I work more hours than him. We take turns staying with our son at the hospital. Recently, with COVID getting worse, the hospitals require you to be fully vaccinated to visit anyone, including family. Recently, my son was admitted for one of his issues and they won't let my husband be with him because he isn't vaccinated. Because of this, I have been having to call off work for several days in a row. It's getting hard to pay for bills and other necessary things. I asked my husband to please get vaccinated, especially since it's being required almost everywhere where we live. But he said no. He said no and that he refuses to allow the government to control him. I told him he's being ridiculous and I'm tired of being the only one caring for our son and constantly being yelled at for calling off of work. I told him he needs to get vaccinated because if I wanted to do it myself, I would just divorce him and be a single parent. He got mad and stormed out and I haven't seen him for a few days. Now his mom and sister are messaging me and calling me a horrible mom and wife and telling me I have no right to tell him what to do with his body. I just want him to be able to help me with our son. So am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my fat friend that her doctor wasn't being fat-phobic by telling her to lose weight? Disclaimer, this is not my story. Before I start, I'd like to stress that I am by no means denying that fat bias exists in the medical field, but as someone who is healthy, fit, and skinny, I have never had to experience this. My friend, 27 female, recently went to the doctors about her mental health. I don't know the full story, but I know she broke down in tears and talked about how she hated the way she looked. How it limits her going out and makes her only want to wear joggers and hoodies because she feels disgusting. She mentioned something along the lines of being unable to eat in public because she knows people are watching her, but eats ample amount of comfort food in the house before bursting into tears with even more food guilt and hating the way she looks. I didn't know it was that bad because she has only told us bits. Her general practitioner stated he believes she's suffering from clinical depression. He believes she's suffering from clinical depression, generalized anxiety, body dysmorphia, as well as binge eating disorder. He put her on antidepressants and referred her to a mental health specialist. He also offered to give her a referral to the leisure center for personal training to help her lose weight. It seems like he was truly trying to help her since her size was clearly impacting her mental health. But she broke down in tears and vented that he was being fat-phobic and he hates her for being fat. She also said she was going to ignore the mental health referral because she can't trust anyone with her weight. I told her it sounded like fat phobia and he can see loving your size isn't clearly working for her. Now I'm not speaking to anyone. Some of our friends are saying I should have been more sympathetic.
I, 33 female, long-term partner, 34 male, just admitted he got from a man when drunk last night. Hello, my partner and I have been together for nearly 15 years. I am my partner's only relationship, and prior to being together, he hadn't really had any other romantic or experiences. While we've had our ups and downs, I felt we mostly have a happy relationship. However, he is bi-curious/bisexual and has always been curious about acting on it. I have never wanted him to feel regretful or resentful of us or to feel that I'm holding him back. And we've always said that if he feels like this, we would talk about it and figure out the next steps. However, I'm away this weekend visiting my grandmother with dementia and he stayed home. He went and met a friend for some drinks yesterday evening and I figured he would probably get quite drunk. He phoned this morning in tears to say that after his friend left to go to a concert, he stayed out alone and went to a gay pub which has a fetish night. He was very drunk and ended up receiving oral from a man. I don't doubt that he is very sorry and regretful, but I am feeling confused and hurt. I am hurt by the fact he made a decision to go out to this venue by himself, surely knowing that it would be a situation where this activity is likely. You have to pay entrance for the fetish night part of the pub. So while he was drunk, several decisions were made before he ended up in that situation. I want to work through this, but maybe it's a sign that he will never be fulfilled with me. I will be returning home later today and we will talk. Has anyone been in a similar situation? Just looking for thoughts on how to navigate this. I don't know how to feel at all.
First of all, that's not the first time he's got his my man. I feel like that's happened before. I don't feel like he just got drunk and just got a.
That's like quite the first, to do it that way the first time.
You've never had any experiences with a man, and the first one is not even a kiss; it's a full on.
At a pub? During
fetish
night?
Like, you've definitely done something with a man before. I just feel like the guilt started getting at him. It was like, fuck. Or something happened and he might have gotten something, or I don't know, like they might have done a little bit extra freaky shit. I feel like there's only one thing, or only two things that can happen. One, y'all break up. Two, you decide that you're gonna let him like boys, and then like y'all gonna have to be like on some poly shit. But I would do like a striking vipers type of move. Like, okay, if you're gonna men, I want to other men too. So I feel like either y'all become open or y'all break up. I feel like those are the only two real options here.
Yeah, I would say so. It's just shitty because like he cheated.
Yeah.
In this moment,
which is already enough for a grounds for breakup. But it doesn't sound like she's trying to break up. She sounds like she's trying to like work through it because they haven't been together for 15 years.
Yeah, and it sounds like he didn't even need to cheat. He has a supportive partner that would have let him explore had they talked about it first.
Because she said like she would have been cool if they had just like talked about it. Like he just made the decision without her.
Yeah.
Which like leads me to believe that like some other shady shit's going on. Because clearly, again, men ain't shit. No matter how good you are to them, no matter if you try to give them the world and like do what you like, do everything in your power so they're happy, they'll still fuck you over.
Am I the asshole for making a joke when my friend told me she was pregnant? My friend Alice, 32 female, and her husband have been trying for a baby for about 3 years. I, 29 female, am child-free, but this has never caused a problem in my relationship with Alice. We would often joke about this difference, with me telling her stuff like she'll miss all the disposable income when she has kids, and her comparing my dog to a human kid. Neither of us got offended with this joking, and it was all in good fun. On Friday, Alice and a couple of other friends and I went out to lunch, and Alice told us that she was 3 months pregnant. I jokingly said, quote, "I'm so sorry. Let me know if you need a ride to the clinic." Alice flipped out and called me an insensitive bitch. I told her that I was joking, but she wouldn't hear it and she ended up leaving. She hasn't responded to my texts and calls ever since. Our other friends are staying out of it and don't want to give their opinions. I understand that my comment would come off as rude if I said it to a stranger, but Alice knows me and this is how we joke with each other. Am I the asshole?
I mean, yeah, you are.
Dude, read the fucking room.
But like, I also don't, like she said, I don't think it's that deep. Like, I think it's something that should be able to be recovered from, but I think she also needs to realize that that was wrong to say. Do you know what I mean? It sounds like right now she's in the stage where she's like, I didn't do anything wrong. Defensive. And it's just like, yeah, we get that you guys had a really funny sense of humor, but like now this is serious. She has a child that she's protecting. That's her goal right now. That's her main purpose right now, is protecting this child. So yes, to make that joke was insensitive and you should apologize, and I'm sure your friendship can recover.
Yeah, I also think like it sounds like this person thinks like I'm child free, she wants kids. Like it's never caused issues, but it almost sounds like she's not truly respecting what her friend wants.
Yeah.
Like making comments even like you're going to miss all your disposable income when you have kids.
True.
She called that a joke. But
yeah,
like,
maybe she didn't even think it was funny the entire time.
I'm like, I don't think that's even, how is that funny?
Right.
And also, why is my income any of your concern?
Right. I'm saying that like she made it seem like her friend thought it was really funny and built off of it, but maybe she actually was just like trying to like ignore it and just brush it off by like meeting it with another like humorous thing.
Well, and I also think too, like she's been trying, actively trying to get pregnant
about that too.
For 3 years.
Yeah, that is fucked.
3 years is a long time.
Yeah, that is fucked.
Like I did my whole grad program in 3 years, and that felt never ending. So to actively be trying for a baby for 3 years, and every month you get,
that makes it so much worse.
So excited, and then you just like you bring your closest people together, and you're sitting at this table, and after 3 long, hard-fought years of ovulation, pee strips, pregnancy tests, being let down, you finally get your moment to say, I'm actually pregnant. 3 months. I'm out of the danger zone.
God, you're so right.
And you just like, you expect your closest people to be excited and like, yeah. And then literally you're met with, hey, do you want to ride to the clinic?
Yeah, that's actually so fucked.
This is another long one. It's about weddings. It's about people trying to control weddings and guest lists and all of that. Comes in a couple of parts, so you're going to have to be a bit patient, but worth all the tea. I find the story so that you don't have to. Let the tea come to you. Am I the arsehole for telling my sister she doesn't have to come to my wedding? My sister has 2 children, an 8-year-old and a newborn. Our wedding, a year and a half away, is supposed to be child-free with the exception of siblings because my fiancé and I both have large age gaps between us and our siblings. He has a 3, 4 and a 12-year-old brother, and I have a teenage brother. I also have my sister and older brother. Obviously, we want our siblings at our wedding, even though they're kids and it breaks our child-free rule. For our wedding, we're renting out a huge Airbnb for a week, a literal mansion, where the wedding and the reception will be, and invited all the immediate family to stay with us for the week as our first family vacation as an official family. I love my nephews, I really do, but my fiancé and I wanted to plan a bunch of adult/couples events like wine tasting, e-bike tours, snorkeling, etc. And I don't want kids with me when we do it. The host was nice enough to match us with some babysitters that he frequently works with for events just like this, so the other kids and younger siblings will stay at the Airbnb with the babysitter, but our parents know that they have to pay for the babysitter. Sorry about that, didn't know what went wrong there. Our parents know they have to pay for the babysitter. My fiancé and I pay for all of the adult events we have planned, like the wine tasting and tours, etc. And they're okay with it. We want them to pay for childcare simply because I don't want to be responsible for anyone's children for the entirety of the wedding and vacation afterwards, financially or emotionally. There will be plenty of things for the kids to do at the Airbnb as well. My sister said it's not fair that our siblings are invited but not my nephews, and I told her that if I broke the child-free rule for everyone I love, there would be no child-free rule. She told me that I'm not allowing kids, I have to pay for childcare and find someone to stay with them for a week. I told her no. She said, I'm not paying for a babysitter, and I told her, then don't come. I was pissed she was trying to manipulate me into paying for childcare when I'm literally offering her an all-expenses vacation. The only thing she has to pay for is childcare for her own children. I told her if she was going to make my wedding about her, I don't want her there. She then flipped out and called me every name she could think of, so I yanked her invite altogether and told her I'd send her pictures of the wedding and vacation afterwards so she can see where her selfishness got her. My family is super close to each other, and I love my nephew, so everyone was surprised I made the wedding child-free. But after I yanked my sister's invite, people started to also decline the invite. My response has pretty much been, you aren't punishing me the way you think you are, all you're doing is saving me money. But if you don't come to support me on my love day, I expect me to go no contact. Now, everyone is pissed at me. I think this may have come off as a bit bridezilla, but I don't think I owe any of them anything, honestly. It's my wedding. Am I being selfish? Am I the asshole? There are a whole bunch of updates and edits that we will go through right now. So let's go through the edits to her post. I don't think I made it clear that my family is holding their attendance over my head and are saying, if you don't invite your sister and nephews, I won't come either. So I told them, don't come. But I didn't appreciate they were trying to manipulate my decision. So I told them if they don't come, I'm going no contact. I told my sister she could come for the wedding and not stay for the vacation, but she wanted both. I only uninvited her after she said a bunch of nasty stuff to me. The exception to the child-free rule is for immediate family only. There will be things for the kids to do at the Airbnb. And a lot of people are saying, wait till you have kids, but I would just not come to the wedding. I would choose my kids over the wedding. For me, it's my love day, and I understand to everyone it's just a stupid wedding, but I'm okay with that. No one has to come to that. I'm okay with nobody coming. It's completely understandable. But people that are not coming out of spite of the situation, I do take a problem with. And this is where the flex comes in. So after reading all of the comments telling me nobody cares about our wedding, the vacation doesn't sound like it'd be fun at all, I'm being controlling, I'm being selfish, entitled bridezilla, etc. And I clearly don't value my family. My fiancé and I have decided to cancel our wedding altogether. We'll have a small ceremony for us and our parents, and then my husband and I will use the big beautiful mansion we rented out as our honeymoon. We'll message the Airbnb host tomorrow about moving the date up. We're very excited. I realise that neither of us wanted to cater to anyone because the only people that matter when it comes to our marriage is us. Fuck everyone else. To everyone saying that a child-free wedding is egotistical, nobody cares about your kids. I love kids, I really do, but no one should have to cater to your kids except you. Thank you for making me realise how stupid family weddings are. We don't need them present to have our happily ever after. We prefer to avoid the drama altogether. That's all. There is another update coming up. Check out part 3. So this is the update to Am I the Arsehole for telling my sister she doesn't have to come to my wedding. This next bit is all about the relationship between the bride and her sister. So I left this comment and a lot of people responded saying I should have added this to the post, but I couldn't add it on Am I the Arsehole, so here it is. Where do I start? I moved in with her after her kid was born and her baby daddy left. I was only 15 and lived with her for 3 years and helped raise her kid, but she swears it never happened. When she moved out of my parents, she took the family dog with her. The last time she moved, she asked for help because she's pregnant, but then sat the entire time and did nothing. I had to clean hers and her son's room, which both had trash up to my knees, and then pack everything because her stomach hurt. Not to sound insensitive, but the only time she seems to feel sick was when she had to do something. She was about 3 months along. My fiancé, boyfriend at the time, and I offered to help her move, like actually pack up the truck and move furniture and such. And again, she sat doing nothing the entire time. It was -5 outside and she sat in the car. Once we were done, I got into the car and she said, "Oh good, you're done." And I was like, "Yeah, we're done, you could have helped." And she said, "It's cold." I was so mad, but she was pregnant, so I pushed through. I kept helping. After, my boyfriend and I were talking about where we wanted to eat, and she started screaming at us to shut the fuck up because she's hungry and doesn't want to listen to people talk about food. I was mortified. He spent all day lugging furniture in negative weather and she was so rude, never even thanked him. Then I was over the moon to throw her a baby shower. I love kids. But she never sent me an invite list. I waited months and eventually made it myself because we were running out of time and she pitched a fit about who I did or didn't invite. And then she fucking uninvited me. To a baby shower I spent hundreds of dollars and hours of time planning. The only job she had as the pregnant mother is to make an invite list and show up on time. But she also complained about the time I planned it. I couldn't believe it. The bride goes on to make another update. I sent out an email cancelling the wedding to avoid conflicts with childcare arrangements, and we decided it wasn't fair to people with children. Obviously this isn't true, but that's where this all began. I didn't tell anyone about the conflict between my sister and I, but she had already dragged half of my family into it, so they knew the situation. This is each person's reaction. My parents, they were disappointed but understand. My sister has always been a nightmare. We have always given her everything she wants. If nothing else, just to shut her up. They literally let her take the family dog just to keep her from throwing a tantrum. They're glad that I shut her up as well as not giving her what she wants. His parents, they were so sad. They were really excited to have this vacation, but they're still happy for us and understand. So this is part 4 of Am I the Arsehole for uninviting my sister from my wedding. At this point, the whole wedding's been cancelled and we're just finding out the reaction from the rest of the family. My younger siblings are fucking crushed. I'm going to go on a weekend trip with them to make up for it. That seemed to cheer them up. My sister made a Facebook post telling everyone what an arrogant see you next Tuesday I am. She texted me saying that she never wants to see me again. But she also said that when I accidentally broke her favourite perfume. And again, when I told her son he couldn't have my cat. Yes, my cat of 2 years. And she told her son in front of me, "Maybe Auntie will let you take the cat when we leave." And she put me in the awkward and upsetting position of telling my nephew and sister absolutely not. And again, when I wouldn't make her dozens of meals for her to freeze for after she gave birth. And again, when I didn't buy her a gift for her baby shower that she uninvited me to that I planned. She'll get over it when she needs a babysitter again, like every other time. Everyone else? Well, that's honestly just too much to go into. Some people are butthurt that they don't get to attend the wedding and are calling me petty and small. I mean, I am. I don't care. But some are just annoyed because this is what my sister does. This is who she is. I decided I don't give a fuck if I'm the asshole or not. It's my wedding. My fiance is happy with this decision, and we will do what we want. But honestly, the people calling me assholes are usually assholes themselves. Telling me I'll get divorced, my family probably hates me, and they should go no contact with me either way, that I'm insufferable, that I hate kids, that I'm a bad aunt, that I should never have kids, that I'm an entitled person that I don't think should have to cater to people like that. Thanks. Thanks for helping, and makes me realise how ungrateful some people are. I mean, this is a lot going on here. I feel like nobody came out of this like really well. It felt like the bride was throwing her toys out of her pram over her big special day that's all about her, that's her love day. The sister is, well, I think that's just obvious what the sister is. I feel sorry for the husband in all of this.
Am I the asshole for pricing my custom cakes so high just to discourage people from asking me for cakes? I'm a hobbyist baker, but my full-time job is engineering consulting. There's more money in engineering side. When I want to pick up extra hours of work, I'm gonna do engineering work. But I genuinely like making cakes for friends or for events as a surprise. But I don't always. Sometimes I'm just too busy to make one. It's just something I do if I happen to have a free day before a get-together. I like making them as a surprise because if I screw them up, there's no pressure to bring something. But as of recently, a bunch of people have asked me if I can make cakes for different events. And I started just saying no because I don't have the time. Plus, I don't know if I could do designs other people make justice. I really just kind of make what I'm feeling and kind of wing it. But people get so annoyed by that, saying stuff like, but you made a cake for the other person, or I'm not asking for anything hard. So I started saying that for special requests, I'm making cakes for commission, and that I can send them my pricing structure if they're still interested. My pricing structure is really structured around what it would cost to make it worth it to me, to spend a day making a cake instead of spending it on my main job. So my rates are, customer pays the cost of the ingredients, a base hourly rate of $150, minimum 3 hours. If the deadline is in under 48 hours, my hourly rate is $250. So after I set my commission rates, most people will be like, never mind. When I get a commission at all, before I even get into the prices, with only 2 exceptions. My Aunt Jess, who I'm not really close to, came up to me at Christmas and asked me if I could make a cake for her friend's party. I said I'm only doing commission work right now, but I could send my pricing breakdown. She said sure. Then she got really rude, saying that my cakes were nowhere near that good to charge that much and that she could get better at the bakery. I said that she should go to the bakery then. They would have something nice. She got frustrated with me and said she didn't want a chain store bought cake, and I said there were some non-chain bakeries in the nearby city. She said I was missing the point and that my prices were absurd and nobody would pay that. I said that was okay. I had enough business through my main job. Next, my cousin asked me if I can make a cake for her kid's birthday party, and I said that I'm only taking commissions. She said that my prices were horrible. For a kid's party, I said that kids would like a grocery store cake just as much. I was sure the party would be great whatever cake she got. She said she didn't want a grocery one. She wanted one of my custom designs. I said that seemed like overkill for a kid's party. She said that nothing but the price was overkill and that I was taking advantage. Am I the asshole for selling my cakes for so much? I mean, you don't go into Marks and Spencer's and say, oi, £9 for a Colin the Caterpillar cake. It's extortionate. No, you just don't buy it. Am I the asshole for paying my niece $50 for the birthday cake she made for my son's birthday? My 16-year-old niece Judy is into bakery. She bakes plenty of sweets and cakes. Due to my brother and his wife's financial situation, Judy got dropped off of her cooking academy. She was heartbroken over this, especially because she was on top of her class. She was determined to go back to the cooking academy, so she started selling stuff she bakes online to be able to afford her classes. Her parents thought cooking academy was a distraction from school and disapproved of it though. They started demanding that she bakes for neighbours and friends for free. My son's 4th birthday was last week. I asked Judy if she could bake a cake for $50. She agreed, but my brother said no chance and swore up and down that she will do it for free.
Judy said that if she keeps working for free, she'll no longer be able to afford the academy, not to mention the ingredients. I said I have no issue paying, but my brother said we're family and the cake was for free. This didn't sit right with me, and I went behind my brother's back and his wife's back and gave Judy the $50 before they left the party. Well, they found out and yelled at Judy for accepting the money. Then my brother called saying I shouldn't have paid her, but I said she deserves the money for her efforts. But he went on about how unacceptable it is for family to pay for favours, and said that Judy got grounded for acting so entitled. I had an argument with him and told him to stop the punishment, but he said he wouldn't be dealing with this if I didn't go behind his back and give Judy the money in the first place. I hung up and then met with my family to discuss this, and they all agreed that I should never have sneaked my niece the money and disrespected her parents' wishes. They told me that I don't even get to speak ill of my brother because he was just trying to be generous with me and was being real family. I don't know, I feel like I might be the asshole for this. Am I the asshole? No, get that girl to cookery school. You did the right thing, not the asshole.
Am I the asshole for telling my wife she can't wear her wedding dress to my cousin's wedding and she doesn't have to attend if she does? My wife Amy and I, both 25, got married a few months ago. My cousin Sam is getting married early next year to his fiancée Jane. Amy and Jane don't get along too well. They're fine in family events and stuff, but they don't run in the same circles otherwise. Amy's mentioned before that Jane doesn't want to be a part of their group and she's too shy. Amy saw what Jane's dress looks like from another cousin. I haven't seen it, but it's custom made, white and gold, and she thinks it's too much. The issue now is that Amy's come up with the idea to wear her wedding dress to Sam and Jane's wedding. She said she doesn't have time to go dress shopping and her dress isn't traditional white, it's pink. I said no, she can't wear her wedding dress to someone else's wedding, but she's insisting. Am I the asshole for telling my wife she can't wear her wedding dress to my cousin's wedding and she doesn't have to attend if she does? I told her if she insists on wearing this dress, she doesn't have to attend. Amy got really upset and said I'm trying to control her and her dress should be reused instead of sitting in the closet. This has blown up and I just don't think you should wear your wedding dress to another wedding, regardless of if it's white or not. I don't think I'm the asshole, but Amy is mad. She told her friend and the friend also said I can't tell her if she attends or not. And for those who want to see what the dress looks like, OP on Reddit has posted a similar picture for reference. Make sure to follow for more story times. My friend is a bridezilla horror stories. My girlfriend was a bridesmaid for her friend a few years ago. The bride was 2 hours late for her own rehearsal. This was very aggravating to all of the professional staff at the church who were required to be there. It was equally aggravating to the restaurant staff who were expecting a large party at 7:30 that didn't show up until 9:30 at a place that closed at 10. They refused to serve us any alcohol as a result, and I think her dad had to end up paying them a big fee for the incurred overtime and lost business from renting the place out but leaving it empty on a Friday night. And then when I thought it couldn't get any worse, she was 90 minutes late for her own wedding because she was getting her hair done. All of the wedding party, priest, etc. standing there right on time. A full church, everyone waiting. After 30 minutes, those standing up decided to sit down and they announced that the bride would be there shortly. Children crying, people fretting. At least 20 people got up and left. I wanted to and would have if it weren't a friend of mine. She finally arrives, gets scolded at by the wedding planner, the priest, her parents, everyone, doesn't even apologize, just interrupts everyone trying to talk to her to say, "Excuse me, but this is my wedding and I needed my hair to be perfect." Scary stories. This one is titled Lights On. Please turn off the lights. The odd request from my 7-year-old made me halt on the doorway. She had always asked to sleep with the lights on since she was 4, so hearing that baffled me. Stories about monsters would leave her frantic mouth as she begged me to leave the lights on back then, so I was truly taken aback. "Do you want me to leave the door ajar at least?" I asked in return, still in confusion as I waited for her response. I added that I would leave the hallway lit so she could have a sliver of light, but she insisted on being in the dark. Whatever questions I had, I decided to bury them for the meantime and resorted to bidding her a good night before I closed the door shut. Every night after telling her that I loved her, she'd always remind me to flick the switch down. I'd give her one last smile before losing her completely in the atmosphere of ebony. What had started out as a want for darkness during her bedtimes had crawled even on our moments on the couch together. "Please turn the lights off." I'd look at her with a raised brow as she bent her head down while the television blared in the background. Even after submitting to her request, I still noticed how she never truly watched the program as her eyes remained on the corner where no light shone. I left it alone at first as she was never a problem child, but when she asked to dine in the dark, that was when I had to draw the line. You know I can't do that. My concern must have won over my sternness as her teary eyes met mine at the dining table. I expected her to protest, but all I got were sniffles as she ate her meal with her eyes no longer seeing mine. Sleep abandoned me that very night, so I decided to check in on her and found her still very much awake. I dismissed whatever apologies she was about to say and relayed on my own. I am truly sorry for reacting like that. Can I please know why you've been acting this way? Even in the blackness of the room, I can still see the illumination of her tears, and it broke my heart even more. She said, "Remember about the monsters? The reason why I always wanted to sleep with the lights on?" I hummed a simple yes, and what she confessed next turned my concern into dread, because all this time I thought she was just being brave. She said, "They're much scarier in the light," and I couldn't take it anymore. Alright guys, thank you so much for listening. If you want me to read your scary stories, please submit them to submitastorytime@gmail.com. Happy spooky season.
I have a photo of a brand new Mercedes with a big red bow on it that I found on Google, ready to airdrop to you. I want you to post that photo onto your Instagram feed with the following caption. Not one to typically post this stuff, but I've worked hard for this and I'm so proud. Here's to recognizing our accomplishments in 2023. Love heart.
On the feed.
And the thing is, like, we see posts like this all the time, but your feed has a very specific vibe to it. And this does not match. Not at all. So what will happen is you'll post it now. We'll check back in at the end of the episode to have a little look at the comments, see how many people have sent it on to friends and stuff. So you'll do it now. We'll check back in at the end of the episode. How we feeling, Louis?
You know what is wild about this? Because the disparity between like a stories post and a grid post is wild.
Yeah.
Like posting stuff on the stories, it's a bit of fun. But when you post something on the grid, it just has a different meaning to it.
It does.
So this is huge.
Louis, do you think that some of your followers are genuinely going to be happy for you?
No.
Is there a world where you ever see yourself posting something like this?
No.
Okay, great. Then we got it right. Yeah. Tone right. Okay, I can't wait to see in about 20 minutes time what happens to this post.
I am pressing share in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, Louis, it's time to check back in.
I completely forgot.
We were too wrapped up in this very, very, very juicy secret. Let's check back in on the post. How's it going?
Can I get some
suspense music?
Please play the suspense music.
And how many comments do we think? Oh no!
I feel so bad.
Oh no! It didn't post.
No, it did. Everyone
is being kind.
Is being so supportive.
I knew it. Oh my god.
So it's been 34 minutes. It has 26 comments. And every single one. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh no.
Let me read some of the comments. King, well deserved. You're killing it, my love. Next comment. So proud of you. Exactly what you deserve. Next comment. Yes, slay. Next comment. Yes, girly. Slay and well deserved. Well deserved, Lou.
Oh no.
New car smell. It has, in 34 minutes, it has 663 likes.
Wow.
And 8 people have shared it. And it is so supportive.
8 people have shared it. That's supportive sharing. That's not taking the piss out of you sharing. Louis! I do feel bad.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I feel so guilty.
They made me do it.
Because if all the comments were like, fuck you, bitch, I'd be like, yeah, eat my ass. But everyone is so nice.
Today's secret comes from Naomi. I have a secret I have really been battling with. To tell you this story though, I need to go back a bit. I never grew up around much money. My parents struggled to hold down jobs, so they worked eclectically and casually. I always remember feeling stressed about money when I was younger. Even when I was tiny, I could feel the anxiety in our home about when the next paycheck would drop. I also grew up really close to my godfather. Let's call him Lex. Lex was like a third parent of mine. You know how they say it takes a village to raise a child? Well, he was a core part of that village. He was an old friend of my parents and didn't really have any kids of his own. I say really because he did have one kid,
but they were estranged because Lex's ex-partner left him and moved away when their baby was young. So it was just me. My prediction is that this other kid comes back into the fold somehow.
Oh, clever. Okay.
Am I right, Eilish? Actually, don't tell me.
You're about to find out in literally 2 minutes.
I'm so impatient. Lex and I were really close. He taught me how to drive. He'd take me on weekends away if my parents were working, and he literally fed me on nights when he knew there wasn't much food in our pantry. When I turned 20, it became clear that Lex was really unwell. I was devastated. Over the next 8 years, I cared for him like I would a parent. For stretches of time, I moved into his house to look after him. I drove him to appointments and liaised with his doctors. Of course, my parents helped too, but if I'm honest, I believe in my 20s, I became Lex's primary caregiver. It was an open conversation throughout the 8 years of Lex's declining health that I would be the sole beneficiary of Lex's estate. He wasn't what you'd call wealthy, but he did own a modest apartment that didn't have a mortgage.
I come from Sydney. Owning an apartment without a mortgage is like being a millionaire. That ain't modest anymore.
I never cared for Lex because I knew his money would one day be mine. However, I'd be lying if I said I didn't think about my future with this money on my mind. I knew that one day I'd be able to buy a house or a car or look after my parents financially with Lex's nest egg to fall back on. I don't think many people could not let that knowledge change how they approach and consider their future. Last year, Lex passed away. Though it wasn't a shock, I really struggled with his death. The grief felt overwhelming. When it came time for Lex's executor to contact the beneficiaries, it became clear that I was left off the will entirely. I was in shock. I was prepared to come into quite a bit of money upon his death and had planned for that. Suddenly, this was no longer my reality. I hope this doesn't sound
clean,
awful,
neat, and more
but this
space
has
for
compounded
shopping.
my grief even more. Not only am I now grieving Lex, but I am also grieving the life I was promised after he died. Am I a horrible person? Oh god. First thoughts, no. I mean, my first thought is maybe an unfair one because I don't want to speak ill of the dead. But what are you doing, Lex? You can't promise someone over the course of what? 8 years that you will get his entire estate and then just not do it in the end?
Yeah.
That seems super dodgy, but also, like, rest in peace. I don't know. I feel bad.
Am I the asshole for my reaction to my birthday present? I, female 29, met Will, male 30, 6 years ago when I moved into a new apartment close to university. He was my next door neighbor and offered to help me put together flat pack furniture. We really hit it off and have been together ever since. Will was married right out of high school to someone who was not a very good match. They were young, dumb, and made a colossal mistake. Will recognizes now how crazy it was to marry someone at 18, but at the time, they really thought it was a good idea. That being said, the breakup and the fallout was terrible. This was before I met Will, but it sounds like both sides were out to inflict as much pain as possible. Fortunately, there were no children or assets, but it was not a smooth process by any means. Will reached out to his ex-wife relatively recently, about 2 years ago, to apologize for all the pain he put her through, which I thought was quite nice of him to do. She also apologized for her actions, but both agreed that they did not want to stay in contact. However, coming out of that, Will told me that he has realized he never wants to get married again. This was a surprise to me, but I have never really wanted the white picket fence, so no marriage didn't really bother me. I am happy just to be in a long-term committed relationship. Recently, it was my birthday, and we had some people over for a barbecue. It was really lovely, but Will insisted we do presents in front of everyone. I haven't ever really done that, but I didn't have any issues with it. Everyone gifted me really sweet and thoughtful items, and it was a blast, until I got to Will's gift. Will had been really bragging about how this was the perfect gift, and I had to save the best for last. It was a diamond
tipped drill set. To be clear, I don't own a drill and have no interest in anything related to drills. My face fell, and Will burst out laughing, saying that the joke is that these diamonds are the only diamonds I could ever expect to receive from him. Quote, get it? Because we aren't ever getting engaged? I was so humiliated. I excused myself and went into the house, and I suppose that everyone left after a while. Will tried to then give me my real present later that evening because the drill bits were only meant as a joke, but I didn't even open it because I couldn't understand why he was so cruel in front of all of my friends. Will says that I'm overreacting when I have another gift, and I agreed that we wouldn't get married. I feel really hurt, and Will doesn't seem to get it. Am I overreacting?
No, that's humiliating.
That's really bad.
And it's not humiliating because they don't want marriage. I think that's perfectly fine. Big proponent for that. I think you didn't need to make it into a mockery. I think it's the way in which he created this charade almost to purposely make her feel embarrassed when it's nothing to be embarrassed about. You guys don't want to get married? That's fine. If you're not going to get her a diamond ever, okay, that's also fine. But you made it into this joke on her, and that wasn't cool.
And I know our writer here kind of says it's fine. I never really saw a white picket fence for myself, so no marriage is fine. I'm happy to be in a long-term committed relationship with someone I love. And I think there's kind of this point that a lot of people face, especially if you do have the desire to get married and you've waited a long time for a proposal, where you might want something, but you realize that being with the person you're with is better than getting that other thing. So you compromise on that.
Am I the asshole for refusing to make all of my husband's meals? I have 3 kids and I'm currently pregnant with my 4th. I left work to take care of our kids. My husband thinks that because I don't work outside of the house, it is my responsibility to take care of all duties related to the house and kids. You name it. Cooking, cleaning, laundry, shopping, homework, school activities, drop-offs, etc. On top of everything I do, he also expects me to make all of his meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I'm so tired recently from entertaining the kids all day during summer vacation, and I've been having a hard time with my pregnancy. He told me, life's tough, but this is your job, and has no sympathy for me. In fact, he thinks I have it easy because I don't work. The last 2 nights I've refused to make him dinner, and he's acting like I'm a useless, horrible wife. Why can't he stop at the store after work and pick himself something up, or look at what we have in the fridge and make something? When he's hungry, he'll constantly say, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, etc., being passive-aggressive to let me know he wants me to make him something. I'm completely undervalued and unappreciative. Am I an asshole for putting my foot down and refusing to wait on him hand and foot? No, you agreed to stay home and take care of the kids. Last I checked, your husband is not your kid. It is not your responsibility to wait on him hand and foot. If not, you guys can trade places. Maybe then he'll stop fucking complaining, because I know he won't be able to handle this. No.
Story time about my toxic ex-boyfriend that I met in therapy. Little background information. I was a part of this therapy group where you would go every week and talk about your feelings. Well, I saw this really cute kid, so I wrote down my Snapchat and gave it to him. He added me back, and then we started dating a week later. And for the first 2 or 3 months, everything was going smooth. And then he became really toxic and controlling. He would always go through my phone. And any guy that I had a streak with, he would accuse me of cheating on him with them. And it got to the point where he was literally so clingy. Every second of every day he wanted to FaceTime, he had to be talking to me. I had to have my location on. And I would explain to him that I needed my space, but he literally just did not get the hint. So by this point, we were literally on and off all the time. And anytime that I broke up with him, I would block him because I didn't want to think about him. But he started calling my parents and complaining about me, so they blocked him. And then he tried being friends with my brother to get to me.
Am I wrong for insulting a colleague because she wouldn't stop teasing me about where I went to school? I, 22 female, am a recent college graduate from a university that's very well known thanks to a certain character in the show The Office. I'm used to being teased about it, but anything related to Andy Bernard just gets on my last nerve. After 4 years of the same joke, I just see it as so uncreative and irritating that people perceive us all like that. But it's largely been a non-issue. Recently, I just started working at a law firm as a legal assistant, and my firm has a couple of other recent college graduates. Allie just started a few weeks ago and is very proud of the fact that she graduated from Harvard. She wears her college sweatshirts to work, has a crimson white color theme at her desk, and recounts college stories at lunch. And ever since she saw a little graduation pennant that I have pinned on my desk, she keeps teasing me with the worst Ivy jokes and keeps calling me Andy. And of course, that's not my name. Am I wrong for insulting a colleague because she wouldn't stop teasing me about where I went to school? Ever since she saw the little graduation pennant that I have, she keeps teasing me with the worst Ivy jokes and calling me Andy, even though that's not my name. I've asked her several times to stop, but she keeps continuing. Well, today was our monthly firm lunch where everybody introduced themselves because we had a lot of new people. After I gave my generic elevator pitch and said where I graduated from, she leaned over and whispered, "You ever heard of it?" After this, I got up and excused myself from the room, and I was getting upset and she was getting on my last nerve. She later asked why I left, and I said that her Harvard superiority complex was showing and I didn't want to be around her elitist nastiness. Ever since then, she hasn't spoken to me and hasn't made any more jokes. However, my other coworker said that maybe I should have been the bigger person and she wasn't trying to be nasty. Now I'm wondering, did I go too far? And honestly, I don't think so. Am I wrong for saying that you don't throw a baby shower for a toddler? My sister Jess, 36, and her husband Greg, 40s, just got custody of Greg's nephew. Greg's sister is an addict who abandoned her kid, and of course, there's no father in the picture either. My mom thinks that we should throw a baby shower for Tony, who's 3, to welcome him to the family officially. I have 3 kids of my own, and I'm hurt over my mom just accepting this is how it is. Jess and Greg have good jobs that paid for the adoption process, and they get more parents' leave than I did for my own children that were either pushed out or cut out of my body. My family acts like I'm in the wrong for that, and Tony has had a family this whole time, but my family thinks that throwing baby showers and helping Jess out with her new child is sweet. Do I really keep reading this? I don't understand how this is a thing with my mom when she has 5 other grandchildren and she's all into Tony and feels sorry for him. This just sounds really bitter and really selfish, honestly. Am I wrong for saying that you don't throw a baby shower for a toddler? I don't understand how this is a thing with my mom when she has 5 other grandchildren and she's all into Tony and feels sorry for him. I don't even think Tony will understand why everyone's getting gifts and cake. It might even confuse him. Yeah, because that's definitely what she's worried about. My mom is like, what baby, again he's 3, doesn't want a party? And that she would do the same thing for my brother and I. I finally get my brother on the phone who has 2 children of his own, and he told me I shouldn't even come if I'm gonna act like a B-word. They are planning this baby shower in a few weeks and I'm not invited, nor is my dear husband or my kids. I still think that everything is blown out of proportion and my husband's side of the family agrees and thinks we should host our own party. And to host it the exact same day of the baby shower to see where everyone's loyalty lies. What? Why is this a competition and why do I feel so much resentment from her?
My husband smashed our wedding cake into my face, so I left him and he got to experience the shortest marriage of his life. I, 27 female, and my husband, 29 male, have been together for 3 years. In those 3 years, I have never known him to be selfish, occasionally immature, yes, but even that was rare. Those problems arose when those stupid cake smashing videos got popular and my husband thought they were hilarious. I've never thought they were funny and he knows that. Yet, he was always showing me the videos of those poor wives getting the happiest day of their life ruined by their asshole partner for some cheap laughs. He also knows I have a history with cake smashing. My family does the cake smashing thing. I remember it was my 17th birthday and I pleaded with my mother to not do it. She promised and I trusted her. I had my hair and makeup done all nice, and right as I blew out my candles, my mom pushed my head into the cake and one of the decorations on the cake ended up slicing my forehead. Not enough to go to the hospital, but enough for some substantial bleeding. My birthday was ruined, and after, I wouldn't come out of my room. My mom still calls me a brat for that. I told him if he ever did something like that to me, I'd leave him. He started laughing, but I was being for real. Though he really was not taking me seriously. Now, skip to a few days ago when my wedding happened. Everything was perfect. I was happy, he was happy. I was excited for our new lives as newlyweds. I felt like a princess in my poofy white dress and done up hair with perfect makeup. All very expensive things I would like to mention. We get to the cake cutting part, and as I turn to him, he scoops up a huge chunk of our wedding cake and smashes it all over my face. Everything just seemed to go in slow motion for a few moments. He's just laughing at me and then says, "You should see your face," and continues to laugh. Other people in the crowd, mostly my family, is also laughing at me. Then I just start walking away. He realizes that I'm leaving and tries to catch up with me and says I'm being extra. I push him away and order an Uber. As I get outside, most of the crowd is following me, telling me to come back. I get into the Uber and drive away. I drove to our apartment and packed most of my things and went to stay at a hotel. My family and his family have been blowing up my phone for days, saying I'm being childish and my husband is a good man and it was just a joke. My husband has been calling me off the hook, telling me to please come home and that he wants to talk, that he's sorry and didn't think I'd get that emotional. This was supposed to be the happiest day of our lives, and he embarrassed me in front of everyone for some prank that he knew I hated. Not only that, he ruined a $500 cake. He ruined my makeup, my hair, and the top of my dress. The cake got all over it. Though I do still love him, and I'm wondering if I really was too hard on him. That seems to be everyone else's opinion. So, what do you guys think? I would cry. I'm a crier, yeah. If I explicitly told you, please don't do this. Regardless of the occasion, regardless of you spending all that money on your hair, makeup, and dress, that's another level of pissed off. If I said, please, I have like a past history with this and I don't want this to happen to me, screw me for not, sorry that I don't want cake smashed into my face on my wedding day. Huh? Ew, bro. I feel so bad that happened to you.
Okay, part 3. She fucking has a knife up to my neck, screaming at me. And I'm staying quiet as fuck because I do not want to get my throat slit by this bitch. So all I see is my boyfriend rip this bitch out of the car and start stomping her in the fucking ground. And whenever he went and ripped her out of the car, the knife like slashed my leg open, so there's fucking blood everywhere. And we're like at the beginning of his cul-de-sac, so all the fucking neighbors are outside watching him stomp this bitch into the ground. And then one of her friends comes around the other side of the car, grabs me by my hair, rips me out of the car, starts beating the shit out of me. So then one of his friends starts beating up that bitch too. So obviously the cops were called. My boyfriend went to jail. She also went to jail. And after that happened, my parents made me move schools. But after that, word got around that they were dating again. Good luck to the next bitch.
My boyfriend cheated on me whilst high on acid because he thought it was me. My partner, 24 male, and I, 22 female, joined our friends on a trip to the beach to try acid for the first time. There were only 5 of us, 2 boys and 3 girls, 2 couples and 1 extra girl. We took the acid while there was still sunlight because apparently it takes ages to take effect, and we spent this time drinking beer near our tents with a campfire going on. Mind you, as we were descending into tripping balls on acid, we were also getting quite drunk. I'm very lightweight, so I didn't have much to drink. My partner, on the other hand, had plenty. When it started to kick, it was fun. It was funny. I felt like the sand was grassy and I kept hearing Billie Eilish singing in my ear when it was really the wind blowing so hard it was whistling. This is where it goes downhill. Maybe like 4 or 5 hours later, I decided to go on a walk and had 2 friends join me because I couldn't go to sleep. My partner wanted to stay in our tent because he wasn't feeling well. Our other male friend who was coming to walk with me told his girlfriend to stay with my boyfriend so that she could look after him in case anything goes wrong. We thought all was well until we got back. When we returned, first thing I heard was obnoxious moaning and breathing. Me and the others panicked, so we immediately went into my boyfriend's tent and lo and behold, both naked, someone's girlfriend on top of my boyfriend. I ended up vomiting and passing out on the shore, but I heard a lot of yelling and crying. I woke up being in my tent and saw my boyfriend sleeping next to me. Honestly, I had to really think whether I hallucinated him cheating or that if it really happened. Our other friend's girlfriend had apparently left during the night without letting any of us know, so there was only 4 of us. My partner's excuse was that he genuinely thought that the girl was me. The smell, the eyes, the hair, etc. When I realized it was all real, I just cried and have been crying since. I've never felt so broken, betrayed, confused, and hurt at the same time. I want to make excuses for him and think maybe it was a mistake, but he full on cheated. 4 years down the drain, just like that. I've been staying at my sister's since we got back, but he hasn't stopped texting and calling me to apologize and said that he's disgusted with himself and he genuinely thought it was me. I haven't spoken to him since, but I'm so tempted to. I miss him, but I'm just so hurt. I'm so confused. Should I break up with him for it? Side note, he'd been planning to propose to me for a month. He apparently made a custom order for an engagement ring to suit what I specifically liked. For context, the night it happened, he said that it was so dark in the tent that he could barely see anything and that the only light source was a campfire behind the tent. He wasn't wrong in that part, but surely you could feel and hear the difference. This girl had a deeper voice than I did and smelled entirely different from me. We have different perfumes. And she was blonde. I dyed my hair straight ginger. Dropping the proposal bomb on me just left me all the more confused and torn. How am I supposed to break up with him when he had been planning this all along? I feel like the a-hole now, even when I know I'm not. He knows I've been waiting for him to propose for over a year now.
Am I the asshole? I called my sister-in-law out on shaming my baby name on her forum. I, 36, have a sister-in-law, 31, who as a hobby manages an online baby name discussion board. I just had my baby 3 months ago and she did not approve of the name. Before you ask, no, it's not something insane, it's just old-fashioned. I don't want to share for privacy reasons, but it's similar to Astor or Saffron, just an old-timey plant name.
She posted about my baby's name and held it up for ridicule, saying I was cursing my daughter with a terrible and embarrassing name. I only knew because my husband mentioned her forum to me, so I looked at it. And every comment was being nasty about my name choice. I was hurt, especially because my in-laws are all Catholic. And I picked this name because it's also a saint name. So I wanted to be respectful. I sent her an angry email saying she had no right to share my kid's name and hold it up for ridicule. I also called her a bitch, which I know is wrong. I'm just sad and it's hard enough breastfeeding and dealing with sleepless nights. But my husband thinks I overreacted. And I think I may have. No. If you come after my kid's name, I'd probably call you a bitch. I'm not gonna lie though. I had a different name for my oldest daughter and no one in my family liked it. Everybody hated it. And I'm really sad that I didn't name her that and I gave in to the pressure of them because I think it's a beautiful name. And nobody should ever judge your choices. If you don't like it, then just keep your fucking mouth shut. You literally have no fucking life if you're gonna go out there just to talk shit about baby names. For what? You're obviously unfulfilled in life. Like, go get a new fucking hobby. Like, what did the baby ever do to you? And then hearing shit like this, I'm like, I hope your kid gets bullied.
This is the story time of all the crazy shit that I have done to my mother. I told you guys the story times of the crazy things that she did to me, but that's just her as a human being, but these are like things that I did on purpose to piss her off. One thing you guys need to know going into this is that I don't really have a father. Not that big of a deal, but just know that I haven't been in contact with my dad in like years. My sister hasn't either, whatever. So one day I was on the phone with my oldest sister. Weirdly, she was helping me with taxes, and I'll never let that bitch help me with taxes again because she almost sent me to jail. But anyways, we were on the phone and she's like, let's play a prank on mom and let's tell her that like dad got attacked by a shark. Be like, you need to reach out like he lost a leg. My parents haven't spoken years, and my sister and I just thought it would be hilarious if she reached out and was like, I'm so sorry that you lost your leg in a shark attack. And like nobody's on good terms either. I don't know why we thought this was so funny. So my sister's texting my mom like, oh my god, did you hear dad got attacked by a shark? My mom's like, stop fucking with me, like you're lying. And my sister's like, no, it's all over the news and he got attacked by a shark. It's all over Facebook, he's like missing a leg and everything. And then I text my mom a screenshot of like a text my dad sent me, but in reality I just sent the text to myself. And the text was like, it's your father, lost my leg due to a shark attack, could be nice of you to say something. And I text my mom, I'm like, did you give him my fucking number? Like, what's wrong with you? Mom's like, Olivia, be nice. The man lost a leg. And I'm like, Mom, you definitely need to reach out. Like, you have to say something. He doesn't have a leg anymore and was in a shark attack. My mom is freaking out at this point. And she's like, girls, I'm about to reach out to him. I'm about to reach out. And me and my oldest sister are like, Mom, do it. At the same time, my sister's faking text messages between her and like my dad. And it's like the same thing. Like, I got attacked by a shark. Like, would be nice of you to reach out. This is where I take it one step further. I'm like, Mom, let's just go Uncle Dave. One of like my dad's really close friends. I'm like, Mom, Uncle Dave just reached out to me on Instagram. Just give this a moment. Asking if I heard about my father's shark attack. And she's like, no, he didn't. And so I send her a screenshot. What I did was I made a fake account pretending to be that uncle. And I put the profile picture of him and my mom. My uncle, who she hasn't spoken to in like years, I put a photo of them as his Instagram profile picture. I send it to my mom and I'm like, why the fuck is Uncle Dave reaching out to me on Instagram? My mom's like, why am I his profile photo? And me and my sister, like, we fully gaslit her into being like, that's not weird, Mom. Like, it's a great photo of him. Like, that's not that weird. And my mom's like, no, that's so fucking weird. Why am I the profile photo with him? Same time this is happening, my sister's sending her articles of like a man in Florida who lost his leg. Like, we're really selling the bit. Go to part 2. So at this point, my mom's like, girls, I'm sick to my stomach. I have to reach out. Like, I have to know, like, I just have to be nice. And we call her. We're like, Mom, we're literally just fucking with you. Like, he did not get attacked by a shark at all. And my mom's like, what the fuck is wrong with you two? And we're like, ah. My mom fully did think that he got attacked by a shark. This next thing I did really pissed her off, but it was so funny. So it was about the time that my sister was going to go to college and she was deciding which colleges she wanted to go to. And something you need to know about my mom is like she's obsessed with me and my sisters going to college. Like, you would have thought my sister was going to Harvard the way my mom acted with my sister like deciding to go to fucking Michigan State. Like, she's just so obsessed with college. Like, a month before my sister's gonna commit to whatever college she's gonna go to, and my mom is like ecstatic. I look at her and we're in the car together. I go, I have to tell you something, Mom, but like, you can't tell Sissy I told you this. And she's like, Olivia, what what is it? What is it? I go, Sissy fell in love with a professor at our local community college and is going to go to community college to be with this man. My mother was devastated. I was fully convincing her. She's like, what do you mean she fell in love with the professor at the community college? And I'm like, I don't know, Mom. They matched on like Tinder and they fell in love. And now Sissy doesn't want to go to Michigan State anymore. She wants to go to the community college to be with him. My mom was pissed. She's like, Olivia, this is not even funny. I worked so hard to get your sister to get into college. Like, I worked so hard for this. And I'm like, Mom, I don't know what to tell you. She fell in love. My mom was like, you need to tell her this relationship's probably not going to last and she should go away to school and not go to community college for a professor. I'm like, Mom, she's so in love. I've never seen her so happy. I'm not going to be the one to ruin it. And obviously, I'm fully lying about this. My sister didn't fall in love with like a community college professor and she was always going to go away to college. Mother was like, this is illegal. He can't date a student. And I go, Mom, like, don't ruin Sissy's love life just because you want her to go away to school. She doesn't want to do that anymore. I was like, I thought I should tell you before you heard it from her so you're not so upset and we can be happy for her. My mom's like, I'm not fucking happy for her, Liv. Like, I want her to go away to school. I'm like, see, Mom, like, this is why we didn't want to tell you. You always react like this, Mom. Like, you're being really negative. She's in love. And my mom's like, I need to call your sister immediately and I need to talk to her. I'm like, do it. My mom gets my sister on the phone and she's like, please tell me it's a lie that you didn't fall in love with this professor. And my sister's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Mom? Mom's like, Livy told me you fell in love with the professor and you're not going away to school anymore. And my sister's like, Livy, stop fucking with Mom. You're gonna give her a heart attack. I'm like, I lied about everything, Mom. I literally lied to you and you believed it. She was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Those are just a couple things that I did to fuck with my mom.
Am I the asshole for jumping out of a bathroom window to avoid my mom's attempt at forcing a reunion between me and my ex-fiance? Some backstory. I'd been dating my ex-fiance Sarah for 4 years. We had been planning to get married in November 2020, but I found out at the start of this month that she cheated on me. She begged me to give her another chance, but I broke it off. The problem was that being cheated on is, in my mind, completely emasculating and humiliating. So I never told anyone that was the reason we broke up. For obvious reasons, Sarah also didn't tell people that we broke up because she cheated. So people have blamed me for the breakup, including my mom. They just see that I dumped her out of the blue. I got very strict no contact with Sarah after I discovered she was cheating on me. Sarah has been talking with my mom and has convinced her that if we could talk one more time, we would be able to reconcile. My mom has been applying hardcore pressure on me to talk with Sarah, but I've explained that there is no chance we will ever get back together. So tonight I go over to my mom's place because she's hosting family for Christmas Eve. I'm there for a bit talking with my aunts, uncles, and cousins when the doorbell rings and I can see it's Sarah. I ask what the fuck is going on, and my mom says that she's invited Sarah so we can work this out in the spirit of the holidays. I'm pissed now because the only way to explain my side of the story is to tell everyone I was cheated on. Complete humiliation in front of my whole family. So as my mom goes to the front door, I go into the bathroom. My mom starts knocking on the door saying that I need to come out and talk to my ex like an adult. I say fuck it, kick out the window screen, and get in my car and go home. My mom called a short while ago saying she's cutting ties with me over my behavior. She's really fixated on me jumping out of a window, and that Sarah will always be like a child to her. My sister called me after to ream me out for ruining Christmas. I broke down and told her that Sarah cheated on me, which is why I dumped her, and didn't want to see her under any circumstances. She called me a big asshole who was lying to cover for myself. Am I really in the wrong? Am I the asshole for not letting my best friend have her wedding on my property after being uninvited? One of my 29 male best friends, Carla, 31 female, is getting married soon. It's only meant to be a small backyard type of wedding, but they've been planning it for a few months now, and originally it was supposed to be on my property. They wanted it because it's private, has lots of open space for the reception, a nice view, and the house could be used for them to get ready and stuff. Of course, I said yes. She and her fiance Rick were very happy. Thing is, Carla and I do have a history. We went out on and off in college, but decided to stay friends. Then I met my wife, we got married, Carla met Rick, and now here they are. Now my wife knows I went out with Carla back in college and she didn't care. Carla still went to her wedding and everything. I never knew if Rick was told or not. It's not my relationship, therefore not my business to say anything, so I never did. Rick found out recently and not in the best way. Not sure how, but from what I've heard from friends is that one mutual friend told him, no idea why, that we used to date. Not only that, but apparently Carla said a couple years ago she was still in love with me when she was already dating Rick. Don't have actual confirmation if that's exactly what he was told. All Carla told me is that Rick was told about our past and he's angry at her for never saying anything. It became quite a drama and didn't hear from her for over a month until now. She told me they're going to couples counseling and that the wedding is still on, but Rick requested that I do not attend. It sucks, but I totally get why he wouldn't be comfortable. Then I asked the obvious question, where are they going to hold the wedding then? To my surprise, she still said that they want it at our place. Rick said so too, and in my mind, I'm going he doesn't want the guy who dated his fiancée years ago at the wedding, but still wants the wedding at his house. My wife and I are expected to just not be at our home that weekend, and I told Carla no. They're going to have to find someplace else since we're not going to simply leave our home to them for the weekend. Not only for safety reasons, but it just doesn't make sense. Rick doesn't want me around because he's not comfortable, but is comfortable enough to have their wedding at my house. They really want their wedding here though, and because of that, I've been bugged by not only her, but also Rick, and some friends who think I'm being a petty asshole for not letting them have the wedding here anymore. Honestly, don't think I am. It just doesn't make sense at all to have to leave our own place for a wedding we're no longer welcome to, and leaving our home totally vulnerable. Still being accused of sabotaging their wedding, and Rick believes that is the least I can do after everything. Would I be the asshole by not telling a guy I've been dating for a month that I'm having an artificial insemination to be a single mother? Prior to lockdown, I decided that I'd be a single mother by choice. The journey to accepting this has taken 2 years and included counseling and a very thorough plan to ensure I could do this alone. I was happy with my decision, and I was at a good place in life where I realized my desire to be a mother was stronger than looking for a partner, which may or may not happen. With my fertility declining, I chose to go down this path as a solo woman. Right before I was due to have an artificial insemination with donor sperm, the pandemic hit and treatments were canceled. There was no timeline for when things may reopen. For a few days, I was devastated, and I was so mentally prepared for this. And then I decided to pick myself up and decided to park my plan. After all, I didn't have a choice. I downloaded a dating app out of curiosity and figured that I could still chat to guys and see what happened without any expectation, really. I've been talking with a guy, let's call him G, and it's only been a month, so very early stage. However, we've met up twice with a third meeting planned, spoken many times on the phone, and I get a really good feeling from him. For the first time in years, quite frankly, I feel emotionally connected with the man, and it feels completely natural and promising. During this time, my clinic called me to say that they have approval to open, and do I wish to go ahead this month with my treatment. I want to be a mother more than ever, so I said yes, and I'm now on medication with my appointment set for the next week. While there's no guarantee I'll get pregnant on the first go, I have a conflict in my mind about informing G of my plan. On the one hand, it's such an early stage of our romance without yet being anything committed that I feel like I'm bringing something up prematurely. On the other hand, I wonder what may happen as time goes on. Am I just delaying the inevitable? Is it deceptive of me not to inform him of something so fundamental in my life? A friend told me that I'd sabotage a potential relationship with him by telling him of this plan right now. That a man who is really into me will accept me even if I'm pregnant. And that more time is needed for him to really get to know me. But in my mind, I'm wondering if I will piss him off by suddenly saying, hey, I'm pregnant by the way. We've spoken loosely about wanting kids in the future, so I know he'd like a family, but it was a brief passing comment. I'm also not willing to wait to get into a long-term relationship, and we are far too early on to be thinking about a family together. Would I be the asshole for keeping quiet about the plan?
Story time of how my neighbors were killed and we all heard. I live in a middle to low class neighborhood in the Caribbean. It's a quiet place where nothing happens. It's the type of place that people go to retire and sip pina coladas all day. However, a few houses next to mine lived a family that was not like the rest. They had the biggest house on the street and lived luxuriously. Their kids would play with me, especially the smallest girl we nicknamed Tiny. Tiny was my best friend and she was always at my house. On Tiny's birthday, her parents threw a giant party for her and all of the neighborhood kids were invited. They had bouncy houses, water slides, and everything a kid would want to play with, but my parents wouldn't let me go. I never knew why. I suppose it was because my mom didn't know her mom. After the birthday, things went back to normal, and one day we were all playing and talking about what our parents did for work. We asked Tiny and her siblings, but none of them knew what they did except that their dad traveled a lot and was always at meetings. I didn't pay much attention and we all continued on with our day. One night, we were playing on the street when we started hearing loud pops and screams coming from Tiny's house. I will never forget that day. The neighbors, including my mom, came out rushing us inside yelling that it was gunshots. She locked us inside the house and I couldn't believe what happened next. Part 2 of how my neighbors were killed and we all heard.
After hearing gunshots, we stayed locked in my house while the next door neighbor, who was a cop, ran towards Tiny's place. Then we saw a black van rushing down the street trying to get away. Tiny and her siblings wanted to check what was going on, but everyone forbade them to go. All I remember was a bunch of cops and ambulances a few minutes later, and after that day, I never saw Tiny or her siblings again. For a couple months, the house sat empty, but black vans and strange men kept coming into the neighborhood. They went door to door asking for any information about the man and his children. No one in the neighborhood spoke about it, and as years passed, the story faded away. Now that I'm grown up, I asked my neighbor the cop what went down that night. He said that night, Tiny's dad got a gun emptied in his skull and his wife was gravely wounded, but she survived. Apparently, he was a drug lord that was going to make a deal with the police to turn in rival gangs and some other people to the cops. The men in the van that were going door to door wanted to know where his kids and wife were to also shut them up. Tiny's oldest brother was found dead in a neighboring town, his car set ablaze. Tiny and her siblings are now living in other countries under witness protection programs. I just hope wherever she is, she's doing okay and her family got the help that they needed.
So I get a text message from my mom this morning, and immediately I'm like, I know this woman is gonna piss me off. Text was like, you need to listen to this song because it's about your love life. So immediately I'm like, what the fuck, mom? Like, what the fuck? Because we all know by now, I don't have a good love life. She sends me the song and it's called Try Jesus. Immediately I'm like, fuck no, mom, I'm not doing this shit with you again. Cause like my mom loves to shove her religion down my fucking throat. I'm like, mom, I'm not doing this with you today. My mom's like, no, Olivia, it's not gospel. Like, don't worry. It's not like the Bible songs. I'm like, mom, I'm not doing this. But she's harassing me. She's like, just listen to it. Listen to the words. Read the words while you listen. Within the first 10 seconds of the song, she's like, met a guy, fell in love, found out he was married, which happened to me. I just know my mom listened to that verse and was like, oh my God, this song's about Livy. Oh my gosh. As I'm listening to this, I'm like, there is no, my mom, be fucking for real, mom. Be fucking for real. And then the song goes on to be like, I need to do some changing. Like, I'm tired of this heartbreaking. I'm gonna try Jesus. She's basically like, fuck these men. Jesus is my only man. I'm like, there is no way my mother sent this to me being like, it's not even gospel at all. And in the song, she's like, I met one in Miami. Thought he was different, but he wasn't. I'm just picturing my mom being like, this is Livy. I'm listening to this song at this point like this, like, what went through my mother's head thinking it was a good idea to send me this song and be like, it is so you, like all your failed relationships, like this is just like you. Then goes on in the song to be like, I need a miracle right now. Like my love life is so horrible. I need a miracle. She's like, I'm gonna try Jesus. Wait, why was that kind of good? At this point, I'm like, okay, I'm done with this fucking song. I call my sister and I'm like, what is mom on this morning? Like, what is she on? Sister's like, what happened? What happened? I'm like, listen to the fucking song mom just sent me. And mom said, this is just about your love life, Livy. Like, and I'm like, take a fucking listen, Laura, and tell me how you would feel. Sister's like, you know, mom, she's like manic as fuck. Like, don't take this personally. I'm like, no, but like, what went through her head to make it, like, what made her think this was a good fucking idea to send me this? My mom calls me and she's like, did you listen to the song? Did you listen and read it at the same time? I'm like, yeah, mom, don't do that shit again. And she's like, you have to admit, it's just like your love life. I'm like, I can't fucking deal with you anymore. You want to know the worst part about this all? This song fucking slaps. It's a good ass song. Like, that is not how I needed my Saturday morning to start. My mom just trying to get me to love Jesus and insulting my love life.
Am I the asshole for telling my husband that if he wants my mother-in-law in the delivery room, then he can't be in there either? For context, I, 34 female, am currently about 6 months pregnant. I am pregnant with my husband and I's second child. Me and my mother-in-law honestly have a pretty bitter relationship. She doesn't approve of me or my family background. When I was having my first child, my husband had asked me if I had considered letting my mother-in-law be in the delivery room. I told him absolutely not, and afterwards, he never really brought it up. I ended up having my husband and my mother there with me as support. Me and my husband are now discussing about who I want in the delivery room, and I told him I was fine with the same arrangement I had last time. My husband was clearly not happy about the decision, as I could clearly hear him mumbling something under his breath. I asked if he had a problem with the arrangement. He actually spoke and claimed he did. He stated it was massively unfair that I would allow my mother in the delivery room but not his. He mentioned that since I got to choose who was in the delivery room last time, he should get to choose who gets to be inside of the room this time. I told him he was insane if he thought I would let his mother see me in extreme pain. It would be an incredibly uncomfortable situation. He was incredibly upset and left the house. I've been trying his friends to see if they have seen him recently, but without any luck. I contacted my mother-in-law, but she said she had absolutely no idea that my husband wanted her in the delivery room in the first place, and that she hasn't heard from him in a while. I'm honestly kind of freaking out both from stress and guilt. I'm worried that my husband isn't okay but I also can't help but feel guilty that I drove him away. I don't know if I should stay with my current decision anymore. Am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for asking my bridesmaid to temporarily change her vibrant hair color for my color-schemed wedding? I'm a 24 female bridesmaid, and my cousin Ella is 26 female. She's to be in my wedding party in June. The ongoing issue is that my wedding has a blue and green peacock theme, and guests have been asked to follow this color scheme with their clothes. Hair wasn't originally included at all in the color scheme, but my cousin Ella has natural bright ginger hair. I would never ask someone to permanently change their hair for my wedding. I know that would be bonkers, so I suggested some temporary hair dye, but Ella argued that she has been growing her hair for 6 years and doesn't want to risk the color not washing out. I thought this was ridiculous, but it literally says washes out in like 14 washes. But Ella says because her hair is completely natural color, it might take strongly to her hair. So I gave up on that avenue and suggested a wig. It is one day, one single day, and there are some amazing wigs these days. I had a look on Instagram and you wouldn't even be able to tell, but she said she would feel self-conscious and weird wearing a wig, and that because her hair is butt length, that it might sit weird on her head. So she won't dye it and won't cover it up. I really don't want to come across as a bridezilla, but butt length flaming red hair will destroy the wedding photos and ruin the color scheme completely. I'm at a loss. I can't cut her from the wedding because my mom would murder me, but I can't have freaking Marita ruining the photos. Am I the asshole?
My husband told me he hopes I die during my surgery. I am getting a gastric bypass in 2 weeks. I have had this plan for over a year when I got insurance. It was a snap decision, but my weight has been an issue my whole life, and my GP has been pushing me to get the surgery after multiple failed attempts at trying to lose it myself and multiple health issues being made worse by my weight. A year ago, I made the decision during my lunch break to get health insurance, and the fortnightly payments have pretty much kept me motivated in my journey to better myself because, oh my God, it's so much money. My husband was so angry when I called and told him I signed up for the insurance. He told me it was a waste of my money and I didn't need to lose weight, but after a short argument, he didn't bring it up again. Months went by and I forgot about it because I had a whole year to wait before I could do anything, but I was taking steps to better myself in other areas. I started dressing nicer. I went into a clothes store for the first time in a decade and spent $1,000 on a new wardrobe, which sounds like a lot, but I've hated myself for so long. I only wore t-shirts and joggers. I went to the hairdresser for the first time in 6 years. I went to the dentist. I'm looking into maybe braces. I started my bachelor's of data science. Like when I say I have completely taken this as a chance to become a new person, I am not joking. I want to come out of this being proud of who I am and not just the same me in a skinnier body. My husband is not supportive at all of this. Every step of the way, he told me that I'm just doing the wrong thing. I'm spending too much money. The clothes I wear don't look good. I'm not smart enough to do data science. I just ignored it because I thought maybe if I improved myself, it would motivate him to do the same. He doesn't even need to get a better job or anything like that, but maybe he could cook more or do stuff around the house or take care of things I can't because I'm so busy. But he won't. Like, we're only 25 and 26. We can do anything we want. Our life isn't over yet, and we have only just started it. He doesn't have to spend the rest of his life doing nothing. The closer we got to my surgery date, the more he would send me videos of bariatric surgery patients telling their stories going wrong to scare me out of doing it. He would tell me statistics of me gaining weight back and that I'll probably still be fat, so there is no point. After about a week of this, I snapped and an argument ensued. I called him lazy and said that he's living off my money, so I don't know why he complains so much. He told me he hopes I don't wake up from the surgery and walked out. He won't answer my calls now, and I think in 2 weeks I'm going to come back out of surgery without a stomach or a husband. Well, would you look at that? You're going to lose 200 pounds right after your surgery in the form of your ex-man. What is it about like certain men who will lose their shit when a woman decides to make changes in her life, especially beneficial ones? I think he's scared that he's gonna lose you because you're gonna become this badass bitch in a form of like not just your body but like self-confidence and going to school and all that, and he's just be like, what the hell, like she's gonna find someone better than me. And what they do is they sabotage. They try to belittle you as much as you can and make him think like I'm the best you could do, so you're stuck with me.
Am I the asshole for not letting my husband's sister come to the lake this year? It's really more like, are we the assholes? Since my husband and I are on the same page about this, but somehow she's making it all about me. My husband's job means that the 4th of July is one of his busiest days of the year. So we've developed a bit of a tradition where we invite a bunch of family and friends to our lake house the weekend after the 4th. This has swelled to be about 30 people. A lot of our friends use this as an excuse to leave behind the kids for a weekend, and there's a lot of partying involved. For the past 2 years, my sister-in-law's behavior has been a major issue at these events. She completely loses control when drinking. I don't think that I can list the things that have happened here, but one involved a very scary trip to the ER. My husband and I have had so many talks that she needs treatment with his parents, but they're all in denial. After last year, we told her that she can only come to the lake house if she promises to remain sober over the weekend. She threw a fit about it. We stood firm, but the topic was dropped. Yesterday, my husband called her to remind her of what we said. She absolutely lost her shit. She thinks I'm trying to ban her because I don't like her. I really like her when she's not drinking. My husband said that he'll stay sober over the weekend too because he knows that it can be hard to be the only person not drinking. She didn't budge. Eventually, he said if she can't commit to not drinking, then she can't come. Period. If you cannot control yourself when you're drinking, then either you don't drink or you stay home where it's not a problem, because no one is responsible for your grown ass to be up on top of tables and swinging from fucking vines and shit because you can't control yourself. Like, you are a grown woman. Now her aunt and cousin have gotten involved. They messaged me and said to let her come and they'll watch her the whole weekend to make sure she's okay. I said no dice. Then they started trying to say I was bullying her. This is a 30-year-old woman. This bitch is 30 years old and she needs a damn principal, a coordinator, and a goddamn social worker to make sure she behaves at a weekend with nothing but adults. Ma'am, you can't come. You can't fucking come, because the fact that I have to have this conversation with you proves that you are not mature enough to be a part of the festivities this weekend. No, you're not the asshole. Absolutely not. They started trying to say that I was bullying her, that she's had such a hard time recently and she can't be the only one in the family not invited or it would break her heart, etc. I said that she was invited, she just can't be drinking because it's not safe. They said that it's not fair to her, and if she can't drink, no one should be drinking. No, that's not how it works. That is not how it works. If one person has a problem with behaving themselves while they drink, it is up to them to solve the problem, not up to the people that are providing the drinks. Absolutely not. I said no, but if they wanted to plan a sober weekend next month, that might be a good idea. They brushed off the idea because they're not actually interested in a sober weekend. Now my husband's parents are getting involved and it's turning into this huge drama, and we're all set to start driving tonight. Am I the asshole? Edit to add, I also wanted to say we do realize we probably should have brought this up again a few weeks ago instead of right before. Absolutely not. Hell no, you're not the asshole for a few reasons. One, because this isn't anything new. This is not like you guys woke up this morning and was just like, you can't drink. We don't want you drinking at our house no more. Don't do it. You said that you guys have brought this up to your families multiple times and they've chosen to ignore you. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. You also said the last couple of times someone ended up in the hospital. Someone ended up in the hospital. The safety of everyone that comes to your lake house is your number one priority. Everybody, sister-in-law included. So you have that responsibility to make sure that everyone that comes to your house stays safe. And by telling your sister-in-law she can't drink, you're doing just that. That does not make you the asshole. Also, this is your fucking house. This is your house. So if you tell her your previous actions have caused me to decide that you cannot drink while at my house, that is the rule. That is the boundary that's been laid. If you cannot get with it, get gone. That's it. Don't come. Stay sober or don't come. I also feel like anytime someone reaches out to you to piss and moan about the boundary that you put in place, the phone should be handed directly to your husband, because this is his family. They need to know that he feels just as strongly about this as you do, because right now you're the punching bag. Everyone is taking it out on you. Everyone's going to call and harass you because they believe that you're pulling the strings and calling the shots. They need to know that he feels just as strongly about this like you do.
We have the original poster, and then the person that they were talking about in the post found it.
I've been waiting for this day.
Am I the asshole for showing up at my ex's wedding in a pretty dress? My ex and I had a peaceful divorce. We co-parent our 3 children together, and there haven't been many issues. My ex is getting married to Stephanie. I like Stephanie. She has been great with my kids and makes my ex happy. My ex invited me to their wedding, and I was happy for him. It was my day with the kids, so it made sense for me to come to the wedding, was his reasoning. When I arrived at the wedding, Stephanie thanked me for dropping the kids off and brushed me off. We had never had any issues before. I explained that I was going to stay for the reception, and she was very upset. I was confused because I assumed she knew I would be in attendance. It turned out she didn't consider that I would actually accept the invitation. I told her that I was invited, and since I took the 2-hour drive, I would be staying for the entire duration. She didn't like this response. Stephanie asked me to leave, and I stood my ground. She went on to complain about my dress upstaging hers. My ex and former mother-in-law helped her to calm down, and the wedding shortly began. I thought that was the end of it, but later in private, Stephanie accused me of trying to ruin her special day. She is convinced that I wanted to show off and make the wedding about my divorce. She said it was rude for me to not leave after the bride requested it because it was her special day. I told her that I am not responsible for her insecurities and once again reminded her that I have no interest in stealing my ex back.
Okay. I mean, for me, it's pretty straightforward. The one thing I'm still kind of grappling with is the bride asks you to leave and kind of going right directly against that is maybe a tad rude. But here's the thing. This is not just an ordinary guest. This is the mother of your stepchildren.
So I think people were like, okay, your title is all about a pretty dress, right? And so people were asking what dress did you wear?
Yeah. I don't care if she was dripping in Gucci. If you show up and you look, you want me to look bad on purpose? Okay, then don't invite me to your wedding. I'll never over my dead hot body.
It's interesting.
There's clearly another element here. Maybe this dress is literally a wedding dress. I don't know.
So the dress got posted. This is the dress.
Okay.
It's something you would wear to a military ball or...
No, I see the issue now. Very wedding dress.
Very wedding dress.
If you made that white, you'd be like, yeah, I've seen that wedding dress a million times.
So now we have Miss Stephanie's post, who is
the bride,
ex's partner, the bride, and it's titled, "My wedding was ruined by a jealous ex," and she decided to brag about this on Reddit. "My husband and I have been married for 2 weeks, and I'm already having regrets. My husband's ex has really been making things difficult for us. She makes sure my stepchildren call me by my first name rather than any term of endearment. Our wedding happened to fall on one of her days with the kids. My husband invited her for reasons I am still unsure of. I was aware of her receiving an invitation, but my husband never informed me that she had accepted. She came with the kids an hour later. I assumed she was dropping them off, but she had intentions to stay. She was dressed more elegantly than me, and that felt off, so I asked her to leave. She disrespectfully told me that she would be staying. My husband and mother-in-law told me that she was like family and would not be leaving. I was disgusted by this because it was obvious what this woman was doing. She posted the story on here, but in a way that made me out to be a toxic villain in the story. It wasn't hard to identify myself because I recognized the dress, and she also used my real name in the story. I don't understand why she is doing this because we had been civil with each other until now. And I'm very offended by the way she degraded me in her defensive comments and by the fact that my husband took her side."
Yikes. Is that all she wrote?
That's all she wrote.
Am I the bridezilla for wanting a child-free wedding? I am a 28 female and my fiance, 27 male, want a child-free wedding, and it was one of our early decisions when planning our wedding. Neither of us really like kids at this point in our lives, and we would rather have a fun, carefree wedding without children present. Our wedding is next June and is taking place on a working brewery floor, aka not the best place for children. Both of our families live in different states, and we are having everyone come to the city where we live. Therefore, all families have to travel. I informed my future mother-in-law this weekend that our ceremony and reception would be child-free. She immediately started listing off 3 of my fiance's cousins who have small children who wouldn't come if they couldn't bring their kids. They would all have to fly or drive to our city, get a hotel, and find childcare if they would like to attend. She said it would be too much to expect them to find childcare on top of that. I said, well, I guess they would have to decline our invite then. This caused some bitterness, and she said me and her son should just elope then. Am I being unreasonable for not wanting children at the wedding? I don't want to make exceptions for anyone, and I want to be firm in our decision. It's our dream brewery wedding, and I really don't want children yelling, crying, or potentially getting hurt at the wedding. But I don't want loved ones to not be able to attend either. Am I the asshole for refusing to babysit for a woman again? There's this woman I babysit for who lives down the street from me. Due to our schedules, I babysit for her on Mondays and Wednesdays. The other babysitter, who I'm friends with, babysits on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Sticking to the schedule, it was Wednesday. I was very stressed out and not in the best headspace. The kids were playing outside and I was inside where I could still see them, doing homework and studying. For some reason, I wasn't feeling good. I was feeling dizzy and my stomach was acting up. I threw up multiple times and I could barely stand up. I called the woman and asked if she could come home because something was wrong and I needed to leave. She told me to try and hold on until the end of the day. After like 15 minutes, I texted her telling her I needed to leave. I called the other babysitter and I asked if she was free and if she could come over because I wasn't feeling good, and she agreed. I could barely make it outside the house. My brother came to pick me up. I fell asleep as soon as I got home. I woke up to missed calls and texts from the lady asking why I left. I called her back and told her that I couldn't stay because I wasn't feeling good. She said I didn't sound sick and I could have held off until the end of the day. I said it didn't sound like much to her, but I could barely make it to the car. I told her if she's going to treat me like this, then I don't want to babysit for her again, and hung up on her. The other babysitter's schedule is often filled on days she doesn't babysit, so she couldn't take those days that I babysat. I got lucky she even came. She told me that she really needs someone to babysit on my days and that she can't afford to lose me. I told her I needed time to think about it. I feel pretty bad, but I don't want her to make me work if I clearly wasn't able to. I should probably add that she was not working at this time. She was at a party for a friend she had not seen in years. I think it's also important to mention that the babysitting started as a favor. When the other babysitter's schedule changed, I offered to help her. This became regular and I started getting paid for it soon after. This has also happened once before with a personal emergency. She wouldn't let me leave, but that time I stayed. So am I the asshole here?
Secret took place a few years ago when I was 19. I had first moved to Australia from Colombia to attend an English language school and learn the local way of life. As part of their education program, I was assigned to live with an Australian family who essentially gave me a bed to sleep in, food on the table, and some help with my English. I was paired with a family of 5, a couple in their early 40s named Rob and Tara, who lived in a beautiful house in Sydney with their 3 young children. When I first moved into Rob and Tara's house, I couldn't really communicate with them at all. Because my English wasn't very good yet, we had to rely on Google Translate to have conversations, which Tara found super frustrating. Luckily, Rob was always keen to connect with me and break through the language barriers that stood in our way. If anything, he enjoyed the challenge of communicating with me. In him, I found someone calming, warm, and kind. He genuinely wanted to get to know me and instantly made me feel at ease. It also helped that Rob was so dreamy. He had that quintessential Aussie look I'd always lusted after, with sandy blonde hair, muscly arms, and tanned skin. Tara, on the other hand, was difficult to warm to. She spent her entire working week in Melbourne, where her office was based, and only came home to see Rob and the kids on weekends. This dynamic, with Tara constantly travelling and living away from the family, left Rob and I with plenty of time to get to know each other. In his spare time, Rob would show me how to take the bus around the city and read the maps. He would also talk to me about Colombia and his own experiences in the region where I grew up. For the first week, our conversations were platonic, nothing more than friendly chat and banter. Only, once I admitted to myself that I found Rob extremely attractive by week 2, I decided to take things up a notch. I started to wear tiny outfits around the house in the hope that I could capture Rob's attention in a different kind of way. After the children went to bed every night, I started taking more control of our conversations and veering them into sexier terrain. I would tell him about my past sexual experiences or bring up the concept of young women working in strip clubs to put themselves through uni. It wasn't long before he took the bait. He began talking to me about an erotic novel he was reading and the different scenes that were taking place in the book. One day, while I was studying my English, I decided to take one step further. I sent him a risky message, which essentially read, "I think you're really handsome, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't attracted to you." But I was confused and frustrated when he replied, telling me I had the wrong idea. A few days later, I got my way. It was a really cold night, and after taking myself to bed, I realised how cold it was in my room. I went out to the hallway to fiddle with the heater, but struggled to make sense of all the different controls, so eventually gave up and went back to my bedroom. Rob heard me from his room next door and came in to check on me. When I told him that I was really cold, he moved towards me to give me a hug. After we stayed like that for a few moments, he kissed me on the forehead. My heart was beating out of my chest. After a minute or so passed, we began kissing. On that night, we had sex for the first time. It was the best sex of my entire life. From there, our affair began. We would kiss and hug during the day, but always made sure the kids were downstairs whenever we showed each other affection. Rob made a habit of showering me and was always so tender and loving as he washed my body. I asked him if he'd ever done this with another woman, and he'd always insist that no, I was the only one he'd ever had an affair with. Whenever I saw Tara, I was racked with guilt, particularly knowing that I was doing this behind her back when they'd been so generous to let me into their home. Out of some desire to keep our affair from her, I would make more of an effort to talk to Tara and avoid Rob at all costs when she was in the house. The affair lasted until my stint at the language school ended about a month later. Aside from one frantic night when Rob and I had period sex and his all-white marital bed was covered in my menstrual blood, which made me freak out that we were about to be exposed, our time together was completely amazing. Rob and Tara are still together today. I follow him on Instagram, we exchange the odd emoji on each other's stories every now and then, and he's constantly posting about his amazing wife and how much he adores her. It's confusing, given what he did behind her back with me. Only, as the years have passed, I've connected a few dots I didn't as a teenager. I remember Rob telling me that they regularly sign up to have young international students live with them, only they only ever ask for young women. At the time, he explained this away as a safety concern for their children, but now that I know what happened between us, I'm not so sure that's the entire story. Regardless, 3 years later, I have no regrets. I knew what I was doing every step of the way, and if I'm being honest, I would cheat with Rob all over again.
Am I the asshole for being angry at my sister for getting a tattoo of my baby on her chest? I, 35 female, have been told my whole life I was infertile. Last year I got really sick and ended up in the hospital thinking it was COVID. It wasn't COVID, but I found out I was 12 weeks pregnant. I was beyond happy and I couldn't wait to be a mother. At 24 weeks, he decided he couldn't wait any longer, and I gave birth to a perfect little angel. He was stillborn, and I am devastated. It has been almost 4 months, and I plan on getting a tattoo memorial. My sister, 34 female, asked me if I minded if she got one too. Thinking she could be respectful for once in her life, I approved of it. However, yesterday she FaceTimed me, and she has my baby's name tattooed on her chest. She knows I've not gotten one yet, and I am livid. I haven't gotten one because I can't decide where to put it. I don't know if I can handle looking at his name every day.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for being angry at her?
Am I the asshole for telling my wife he can't fully participate in her family's Christmas traditions? My wife, 36 female, and I, 38 male, have been married for 10 years and have 3 kids, 8, 5, and 3. We both work full-time and live comfortably. I work in sales and have somewhat had a down year commission-wise, at least compared to the last couple of years. Along with inflation this year and the cost of going 3 growing kids, our budget has definitely tightened a bit. Nothing too serious, we just aren't saving as much as we have been able to in the past years. But also enough of a change to warrant a careful look into our spending, at least in my opinion. My wife's family is large, she has 5 siblings and they all have kids, they also love Christmas. They make a huge deal about it. One of their traditions is that each sibling and their family buy a gift for each and every one of the nieces and nephews. We are also expected to buy gifts for each of her siblings and their parents. They at the least say not to spend more than $20 on a gift, but that's still hundreds of dollars. In my opinion, I would rather draw names for 1 to 2 people and get them a gift that is actually thoughtful. After buying school supplies for our older kids and both of them wanting to participate in fall activities this year, I looked at our budget and saw that we are actually spending more than we have in the past few years. I had a talk with my wife about where we can cut some of our spending. I suggested that we maybe have a talk with her family about their Christmas tradition of buying everyone a gift. She got offended and said that her family has been doing this tradition for years before I came into the family and she's not going to be the one to stop it. And also that we're going to have to find other ways to cut spending. She then suggested that we don't buy gifts for each other this year. When I asked her for other suggestions, she didn't have any. I showed her the numbers and she still didn't think it was a big deal. It's not like we're going to lose our house or anything, but I don't think she's taking this as seriously as she should. I suggested we cut back on things like Starbucks that she gets every day. She got pissed saying that I spend money on golfing, but I only golf 3 times a year. Am I the asshole for calling the police on my fiance? Last night, my 35 male fiance, 38 female, left in the evening to give a friend's son a ride back to his home. She said that she would be home before 9. She left around 7:45. 10:15 rolled around and she still wasn't home. I texted and she apologized to me saying that her friend's son was actually in the next town over, which was 30 minutes away, and she was coming home now. 11:45 rolled around and she still wasn't home, so I called her and got no answer. I then texted her and got no response. I was getting very upset. It was then 12:30 and I got no texts or calls. Around 1:30, my anger had turned into worry because there was no answer to my calls and my texts were not read. Around 1:45, I called the police. I've always heard that the first 24 hours of someone being missing is the most important, so I didn't want to delay. I asked them to let me know if there had been any traffic accidents involving her car, and the operator told me that they would put in the word and send the cops to check along the route she would travel. I called all the hospitals in the area to check if she had been checked in, and I waited outside watching the road for her car for 3 hours. At 7 a.m., she came home. She apologized for being out and said she had no excuse. She was driving home and felt tired, like she was falling asleep at the wheel, so she pulled over to the side of the road and slept. I called the cops and told them that she had came home safely and told them to stop searching, which they did. The police said they had to do a wellness check after a missing person is found, so they ended up going to her job to check on her. She's now mad at me for calling the police and sending a cop to her job and making her look bad. She said I was overreacting and she wasn't missing, and that I was punishing her for doing the responsible thing and not driving drowsy. Am I the asshole for telling my coworker that it's creepy that she has a nanny cam to watch her husband? My female 29 coworker, female 32, has been going through some rough times lately. Her husband has respiratory issues and was admitted to the hospital for 2 weeks. He's at home now and is bedridden. The other day, me, her, and our other coworkers were sitting together chatting when I noticed my coworker looking at a live video of her husband sleeping in their bedroom. Out of curiosity, I asked her about it, and she said she installed a nanny cam to be able to watch her husband while she's away from home. Not gonna lie, this felt kind of violating to me, especially when she said he didn't know she put the camera in there. I pointed at her phone and said that it was creepy of her to do that without him knowing about it. The other coworker stared at us. She then lashed out, saying that she was doing this out of concern for him because although his sister comes over to take care of him, she still needs to keep an eye on him. I said that it was my opinion and that situations like this do not exactly excuse violating someone's privacy. She got mad and said that I might be projecting, which may be true, but it was still about the concept of privacy. We had an argument that got a bit loud. She walked away saying that I was judgmental and that it was none of my business anyway. The other coworkers were split on the issue. Some of them chose to stay out of it, and some agree with me that my coworker has no respect for her husband's privacy. Given the current atmosphere of the office, I'm beginning to think that I shouldn't have talked to her about it. She keeps avoiding me now.
My husband, 24 male, and I, 24 female, got married last November. We had been online dating for 7 years, and just on January of last year, we got to meet, and after a few months, he proceeded to propose.
Okay.
I'm a very active social media user, and I love posting our pictures on my Instagram feed and my stories. He always said he wasn't into it and didn't have any interest of getting any type of social media, which I understood. After a few months of posting pictures of us and such, I start noticing an account watching every single one of my stories, and I immediately realized it was him.
Oh.
His username is the same he uses when he plays games, and I confront him about it. He said he saw my stories and that he didn't feel comfortable with me posting pictures of us without his consent. He could have communicated that to you.
Yeah, he could have said that to you.
Just
Yeah, that's
making
a little
fake Instagram account that you don't know about.
That's weird.
He also managed to say before I even noticed that all the girls he followed on Instagram, this is so funny.
Oh no.
On Instagram are friends he used to share political views and stuff like that back when he lived in his hometown.
What?
So all the girls that he follows are from his hometown. So he follows a lot of women on his fake Instagram.
Yeah.
But he's saying it's just because they used to share political views.
That's weird. That's still weird. I don't know.
Okay.
Listen, even if it's true, big if true, but like weird if true still. Like
weird if true. Okay. He apologized and quote unquote deleted the account.
I love those quotes. I wonder if that's gonna come up later.
And I brushed everything off. Yesterday we were having dinner tonight at a restaurant. Okay. Yesterday we were having dinner at a restaurant. And in the middle of it, he started using his phone. He had his sunglasses on. He had his sunglasses on.
Because he had to be covert.
So I could perfectly see what he was doing. And I saw how he cash apped someone and went into his Instagram account and started watching a girl's Instagram story. I immediately felt like shit and my mood changed drastically. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry too.
I don't know what to do.
Fuck?
He also has a Snapchat account for quote unquote the same political purpose. And I don't know if I should confront him about it again or just leave it. Am I being paranoid and controlling? For feeling betrayed.
Well, I mean, yeah,
your
yeah,
husband married you in November, got social media one time, and is now tasted.
Dude, the political purposes of smashing puss, bro.
I'm pregnant and being investigated by the Department of Child Services.
Oh, man.
Hello, I'm a 29-year-old, happily married. My husband and I are college educated, have respectable, stable jobs, own a home in a nice neighborhood. We're basically as prepared as anyone can be to start a family. I'm almost 9 months pregnant with our first child. The problem is that 11 years ago, when my husband was a freshman in college, he was arrested for possession of marijuana. He pled guilty and did his time in probation without a problem, passing every drug test along the way. He has not touched any other illegal substance since, and we rarely even drink, and haven't at all in over a year. I have no criminal record. It was a stupid mistake he made as a foolish 18-year-old, and he's worked hard to put it behind him. Someone has apparently contacted Child Services in our area. This accusation is being taken very seriously because of my husband's record. We have been as cooperative as could be with our caseworker. We've been interviewed, our home has been examined, and she found nothing remotely serious or incriminating. We have both taken tests and passed. Our caseworker says everything looks just fine so far. Unfortunately, she also says that there's still the possibility that our child could be taken from us in the labor and delivery ward. I was devastated and horrified to hear that. When I asked why, she said it was, quote, not up to her, and we'll have to wait and see, which made absolutely no sense to me. I feel like there's something she isn't telling me, but I have no experience with DCS, and I'm not aware of anything we could have possibly done wrong. I'm scared and confused. Do I need a lawyer? Thanks for reading, and thanks in advance for your help. There's an update.
Okay.
Do you want me to just read the update first?
It sounds like you want to.
Say your comments, what you're thinking right away.
I don't have a comment. I think I have a question. I'm curious as to who reported that.
Very fishy. Very fishy, right?
Yeah.
I'll read the top comment on the post.
Okay.
And then just do the update.
Yeah.
And then talk about it, because that's where it gets weird.
Okay.
I am a former Indiana CPS investigator/assessor. Something here is not making any sense at all, unless the law has changed greatly in the last few years when I left the department. As of this moment, you are pregnant, correct? You don't have any children? They are investigating the fetus? Someone replies, former CPS worker here too. Agree with you. CPS does not investigate pregnant women with no current children. Something is not right. And someone goes, if people who have worked with CPS are saying something is off here, maybe it's an idea to contact CPS yourself. Not through any contact the worker you have been in contact with has given you, but by finding their number on the internet and ringing directly. Ask if the worker actually works there, for starters. I've heard a few stories of people posing as CPS maliciously.
I didn't even think of that.
Growing up, I always felt a little different. I am 10 years younger than my brother and 8 years younger than my sister, so I always felt a bit like the random sibling that came along years later. But truthfully, the real clincher is that I don't look like them at all. They look so similar they could almost be twins, with fair skin and dark hair. I, on the other hand, have really olive skin. Growing up, I was so insecure about how wildly different I looked to them that if we went to the beach or spent time in the sun, I would cover myself up. I simply couldn't bear the thought of looking any more different to them than I already did. You see, I probably subconsciously knew why I felt insecure. It just wasn't until I was about 15 or 16 that I really let myself go there. I was away with some new friends in London and, while connecting with them, told them the one thing I'd never properly acknowledged to myself. I'm pretty sure I'm a love child. To make matters worse, I also told them I'm pretty sure my mum was having an affair with my biological father for years while married to my dad. So, why the sudden aha moment? Repressed memories, maybe? I don't know. It's just that as I got older, I started to wrangle with things from my childhood. For example, when I was 3 and 4, I vaguely remember going to lunch with my mum and a random guy every single Thursday. They would hold hands and kiss, and I would sit in the middle. I didn't know who he was, I just knew he was important to her. As I got older, the lunches stopped, presumably because my mum knew I would start to remember things or go home to my dad and tell him what I was doing and seeing. When I was about 9, I heard my mum on the phone one day. She was talking to a man who wasn't my dad, telling him she loved him and that she couldn't wait to see him soon.
Oh.
I must have understood the concept of an affair because I walked into the room and asked her if she was cheating on my dad. She started to lie for a couple of minutes before relenting and telling me that no, she wasn't cheating on my dad because my dad was the man on the phone. In that moment, it all made sense. The guy from those lunches when I was so young, the guy on the phone all those years later. My dad always working interstate. The reason I look different to my brother and sister. The weirdest part is, I never brought it up with my mum again. I've never told my dad either. I'm now in my 20s, and over the years, the whole thing has made me feel so much closer to him. I sometimes wonder if he knows, because he is a smart guy. Other times, I actually wonder whether it matters if he knows or not. He is my favourite person in the world, and I feel so, so close to him. I always put him first. As for my relationship with my mum, well, it's as normal as it can be given the circumstances. I think from the outside it looks like we have a pretty good relationship, but there are things I can never forget because I don't respect some of the decisions she's made over the course of her life. I'm at a point in my life where I could happily live forever, never raising this with my family. Part of me genuinely believes we could all go through the rest of our lives sweeping this under the carpet. But then, my partner often reminds me of another important point. If I ever have kids, is it fair to deprive them of understanding who they are in their entirety? Probably not. But I guess that's a future me problem.
Crime Fanatic Friday, how bullying led to a young girl's murder. Rena Verk was a 14-year-old girl who came from an Indian background and desperately wanted to be accepted amongst her peers. She felt restricted by the rules of her family's faith as Jehovah's Witnesses. Due to peer pressure, she began to rebel. She started smoking and in 1996 falsely reported her father of sexual molestation in hopes of being moved into a foster home for more freedom. As a result, she was moved from her family's home into the care of the state for several months. The charges were later dropped and she returned home. One evening on a Friday in November of 1997, Rena was invited to a party by her friend near a bridge. Shortly after this, Rena was swarmed with a group later known as the Shoreline Six. A rumor had broken out about Rena trying to steal one of the girl's boyfriends. That specific girl confronted Rena and put out a cigarette on her forehead while 7 to 8 others watched. They cornered her and repeatedly hit, punched, and kicked her. Rena cried out in pain and said that she was sorry repeatedly. Finally, one of the girls told the others to stop and the first beating ended. Rena staggered across the bridge toward her home, however a couple members of the group followed her. Kelly Ellard, who was 15 at the time, and Warren Glowatsky, who was 16. They forced Rena to remove her shoes and jacket and started beating on her a second time. Crime Fanatic Friday Part 2, how bullying led to a young girl's murder. The pair beat 14-year-old Rena Verk and smashed her head against the tree where she fell unconscious. They dragged her body into the gorge waterway and drowned her. Rena's parents reported her missing, but sadly, her body wasn't discovered for another 8 days. The coroner's report showed extensive damage and said that she would have most likely died from her injuries if she hadn't been drowned. She was found to have several cigarette burns on her skin and attempts were even made to set her hair on fire. The 6 girls who took part in the initial attack were prosecuted in youth court with their identities protected. Ellard and Glowatsky were charged with Rena's murder and tried as adults despite their ages. Glowatsky was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Ellard was also convicted, but it took 3 tries to finally get her served a life sentence due to difficult circumstances. Glowatsky took responsibility for his crimes and participated in restorative justice programs, including indigenous healing circles aimed to reconcile offenders and victims. He issued an apology to Rena's parents and they accepted it, exchanging tearful hugs. Glowatsky's parole was accepted in 2010 because of this. Ellard never showed any remorse, maintaining her innocence. She was also released on parole, allowing her to live 5 days away from a residential facility. This is why you never truly know someone. When I was 10 years old, I met my best friend. We were pretty much inseparable. All throughout school, we were always by each other's side. Our last names both started with J, so we had almost every class together. He was a smart kid and a model student. However, his home life wasn't the best. He also had ADHD and was bipolar. My family was like a second family to him. As we grew into adults, our views differed on what we wanted to do with our lives. He had his first child when he was 18 and split up with the child's mom, so the thought of college never sat well with him. He worked a 9-to-5 job instead to support himself. By 21, he met another woman and had a child with her. This time he was doing good. He stayed with her and was taking care of both of his children. I was really proud of him for stepping up and getting his life together. Suddenly, something inside him flipped like a switch. He randomly up and left that woman and moved to another state. I hadn't spoken to him for 2 months after he did this. One late night, I was woken up by a phone call from his mother saying that he was in jail. I asked what for and she told me that he raped a 15-year-old girl. He was caught and sent to jail. He was serving 2 years behind bars only because there were texts from that girl saying that she was 18 years old. 2.5 years went by when he finally got out. I told him he could stay with me until he was back on his feet, but he refused. Then things took a dark turn. Part 2, why you truly never know someone. He decided to stay with my mom for a month instead. Every day I would message and check up on him. I would always get the same big answer saying that he's good and thanking us for helping him out. One day, my mom called me in a panicked state. She told me that he was in his room with a knife and threatening to unalive himself. I immediately drove over and talked him down, taking the knife away from him. Later that night, I called to check up on him because I was worried. He didn't answer. I called my mom to check on him and she said that he was in his room. I asked her to go check and when she did, he was nowhere to be found. Later, we found out where he had gone that night. Apparently, he walked over to his ex-girlfriend's house to spy on her and her boyfriend. I'm not sure what shifted in him, but he walked behind the house and ripped off a piece of his shirt. He stuffed the ripped shirt in a crack of the window and set the fabric on fire. Then he just walked away. He attempted to kill his child, ex-girlfriend, and an unknown man. Luckily, no one was harmed because the adults in the house were still awake and smelled the fire. They quickly got the children to safety and called the fire department. My best friend admitted to this and has since been in jail. After this, I stopped all contact. It's been 9 years. It's crazy to think that the closest person to you can have a deep dark side and there's nothing you can do about it.
Husband is reluctant to be intimate with me after I was in a major accident. I, 30 female, have been married to my husband, 45 male, for 5 years and together for 8. Obviously, we have an age gap in our relationship, and whether we've discussed possible health issues or medical care, it was regarding him. About 4 months ago, I was in a car accident. I was talking on Bluetooth to my husband because I was nervous driving on the icy roads going to our house when another car rounded a corner too fast and lost control. It was one of those exact wrong moment things, and my car went off the road and into a tree. My husband heard the whole thing, and my last memory before I lost consciousness was him screaming my name. I don't want to get into the bloody details, but I ended up being in the hospital for over a month. I needed multiple surgeries and have been in physical therapy ever since. I am finally getting to the point where I feel like myself again, and I'm no longer in pain. I've gained back some weight and look good, if I do say so myself. My husband literally worked out of my hospital room for the entire time I was there. He went home to shower, sleep, and look after the dogs, then came right back. He attended all my therapy appointments so he would know how to better help me recover at home. He was amazing, and everything I could ask him to be in that kind of horrible situation. I love him so much, and so yesterday, while shopping, I saw this gorgeous black lingerie set and decided to surprise him. Don't cry.
Sorry.
You're gonna make me cry. We haven't had since before the accident, and every time I try, it feels like he makes an excuse or expresses some concern about some random body part of mine that is no longer injured. He was on his laptop in bed when I came in wearing my new purchase, and I could tell he was taken by surprise. He was definitely... But then he lost it and pushed me away, saying that we shouldn't rush this and he doesn't want to jeopardize my recovery with... I was crying by the time he ended the sentence and said, I'm fine. The doctors say it's fine. But he was already walking into the bathroom and turning on the shower. I don't know what to think. Is it the scars? Is the memory of me in a hospital bed, unable to even sit up by myself, repelling him? I finally am starting to feel good about myself and my body again. And the fact that he won't touch me is really hurting my mental health. It's probably a long shot, but has anyone else experienced this?
I'm just so glad that I'm picking up that he's just more worried about her well-being, because when you first said this story, like, I was literally about to lose it, thinking that she went through this traumatic experience and then her husband was just like not interested in her anymore.
I do have an update. Last night when we got in bed, I curled up next to my husband and held him while I said basically, quote, we've been through a lot. Would you be willing to get therapy with me to make sure everything is all right for both of us? I love you so much and I don't want any underlying trauma to affect our relationship. He was silent for about 10 seconds and then the floodgates opened. I've only seen him cry once or twice in our entire relationship, at our wedding and the first time I told him I loved him. But I held him while he sobbed for what was probably an hour. He kept apologizing for it, and I had to keep saying, don't be sorry, I'm here. Cry if you need to cry. My heart.
Oh my God. Okay.
And I shed some of my own tears. It was an exhausting but ultimately extremely cathartic experience. When it was all over and he was able to say more than a few words, he told me that there was about 15 minutes when he was sure he had just heard the love of his life die. Then we got to the hospital and the doctors made it clear they would do everything they could, but the extent of my injuries were extreme and severe. Then he spent hours calling family members, waiting, pacing, and trying to grapple with the fact that I might die and he might be alone. Then I spent 5 days in the ICU, mostly unconscious. He said he's never known fear like that in his life. In the end, we agreed to go to individual and couples therapy and even touched on the thing wherein he admitted that he knows objectively nothing bad will happen to me if we have but for some reason, it is sparking this protective instinct that makes him want to treat me like glass. So we're working on it. And our marriage is amazing. He's the love of my life, and we can get through this.
They're so cute and like sad. There's so many emotions that I had throughout that entire story.
Yeah.
It's like beautiful and sad.
And there's another update.
Okay.
Someone commented on the original one. No, I'm not crying at 7 a.m. You are. NOP responded, when this man said for better or worse, he really, really meant it. When I wrote that, I was in a weird place. Physically, I had mostly healed, but I was determined to shove down any emotional trauma because I was so exhausted from the previous months of work trying to heal my body. I wanted to be all right, and I wanted my marriage to be the same as it was before the accident. My husband and I just attended our 3rd marriage counseling appointment, and I'm very happy to report the exercises and worksheets we've been given are helping rebuild the husband and wife relationship instead of the caregiver/patient relationship, which has been present for the last 5 months. My husband just had his first individual therapy appointment a few days ago, and I have mine next week. In short, we're putting in the work. We're also having again. Like a lot of I feel silly bragging about that to the internet at large, but it makes me so happy that we've figured out that part of all of this. Prior to the accident and really throughout our whole relationship, we've been so ridiculously into each other. It was rare we even skipped a day. I missed having that connection to him, and he was clearly hurting too. Anyways, I just thought everyone deserved an update. Little cuties.
Wow. She sounds like an amazing person.
I think like after any major trauma, accident, things like that, like everyone could benefit from therapy. Everyone can benefit from therapy on a daily basis. But this makes me really, really happy.
Am I the asshole for not staying with my wife during her C-section even after she asked? I don't like the operating room, and at some point in my life, the hospital. When my ex-wife had her C-section, she had a complication and hovered between life and death for a long time. It was a horrible experience to feel so helpless. Currently, I deal with this in therapy. Several things have improved, but going into an operating room is a big no-no for me. When my ex had her second child, I was very nervous. She asked me to wait outside of the operating room. When my current wife and I decided to have children, I made it very clear that I didn't care what her choice of delivery was, but if it was C-section, I would not enter, but that I would stay by her side at all times except for the operation. She agreed, and eventually she became pregnant. She decided in the middle of the pregnancy that it would be a C-section, and I said that was fine, but reminded her of my limitation. She understood and invited her mother to take my place. On the day of the surgery, before she had the C-section, she asked me to come in with her because she wanted a moment of our own. I apologized and said that this was my limit and I couldn't do it. She said, fine, I'll go with my mother then, and had a crying face. I tried to talk to her, but to no avail, and my mother-in-law kept looking at me disgusted. Anyway, I don't think it would have been hell because I was very nervous and I definitely wouldn't have helped at all inside the operating room. Everything went well and our daughter was born beautiful and healthy. I was already at the exit of the operating room waiting for them and I didn't leave their side. Later when we were alone, my wife said that I abandoned her at a vulnerable time and left her alone when she needed me the most. I tried talking to her, but she said that now we need to focus on our daughter, but that she was disappointed in me as a partner. Apparently, my mother-in-law told family members what I did and I'm being criticized. My wife and I have only talked about the baby, and this has been going on for a week now. Am I the asshole? Extra information. In the case of my ex, it was a C-section and that was mandatory. The first one, no. The second one, yes. My wife, elective. Yes, in my country, a C-section can be a choice, as long as the pregnant woman is aware of the risk. Absolutely not. No, you're not the asshole because you explained to your wife this before she even got pregnant. Before she even got pregnant, you told her what your limitations were. I'm pretty sure she knows why you have these limitations because you're still going to therapy for it. So, no. Absolutely not. The fact that she chose halfway through the pregnancy to have a C-section is 100% okay. That's her prerogative. But then she chose to understand that you weren't going to be there for that part. She chose that. She thought that if she changed her mind halfway through, it would force you to do the one thing you told her you weren't going to be able to do. And the fact that she wasn't able to trick you or manipulate you into doing what she wanted you to do, she's now upset. And your mother-in-law is just as fucking disgusting. We know where the fuck she got it from. You're not the asshole at all. And I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Like, why the fuck are we marrying people who could honestly care less about our boundaries? Like, we have to do better.
He's emotionally exhausted from trying to guide me all the time. He said to me that he spoke to people at the party and asked if he did anything wrong. Everyone said no. His sister drove him back to our home and apparently said something along the lines of, "Why do you never stay late nowadays? We never see you," etc. But I never stopped him from seeing family. He's a free person. I have no intention of controlling who he sees.
Yeah.
He said that if I go seek these last 3 paragraphs go crazy hard.
Oh, no. Oh, fucking no. God damn it.
He said that if I go seek professional help, they will just put me on more meds or section me, and nobody can save me except myself. He is bipolar and has been off meds and functioning stable for years. He said he knows how to help me with my mental health, and he is older than me. Him, 34, and me, 26. So I should listen to him. He told me that I need to be proactive about handling my mental health and to stop looking at videos of dogs and memes on Instagram, etc.
What the fuck?
Because it's making my mental health worse.
Holy shit.
He sends me inspirational quotes or prompts me to watch videos of Will Smith talk in an inspirational way.
Okay, another piece of advice. If your partner uses
Don't watch that
Will
dog.
Smith,
watch Will Smith.
Don't watch the dog.
Fix your mental
watch
health problems.
Will Smith, watch Russell Brand, watch Joe Rogan, watch any celebrity
Baby, why did you have a panic attack at my sister's place? Are you not watching your Will Smith videos?
Babe, what are you doing? Have you not read the 12 Rules for Life?
Jordan Peterson. Okay, I find it quite cringe, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cringe.
Wish I could be less arrogant when it comes to that.
You're not arrogant.
You're not
Will
arrogant.
Smith.
It's cringe. Don't worry about it. He says I could find someone else who would just be an enabler for my anxiety, but he wants to help me rise out of it and live at a higher vibration. He says
I wasn't apparently I was not joking about the Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson. I was not. I called it. I'm so fucking good.
I subscribed to Russell Brand before he went off the deep end. And now I keep seeing the titles for his videos and thinking I should watch him to see how crazy he is, but I never do because I'm scared.
God, holy fuck.
Okay. He says I could find someone else who would just be an enabler for my anxiety, but he wants to help me rise out of it and live at a higher vibration. He says I have a distorted view of what love is, and that I am super toxic, and that I use my diagnosis of anxiety as an excuse to not be a better person.
You're about to be indoctrinated into a cult. That's what this is.
That's abuse. That's fucking abuse.
Am I the asshole for walking out of a wedding I was supposed to host? I, 24 female, have been hosting events since I was 18. I sometimes do it with pay, but most of the time, I just do it because it's fun. I would usually offer to host events for close friends and family for free. I jokingly ask them to pay me with good food and a good time, and most of the time, that's the case. Daisy, who's 25 female, used to be a good friend of mine, but now we're not that close anymore. A few weeks ago, I heard from one of my best friends that Daisy had been telling people that I would be the host at her sister's wedding reception. She didn't ask me about it up until 2 weeks ago. I wanted to say no, but I'm actually really close with her family, and I wanted to do them this favor. I knew her sister was having a small wedding, and they wanted to stay under a certain budget. Of course, I wouldn't be paid for this event, but it didn't matter. I sent them the program for approval, but never heard back from them until a day before the wedding. All she said was, "Oh yeah, it was okay," without saying anything else. I felt a little worried about the whole event, but I decided to push through because I had already agreed. The day of the wedding comes and Daisy told me not to come to the church and just go straight to the reception venue. I did, and when I arrived, I was immediately being yelled at by the groom's family. From what I was told, they were the groom's aunts. They criticized basically everything about me and told me that I should have dressed better, and now all of their wedding photos would be ruined thanks to me. I was wearing a dress pre-approved by the bride and had just plain makeup, nothing too crazy since I was just a host. I just lowered my head and didn't say much. I waited until Daisy and her family would arrive, and when they did, before I got a chance to tell her what had happened, the groom's family chimed in and complained about how, verbatim, cheap-looking the host they hired was. I expected Daisy to defend me, but she shrugged and said, "The other host we hired canceled on us last minute. Please bear with her. I promise she won't be in the pictures." My jaw dropped when I heard her say that. She ushered all the other guests inside the reception area and left me outside. In my anger, I left the venue without telling anyone. Daisy kept calling me a few minutes after I left, but I didn't answer. A day later, and my phone was being blown up by texts and calls from both the bride and the groom's family, calling me all sorts of names for leaving the event without notice. Now I'm starting to feel bad about what I did. Am I the asshole? asshole? Asshole for refusing to RSVP to my sister's wedding because I'm required to write an application essay just to attend? So I'm a 27 female, and my only sister is getting married next February. Destination wedding, no less. I have doubts whether this wedding is actually going to happen with the pandemic and everything, but she is totally set on moving forward. Anyways, because of the pandemic, her original venue has made her cut down on guests because they're cutting capacity by half. As a result, she's sending out re-invites that asks everyone to RSVP again. But in order to figure out who to invite and who to cut, she's asking all confirmed guests to submit two 250-word essays to 2 questions. The gist is that they'll use these essays to choose who can come or not based on people's enthusiasm. People who don't write the essays at all will be automatically disqualified. I just feel really insulted by all of this. The questions aren't even pandemic related. It's broad topics like, why do you still want to celebrate this day with us, and what will attending our wedding mean to you specifically? So she's blatantly looking for people to kiss ass and tell her why they really want to go. Anyways, I told her in advance I'm not writing 500 words on why I need to attend her wedding, spend my own money on plane tickets and hotels, and buy her a present. This has really rubbed her and my parents the wrong way. She said that to keep things fair, if I don't fill out the RSVP correctly, I won't be saved a spot. I said fine with me. Then my parents said if I don't show up, I'm gonna be in big effing trouble with all our relatives, so just write the essays. I'm already annoyed at the thought of spending thousands and coming home to quarantine, but I will not belt out 500 words on how this is totally my choice. Edit. Sister has framed these essays as surveys, but there's a word limit requirement, so if you don't reach it on the Google Forms, you can't even submit. My parents think this is perfectly reasonable, nice even, because my sister's letting everyone have the chance to attend. So am I the asshole?
Am I the asshole for changing the lock so my landlord can't enter? I, 31 male, have a breaking and entering charge from trying to enter my ex-girlfriend's place to take back some of the stuff she took when we were breaking up, like my bedding and CDs. She called the cops and I got unfairly charged and prosecuted. Because of this, I couldn't find a place to live, and I also have old DUIs, but I'm 3 years sober. Also, my insurance for any vehicle is insanely high to the point it's cheaper to get Ubers to get around. So I needed a place that was near work, and it's been almost impossible to find one. Finally, I found a woman who was renting out a basement suite, but she wanted a non-smoker and asked me 3 times. I said I didn't smoke because I was desperate for a place and I wouldn't smoke inside. But she came without giving me a proper notice. She gave me a 15-hour notice, not a 24-hour notice, and saw cigarette butts on the steps of the place from when I was smoking outside and freaked out and demanded that I leave. I wanted to sign for a year, but she refused to, only signing me for 3 months because of my credit. She forced me to let her into my apartment to check for damage, even though I reassured her I didn't do any smoking inside. I did use my brother as a reference because I didn't have great luck with having a good relationship with previous landlords. And she found out later he was my brother and threatened legal action for using a fake reference, but he wasn't fake. I did pay rent to him a few years ago. She began checking on the place every 2 weeks, claiming she was checking for damage, even though I said I would leave after my lease was up. I then started seeing this girl I was interested in, and we began dating after a few months. The landlord showed up to my place again to inspect the place, and she and my girlfriend started talking. She told her I had a breaking and entering charge and a DUI. My girlfriend then stopped talking to me because of that. I'm sure it's illegal for her to tell my personal information like that, so I changed the locks to the place and refused to let her in. She sent me a letter starting the eviction process, and I'm sure it will take months to evict me, and it will make it even harder for me to find a place to live. Am I the asshole for baking my own birthday cake after my wife bought one? For my 32 male birthday, I always like one specific kind of cake, a chocolate-covered cherry cake. My mom or dad always made it for me since it wasn't one of those available flavors at any bakeries or stores near where I grew up. When I moved away, I started to make it myself. I've been married to my wife just under a year, but we've been together for 6 years, so she knows all about this cake. During that time, we've either baked it together, my parents made it, or I've made it on my own. I've never asked or expected her to do it. Before my birthday this year, my wife asked me what kind of cake I wanted. I said the same kind as always, but she told me she didn't feel like baking it. I told her she didn't need to worry about baking it because I could just do it myself. She asked me a second time about the flavor of the cake, and I gave her the same answer. The day before my birthday, I got home from work and had all the ingredients to make my cake. I went to get something out of the fridge and there was a pair of cheesecakes in there. I went to go get something out of the fridge and there was a pair of cheesecakes in there with happy birthday written between them both. I asked my wife about it and she said those were the cakes for my party the next day, and she thought of switching things up this year since everyone loves cheesecake. I don't hate cheesecake, but she gets it at least once a month. I only ever have the cherry cake on my birthday. I told her I appreciate it and they look good, but I really want the cake I like, so I was going to make mine and would just let everyone have the choice of what cake they want. She got pissed off and yelled that I ruined her attempt to make things easier on us by not having to bake a cake and bringing the cake that everyone loves. It's been 2 days since the party and she was cold at the party and is still acting cold. Usually I move mountains in heaven to give her the things she wants on her birthday and celebrate how she wants. I just wanted one specific cake for mine. So am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for refusing to be my sister's maid of honor after she said I can't bring my boyfriend and children to her wedding because we're not married? I, 33 female, have been with my boyfriend, 35 male, for over 10 years now. We have 2 kids together, twins, age 8. I have an older sister, 38 Nina, who is getting married to Dan, 37 male. She has a 16-year-old and a 5-year-old from her previous relationship. She has known Dan for about 2 years now. Her wedding is in 2 weeks. I was meant to be a maid of honor and had my final dress fitting and everything about a week ago. Since Nina is very particular how she wants her wedding to go, the dresses took 2 to 3 months to be made. The maid of honor dress and bridesmaid dresses are slightly different, where the maid of honor dress looks more upgraded compared to the bridesmaid dress. Because I'm her only sister, Nina said she couldn't imagine anyone else wearing the maid of honor dress. Last week, I found out that neither my boyfriend or my twins are invited to the wedding as my sister canceled their invitations. The wedding is not child-free. I asked her what was wrong. She said she doesn't feel comfortable having my boyfriend at her wedding because we're still not married, and since the twins were born outside of marriage, they can't come as well. I was very mad and reminded her that she herself had 2 kids that were born outside of marriage. This is her first marriage, and she's currently pregnant with another one. Nina said she understood her sins and is working to redeem them, but her word is final. Me, alongside with a few other bridesmaids, have pulled out from the wedding and told her we will not be coming since Nina decided to uninvite our boyfriends and kids. I have also said that I will not be giving back my maid of honor dress either since I fully paid for it and for all the fittings. My sister called me an asshole and is asking our parents to do something since she can't have another maid of honor and the dress will take too long to be made and everything is already paid for. So am I the asshole?
Story time about how my best friend is becoming abusive. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. I was sending me on Instagram. Bestie and I have known each other for 5 years, and I don't even know if I can call her my bestie. I need somebody to tell me if this is wrong or right. When her and I met, our lives were completely different. We're both in school and we lived at home. Graduated around the same time. Got hired at a really good law firm and I was able to rent my own apartment. She graduated and she wanted to open up her own salon. It didn't happen right away for her. She struggled a lot and she was not good with business. Finally asked me to help her out. She leased out a good salon and I helped her get a loan. The loan I got her was excellent. Her business was going good, so we decided to move in together. At this point, we had known each other for about 3 years. When we moved in together, I started getting to know a side of her that I really didn't like. She was constantly bringing guys home, and it made me feel really unsafe. She once gave our apartment keys to a guy that she had hooked up with once. Came home from a long day at work, and all I wanted to do was just chill and watch TV. But this guy had invited his 2 friends over. They were sitting on my couch, and they had a full spread in front of them. All of my expensive food that I buy for myself because I'm gluten intolerant, they were eating all of that. And they were drinking all of our wine. I kicked those guys out of my apartment because it was my apartment. I get a call from my bestie and she is irate. She told me that I embarrassed her and that I was not a good friend. But I did not budge. I told her that what she had done was so irresponsible. Giving keys to a random man. We don't know anything about him. She didn't speak to me for a week. Then COVID happened and she happened to be home. But luckily, I was by myself through all of COVID. But then she came back. This is when the real abuse started. She began stealing from me. Go to part 2. Story time about how my bestie is abusive. Disclaimer, this is not my story time of send me an Instagram. Then she started stealing from me, and apparently she was still mad at me for kicking out that guy the year before. The only reason I found out she was stealing was because I installed cameras during COVID. I was at work one day when she was home. Oh, and by the way, at this point she had lost her salon, but I managed to keep my job during COVID because I was working from home. She was home all the time. My camera alerted me that there was someone in my room, and then I go look. That's when I see her going through all of my skincare and my makeup. She brought a supermarket bag and just started putting stuff in the supermarket bag. She had never ever done this before and I was really surprised. But I definitely thought that when I would get home, she would tell me that she got some stuff. I thought maybe she was borrowing it. When I got home, she did not say anything to me. I decided to let it go because at this point I wanted to mend our relationship. After this, I noticed money missing from my purse. She also started using my Uber Eats. That's when I put my foot down. I told her I knew that she took my makeup. Of course, she denied it, and when I show her the footage, she told me that I was violating her privacy by putting cameras in my bedroom. I asked her for the makeup back and she told me that she didn't have it. Said she loaned it to a friend. When I told her to stop using my Uber Eats, she said that she had only done it once. I had record that she had done it multiple times. She half-assed her way through an apology. Then she started body shaming me. She would comment that I was eating too many carbs and that I had definitely gained weight through COVID, which was true. I would never talk about it to my friend. Then I found out through another friend that she was talking bad about me. I told our friend group that I was the one stealing her skincare and makeup. Then I showed them the footage and it got back to her and she went crazy. She came into our apartment and threw me down on the floor. I thought she was gonna hit me, but she actually stopped herself. I asked her to move out and she says she doesn't have anywhere to go. And because I feel bad for her, I don't want to kick her out. I feel like I'm constantly watching my back and my things. She did apologize, but there's too much tension. I'm actually afraid of coming home. Should I just kick her out or should I try to fix things? Story time about how I got caught making out with my cousin after escaping a cult. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. Send me an Instagram. Before you judge me, just hear me out. 4 years ago, my parents met this guy at our church. He basically convinced them to go live with him in his freaking cult. And for some reason, my parents decided to give him all of our money. For 3 years, my family and I were in this cult. Essentially, we had to work every single day instead of going to school. We were made to wear uniforms. We were also told even when to eat. Every single aspect of our lives was controlled. The third year there, I turned 16. I was the oldest out of my siblings. This is when I grabbed my siblings and I went to talk to my parents in private. And I told my parents that we were sick of this. It was absolutely horrible. Who wants to live in a cult? It actually took another year for me to convince my parents to finally let us go. By the time we left, I was 17 and hadn't seen my family in over 4 years. Thankfully, my parents came to their senses and we left. For some reason, my parents didn't want to contact their parents. So we ended up going to a shelter for 2 months. And then I finally convinced my parents of contacting their parents. This was the blessing we needed. Grandma was so happy to hear from my mom. The entire family didn't actually know what happened to us. They actually assumed we were dead. Go to part 2. Story time about how I got caught making out with my cousin after escaping from a cult. Part 2, and disclaimer, this is not my story time. I'm sending me on Instagram. Our entire family actually thought that my family and I were dead because they hadn't heard from us in 4 years. Thankfully, my grandma was so happy to hear from my mom though. She actually asked my mom if we wanted to go live with them. You see, my grandparents had a 7-bedroom house and they also owned 2 businesses. They also offered my parents jobs. It was such a blessing. Slowly, family started to come over. That's when my cousin and his parents came over and it was lust and love at first sight. A few weeks later, my parents wanted to throw my little brother a birthday party. And of course, my cousin came around too. He started hanging out with us almost every single weekend up until that point. During the party, he asked me if I wanted to go for a walk in the woods. And when we did, he kissed me. It was beautiful and magical. But when we turned around, we saw a bunch of kids from the party, including my little brother who ran off and told my parents. Lucky for me, my parents were so desensitized from the cult that they didn't actually get mad. They just told us never to do it again. But my cousin still comes over. And we always go for a walk in the woods and make out. Is this totally wrong? Because I've suffered so much, I feel like I deserve this. And he's also my second cousin. Does that change anything? What should I do?
My boyfriend of 7 years doesn't seem to be considering proposing anytime soon. Am I stupid to think that he ever will? I, 29 female, have been with my boyfriend, 29 male, for 7 years now. We have a lot in common. I love him, I love our life together, and I can't imagine sharing my life with anyone else. Up until now, I've not really been hinting, pushing, or mentioning engagement or anything like that too much, as we both don't have a lot of money and I never want it to be forced. We've been saving up for a deposit for buying a house together for the past couple of years, and I've told myself that that's a big commitment on his part. And I always had it in my mind that when the time comes and he's ready and wants to make the next step, he'd propose. But our recent anniversary made me realize that it's been a whole 7 years and he doesn't seem to even be thinking about proposing. And I started doubting that if he hasn't asked in that amount of time, if 7 years has not been enough for him to feel that he wants to spend the foreseeable future with me, then he never will. I asked him recently if marriage is something he wants in the future, and he said yes, but that was it. So I want to see what other people think about it. Am I wasting my time thinking he will commit to me one day and propose? Or is my gut feeling that if he hasn't by now, then he never will, more accurate? Am I the asshole for not giving my sister her wedding dress because she didn't invite my underage son? I, 40 male, have a sister, 30 female, who's getting married in a week. The groom proposed to her a year ago at a family dinner that left everyone speechless, but very happy for them as they are longtime companions. During this dinner, my sister asked my son, 17 male, to make her wedding dress. My son has always loved design and fashion. He took technical courses in these areas and sewing. Even his friends keep asking for his clothes because they are so beautiful. He agreed, but said that he needed time and that he would need her opinion constantly. At first, my sister was very annoying. My son drew about 50 dress designs in a month, and she only liked one, which he continued with. He sewed it with great quality fabric, which I paid for as I wanted to get involved in a certain way. For 5 months, he made several adjustments to suit her wishes, as she always complained about something. After a while, he arrived at the final model, and it was just amazing. My mother cried seeing my sister in the dress, and I confessed that I almost got emotional too. The problem was that last week, my son came to talk to me about the wedding invitation that had not arrived for him, but for other family members. I thought maybe he didn't need one, but it still felt weird. I messaged my sister raising this issue, and she replied that she didn't want any underage people at her wedding because there would be alcohol. I asked if she was going to make an exception for my son, but she cut me off and said no. There are no children in our family. My son is the only minor, so I didn't see any sense in this rule for family members. And to make matters worse, my son was very sad and cried because he spent months on this dress and couldn't go to the wedding. I was very upset and told my sister that she should look for another dress as soon as possible, as she would no longer wear the one that my son had made. She called and yelled at me, saying I was being unreasonable and that I couldn't do this. My mother called me saying I should deliver the dress and follow the rules, but I didn't and hung up on her. Because of this, my family is divided. Many agree with me and condemn my sister's actions, saying she could only make an exception, but another part says I'm unreasonable and I'm spoiling her big day. I don't think I'm being wrong, but just rational and paying her back in kind. So, am I the asshole? I, 30 female, caught my husband, 31 male, in an affair, and I don't know how to move on. I suspected things had been going on for a while, but kept brushing it off. I thought he would never do that to me. Since around April, he's been refusing my attempts to have sex most of the time, sitting differently on the couch to where he's facing away from me. Little things. It's with one of our good friends. She came to my house a few weeks ago. She's texted me, she's pretending to be there for me. I found out because I rolled over and they were having a Snapchat conversation. She said she wished she could be there to hold him, and he summarized that I tried to seduce him last night and mocked it. I confronted him and he admitted it. He said that it was only because quarantine was stressful. He does not want things to work out. He thinks of me as only a friend in his heart. When I told her husband, he confronted her, and apparently they actually kissed back in February. I think at that moment, I was never going to be enough for him. We used to be so happy. The week before they kissed, we celebrated Valentine's Day together. He bought us a nice bottle of wine for our anniversary. We had fun. We were perfect. I don't know where to go from here. We've been married only about a year. I feel like he took so much from me and doesn't even want to go to therapy or work this out. I don't want to leave my house, but everywhere in it I see him. He chose her. I've been cheated in every relationship I've ever been in. He was supposed to be my forever. I don't know what to do. I made therapy appointments, but I was also laid off last month, so I have too much free time to analyze every single moment where he might have been lying to me or where I made myself pathetic trying to cling to him. How do I start to get through this?
Hi guys. Boy, do I have a story for you. Last year, I was happy and in love with my boyfriend of 6 years, Stephen. Sure, we weren't perfect. Things had stagnated a little bit sexually after so long together, and we probably didn't set aside quite enough quality time together, but we were still happy. We were living a great life together and had a really good group of people around us too. Two of our favourite people were our, quote, best couple friends, Ella and Joel.
Oh no.
No, something's gonna happen.
Why have you mentioned them?
I'm gonna guess a foursome, but that's perhaps too soon. Joel and Stephen had been best mates for years, long before I even met him, and Ella was Joel's much younger but really lovely girlfriend. The four of us spent so much time together. We went on holidays together, celebrated birthdays together, and split off one-on-one whenever we felt like it. I loved hanging out with Ella whenever the occasion called for it. She felt like a little sister to me. Stephen? Ella's gonna do something. Oh, I can sense it. Ella, no! Don't! Stephen and Ella work in the same industry, marketing. And so when an entry-level job opportunity came up at Stephen's work, he knew she'd be perfect for it. Ella is 9 years younger than Stephen, but is really hungry and driven for career success, so it was kind of a mentor-mentee dynamic. Or at least, I thought it was.
And you thought correct, and that's the end of the secret. Everyone is happy and successful in their careers.
The end.
That was great, guys. Thank you so much.
Really enjoyed my time here. Once Stephen and Ella started spending so much more time together at work, their dynamic changed. I noticed that they were getting along extremely well. Stephen was open with me about how much he and Ella had in common, and even told me at one stage that he was feeling, quote, guilty about enjoying her company around the office so much.
You can't be saying that. Oh, Stephen, you silly, silly boy.
When he saw that I was concerned, he insisted that it was nothing romantic and that Ella was far too young for him to consider her romantically. I also learned around this time that Joel, Ella's boyfriend, wasn't all that supportive of her. She was complaining that he didn't really take an interest in her career or dreams for the future, and it was obvious to everyone around them that their relationship was starting to falter. Ella and Joel broke up. In my gut, I knew something was about to go very wrong in my own relationship. Within a week, Stephen confessed that he had romantic feelings for Ella.
No!
We saw that coming, but I'm
whoa,
still mad.
what a shock.
Feelings that were reciprocated on her end, and that he needed time apart to sort his head out. He told me that he wanted to make our relationship work, and that I was his priority still, no matter what. I told him he could have some space, but there was no guarantee I was going to wait around or be someone's second choice. 3 weeks after we broke up, Ella and Stephen moved in together. Oh my God. Yes, you read that right. They weren't just together, they were living together. So fucking fast.
Oh, Claire, I'm so sorry.
That was 6 months ago.
Oh, no.
I was shell-shocked, heartbroken, sick with grief for my relationship with Steve. It was, without a doubt, the hardest thing that has ever happened to me. The breakup was absolutely brutal on my mind and heart. This was 6 years of my life. And I wasn't just losing someone I adored, I was losing his entire family too. Steve's mum and sister are 2 of my rocks. I love them almost as much as I love him. They were totally blindsided by his behaviour. I cannot stress how out of character it was, and really supported me along the way. Even now, they still invite me out to brunch dates with them because they consider me part of their family. Last week, Steve asked to meet for coffee.
No, go away, Steve. Steve, no. No.
Stay out.
No.
There, he told me that he had made the wrong decision.
Okay. Who cares? Shut up,
Live
Steve.
with your mistakes, Steve.
You did the thing.
He said he lost his mind and blew his life up, and that he was brimming with regret.
Good.
I haven't told anyone about the coffee date or what Steve told me yet. I need time and space for my heart and head to align. I'd love to throw a rejection back in his face as some form of punishment, but what if the main person that I would be punishing is myself? I want your brain's trust to tell me straight. Am I crazy for thinking that we could ever make it work again?
Okay.
Well, Claire, firstly, you're not crazy for thinking that.
No,
I think
Claire,
it's common. It'd
you're
be
not
a common thought.
You're not crazy, but you are probably wrong.
My fiance of 7 years told me he thinks he's polyamorous and that he has already found someone else that he has feelings for. Ciao. So we're going to start with the original post and then go back to the update, okay? We've been engaged for 7 years, and we've known each other for 10 years, and he's known her for less than 2 years. Okay. His job is moving to a different state, and we decided that we would move us and our kids with it. We have been planning on moving together and buying our first home together, and now it's all falling apart. We were happy together in the beginning, but then we just kept doing things to hurt each other. We tried to move past everything, but we didn't communicate things well. It's clear now that both of us have been hurting each other because we're both hurt ourselves. Over a year ago, I took it too far, and I said something that hurt him deeply. He wouldn't talk to me for months. I tried apologizing and doing what I could to make things right, but I was the last person that could help him. Because of that, he found solace and comfort in another woman, one we both knew. I tried to be understanding of their friendship because I knew what I had done. We never really talked between us about what had happened. We really only started talking again during this last year. And during this past year, I've been having suspicious feelings that there's something he wasn't telling me. I would see him constantly Snapchatting her, and even though we might have been talking, there was no love and affection being expressed between us. He stopped sleeping in the bedroom, and I've become so depressed since he's withdrawn his touch and affection with me, but I see him constantly talking with her. This is also the same woman that he insisted I become friends with, telling me that she thinks I hate her and she's got social anxiety and depression, which I have as well. He makes excuses for her and goes out of his way to help her. I tried being her friend and she didn't really talk to me. She also deleted me from social media and kept talking only to him, but still cries to him that I hate her. What the fuck? When we found out we were going to move, things started to feel lighter and fresher, like we can start over again and rebuild the relationship we once had, and when we should have. We both talked about how it would be good for us and that we can take this opportunity to work on a relationship. We were happier with each other. But then he drops this bomb on me. 10 p.m. he tells me that we need to have a serious conversation.
So sorry, I hate to be all clickbaity, but I really do need to do a part 2. I'm running out of time. Part 2. He told me he thinks that he's poly and that he has love for other people. He told me that because of how I had hurt him and how she had stepped in to comfort and console him, they now have an amazing bond and that he loves her. She's married, but her marriage is toxic and abusive. Plus the fact that she has a very traumatic upbringing. She has to have 2 surgeries soon, and he is right there for her. He feels this need to save her and to bring her into our new home when we move. He also insisted that he didn't want to lose me because he has love for me too. But he has such a love for her, and if she gave him a chance, he would be in a relationship with her as well. Last week, being emotional and upset about my life as I know it ending, I told him I didn't want to hear anything more about her or what's happening in her life. He got upset at that, and one thing led to another, and he left the house and refused to talk to me. All he would say is that we were over and we have no future, and that one way or the other, he was leaving me and the kids. He went into explicit detail about how much he resented me and brought up all the things we tried leaving behind and all the things he wouldn't talk to me about. He said that he wasn't coming home and that he would only come back for his stuff. I cried myself to sleep that night. I don't bash anyone's relationship style, but I don't think I'm the kind of person who can be okay in a poly relationship. I told him this and that I'm not okay with that. It's been almost 2 weeks since he told me, and at this point, I'm trying to be understanding and compromise. I told him that I can be more accepting of his poly nature as long as she has her own place. He's basically offended that I even suggested because it would be too hard for her as a single mother. He's told me that it's going to happen, even though she doesn't know about his feelings. They're not even in an actual relationship, but he wants to move her in right away. I've known him for 10 years, but he insists that we will be treated equal. He's already given her more attention and affection when she doesn't even live with us. Now, how does he think it's going to work if we all live together? And honestly, I don't want to be treated as equal to her, and we've been together for so long, we still refer to each other as husband and wife. I thought poly relationships relied on open and honest communication and boundaries. Because, child, that's what I was going to say. Like, anyway, okay, we're going to get back into it. But he doesn't seem like he's going to change his mind on moving her into the house that she won't be paying for. I've even suggested being his nesting partner, but I'm 100% not okay with moving her in. He doesn't want to accept that, and he wants her in our home. He won't sleep in our bed with me. He will only sleep with me if all 3 of us are in the same bed. He is dragging. Oh! The next part will be in the comments, and we will definitely start the update in the next video. What the hell? Part 3, and we're going to get into this update. I really hope this update has some type of promise in it because child, oh my goodness. Today we talked through text because he didn't want to be in the same room as me. We talked about how much we're hurting and how we both feel like we're terrible people for what we've done to each other. Real quick, is anybody else wondering what the hell she did? Because I would love to know. I hope it's an update. Let's see. But now he's saying he doesn't know if there's anything for us. For now, we should just co-parent since we live together and just see if there's anything even left to fix. And it really seems like as if he chooses her, he won't care about my situation as a single parent. It feels like all he cares about is her. It does seem that way. I've been alone in bed crying all day because I don't know what to do anymore. I've been mourning our relationship and I have no one I can talk to about it. But he keeps talking to her and confiding in her while I'm suffering on my own. Part of me wants to hold on and fix our relationship, but the other part of me is hurt that he won't take my feelings about her living somewhere else into actual consideration. Should I just let this die, cry and mourn and move on, fight for it, accept the damage has been done and it's too deep to fix? Let's get into this update. Editing to add. Thank you for everyone who has commented. I would respond to everyone, but I just don't have the mental space to do it. I like to add some things for context that I didn't think of adding last night. I would like to clarify that he did come back home that night. The next day I cried all morning and he came to me between phone calls and breaks. He works from home and held me and hugged me as I sobbed. He begged me to stop crying and said that he crossed the line with how he went off on me. He said that he was so sorry and that he never should have gone off on me like that, and he took it too far. During his lunch, he held me in bed as I sobbed and begged me to stop crying, and he was crying himself. He got off work, we spent time with each other,
and while he consoled me. When he told me about him thinking he's poly, he didn't say it was new or recent, that he had been wondering and questioning himself about this for years now. What prompted this change in him was him learning that an old coworker are themselves poly and married to another poly person. He explained to me that he's been doing his own research, joining forums on Reddit for polyamory, and reading other people's story. He said that they kind of resonate with him and that's what he thinks he wants. While I do agree with the emotional affair being legitimate, I really don't think that he's necessarily using this as an excuse and that this may be how he is. Some people have asked why it's been 7 years and that alone is a red flag. When the truth is, we were planning on getting married in 2017 on a specific date that fell on a specific day, but when the time came around, my mom's cancer had taken a turn for the worse and she really was dying in hospice. I wasn't in the headspace nor had the emotional space to get married, and he understood. Next, other people have asked, what did I say to him? I said something cruel and terribly hurtful. I try to explain it as best as I can, finally. I was angry for something that happened 2 years ago. We had been fighting, and he said that during this time we were on a break and not even together. During that time, he had gotten on Tinder and was sexting with someone on Snapchat. He would be laying in bed with me and then get up and hide in the closet or the bathroom to talk to her. At the time, I didn't realize this was happening. When we worked things out, I asked if he had been talking to anyone and he said no. I later found hard evidence on an old tablet and was extremely hurt. I was angry when I confronted him and we fought, but nothing got resolved. Fast forward like 6 or so months, we had been fighting we had in a long time. I was broken and I was raging over how hurt I was and how it felt like he didn't realize how hurt I was. We both lost it and started screaming at each other, and I just had to get the last word. And during my blind rage, I screamed at him how he was a piece of shit and how he was a terrible fiance and how unsatisfied I was sexually and that he was a terrible father. I walked into the bathroom and it hit me how hard on what I had just said and how I never wanted to say that. Yes, I am hurt and angry, but I am horrified with myself with what I said to him. My words broke him. He cried every day for months, couldn't/wouldn't talk to me because, well, why would he? I let my anger get the better of me, and I took it too damn far. I feel like a terrible shit person from day one, and I wish I could take back what I said. Yes, I was angry and unsatisfied in our relationship, but I wanted to discuss and not fight and yell. I've hated myself ever since then for saying what I did, and even with him blowing up on me and yet telling me how much he resents me, I feel like I deserve all of his anger. I already know I have my own blame in how things are now. And obviously below is the original post. That's just part 1, yada, 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 yada. What the hell? What the hell? What do y'all think in the comments? I would love to hear what y'all think in the comments. I would love to hear what y'all think in the comments. I just cannot wait until, baby, you wake up out of the sunken place. 'Cause, girl, though what you said was hurtful, that is no excuse for all of this BS that has transpired. Y'all both need help. Y'all both need therapy. Y'all both need to work on yourselves. Very, very factual. But that, you letting this man drag you through the mud, baby, and making excuses for it. I feel like sometimes we get into this place where we know we hurt someone, so we try and be over accountable for the BS that they continue to do. And I feel like that's what you're doing.
Am I the asshole for telling off a guy at the gym who gave me advice? I, 22 female, have recently started going to the gym. However, I am very limited on what exercises I am able to do because of a health condition, POTS, which makes it very difficult and dangerous for me to do most exercises. For now, I have only been doing the recumbent bike and the rowing machine, the recommended starting point for people with my condition. The whole reason I started to exercise in the first place was not to lose weight or gain muscle, but to hopefully manage my condition better. Unfortunately, a lot of gym rats don't seem to get that. I encountered said gym rat today as I was finishing up my workout. I work out late at night to avoid people, and I have seen him around most nights I am there. Right as I was getting ready to leave, he comes over to me and starts to critique my exercise routine. He says, "You know you're not going to get much results from just doing that every time. You need to add more cardio and weight training." Who asked? I just kind of stared at him for a moment before telling him that I appreciated his concern, but I wasn't interested in his advice. He just doubled down, started grilling me about my diet and suggesting different workouts to add so I can lose weight quicker. I got fed up rather quickly, and rightfully so, and snapped at him saying, "What makes you think I want to lose weight?" He seemed surprised at my response and didn't say anything, but I kept going. I said, "I am disabled. I have a health condition that prevents me from doing most forms of exercise and severely impacts my quality of life. I am doing what is recommended to me by medical professionals to help manage my condition. I couldn't care less if I lost weight. Not everyone does. So think about that next time you give someone your shitty advice." Then called him some colorful words and stormed off. I immediately called my sister, a self-proclaimed gym rat, and told her what had happened. She agreed the guy was being a jerk, but that I also could have been nicer since he couldn't tell I am disabled and was just trying to help. I don't know if he was just trying to help. According to her, I could have just thanked him for his advice and left it at that. I know she could be right, but I'm just so tired of people judging me just because they can't tell if I'm disabled. I have started to feel a tad guilty about it though, because I let out all my frustrations on this random guy who probably thought he was doing a good thing and being helpful. I feel like I should apologize for cussing him out at least. So what do you guys think? Is she the asshole? Or was she right for confronting him? Comment below, let me know your opinions, and make sure to follow for some more story times. Bye guys.
Am I the asshole for telling my roommate's boyfriend he needs to get out? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 20 female, just got a new roommate, 22 female, who is subletting the other room in a 2-bedroom, 1-bath apartment. She moved in a week and a half ago. Day before she moved in, she texted me notifying me that she would be there in the morning. She also wanted to see if her boyfriend, 30 male, could stay with us for 2 weeks until his apartment was ready. She claimed he works a lot and would be there to sleep, which was untrue. He works normal hours 4 to 5 days a week. I kindly told her no because a strange man in my apartment would make me uncomfortable. She didn't respond and arrived the next morning. I knew her boyfriend stayed the night because I heard them, but I didn't see him. I brushed it off because he was helping her move. The next day, I got home from class at 2 p.m. and knocked on her door to see if she wanted lunch. Her boyfriend answered the door and said that she left to buy food. I was annoyed that she moved him in without my consent, and especially that she left him there alone with all of my things. She got back, she gave me a sob story, and I agreed to let him stay for 2 weeks. We all get along well, but he doesn't clean up after himself. He leaves grease all over the kitchen, dirty dishes, hairs in the sink and shower, pees on the toilet seat, and leaves it standing up. If I have to pee or get water in the middle of the night, I feel the need to get dressed. The 2-week mark is coming up, so I wanted to know when his apartment would be ready. She told me to ask him. He said a few weeks because he had not signed a lease or given any money, only been approved for an apartment. I said next Monday, which was 4 days away, would be 2 weeks, so he needs to get it figured out by then. She then went to her room slightly irritated, and I didn't see her again until today. She told me she thought the way I talked to him was rude and she would never treat any of my guests that way. I apologized, but I don't think it was rude, only stern. I said if he wants to stay longer than 2 weeks, he needs to pay rent. She said he's not paying because he's staying with her. Am I the asshole for telling my mom to get over my sister's death? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My 16 female parents divorced, and this month I'm staying with my mom. My sister Angel would be 18 today, but she was stillborn. My mother is obsessed with her. When she died, my parents put her ashes into a teddy bear and she treats it like it's actually her. Every day at dinner, she puts the bear in a seat at the dining table and puts a plate of food in front of it. The food is always wasted, and sometimes my mom will say, "You weren't hungry, Angel," or "Angel isn't feeling well tonight." She has an entire room dedicated to her filled with makeup, a vanity table, a bed, designer clothes, bags, shoes, pajamas, a TV, and even a console I'm not allowed to touch. My sister has the latest iPhone and MacBook. My mom always trades them in when new models come out, but I have the same phone I got at 13 and a cheap laptop. Every morning she lays out clothes in a handbag on her bed, and every night she washes them and puts them back in the drawers. I'll ask my mom for money to buy clothes too, and she will give me $50. I can't borrow any of my sister's clothes because she gets them in a size 0. For my 16th birthday, I desperately wanted a certain pair of boots. My mom said they were too expensive and she would get me a cheaper pair. I came home from school and the entire house had been decorated for my sister's birthday. I was annoyed because she only put up 2 balloons for my birthday. She lit the candles on her cake and we sung happy birthday, then she blew them out. When we were done, she asked if I wanted to help my sister open her presents. I opened the first one and I was mad. It was the exact pair of boots that I wanted. They were a size 4, so I couldn't even borrow them. I was furious and said, why would she waste $500 on someone who doesn't exist? She started tearing up and got really upset, telling me I shouldn't be jealous of my sister. I screamed at her, "She's fucking dead, you need to get over it." She stormed upstairs and locked herself in my sister's bedroom. My dad came to pick me up and said he was disgusted in my behavior and that I've gone too far this time. Now I'm grounded.
Am I the asshole for accidentally telling my fiance I hate his sister and she won't be a part of my wedding? Alright guys, this one's interesting. Brace yourself. She says, this situation is literally ridiculous, but this whole thing has caused almost nuclear warfare across the family, so I'm here to get a consensus. I, 26 female, have been with my fiance Chris, 26 male, for 4 years now. He and his sister, 21 female, named Lilac, are very close. They had a pretty traumatic childhood and always promised each other to be there no matter what. Lilac is a good sister to him, but as a person, truthfully, I can't stand her. She is literally the textbook definition of a bubbly blonde. She is overly charismatic, always giggling, and in general, just acts too immature for my taste. Kinda sounds like she's jealous, right? I don't know. She likes to pull pranks every once in a while on my fiance and he gets her back, but the whole ordeal just seems childish and obnoxious to me. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with being a child at heart, but okay. Ever since we got engaged, I knew I didn't want her in my wedding party because that means I'd have to spend time with her at my bachelorette and other parties. Fast forward to last night and my fiance asked me when I plan on asking Lilac to be a bridesmaid. I got quiet and truthfully said I didn't plan on doing so. This upset him because he said he wants his sister to be a part of the most important day of his life, rightfully so, and that if I didn't do it, he was gonna make her a groomswoman to make sure she is included. I like that idea. I can't lie, this set me off. I went off about how I want to feel respected by him and be able to enjoy my wedding day. He said he also wants to enjoy his day, which to be fair, I understand. This is where I may be the asshole. I told him that I have always disliked his sister and wish he would just not include her for once on a day that isn't even about her. He got quiet and went into our guest room to be alone. A couple of minutes later, I got a text from Lilac that she completely respects my decision to not want her in the wedding party, but she's hurt to know what I actually feel about her. Oh, that's so sad. I didn't want her to find out at all, and now he's told his whole family about our argument. Half of them are attacking me and half of them are saying it's my day, so I should be able to enjoy it. Honestly, this whole ordeal is stressful for no reason. I mean, okay, because Lilac isn't even upset. I don't want her in my wedding party, yet the whole family is upset and my fiance has been very short with me all day. Edit. Just because I hate her personality doesn't mean I'm mean to her. Being around her drains my social battery, but I've never been mean to her, nor did I want her to find out ever, especially in this way. I'm just super introverted and our personalities collide. I don't want her at my bachelorette party because I want to enjoy it fully and not feel anxious the whole time because the personification of a human firecracker is attending. Update. I am probably going to make this my only update for a while, if not ever. We talked this morning. We still are not resolved. He doesn't just want her as a groomswoman, but wants to ask her to be the best woman. As in best man, but as a woman. This is still not resolved because I am not comfortable with that, and it's more stressful because the whole family has turned into flying monkeys because his sister is the apple of their eye, so they took what I said as a serious attack against her. So, that was a lot, but what do you guys think? Is she the asshole? I know how I feel, but I want to hear you guys' opinion about it, so make sure to comment below what you think, and make sure to follow for more story times. Bye, guys.
My girlfriend left me on my birthday to go be with her guy best friend. I, female 22, and my girlfriend 22. We both came out at the same time, and we were actually best friends before we came out. The reason why we both became best friends was because we both knew we were gay, but we didn't really tell anybody, but we knew each other was gay, if you know what I mean. We've been together for 6 months, and everything has been actually pretty good, with the exception of her guy best friend moving back to the city. When I met this guy, I knew right away that he has feelings for my girlfriend, especially when he gets drunk. He gets super handsy with her. Obviously, I told my girlfriend that I didn't like him around her at all, but she put her foot down and told me that I had no say in it because he was her best friend. I basically didn't bring it up again, but they would hang out all the time, and they were always together by themselves. They never invited me to go along with them. My birthday was coming up, and her and I had already booked a little cabin in the woods. We were very excited about this, but then she slowly started to ask me if I wouldn't mind if her best friend joined us, and I told her I didn't want him to be there. It was my birthday, and I was paying for the cabin. You see, my girlfriend's really broke, so I basically pay for everything. Then she threw a tantrum and said that I was being controlling and that I didn't want to let her have fun. Then she picks up the phone and calls her best friend to complain about me in front of me. Part 2 is up. My girlfriend abandoned me on my birthday so she could go hang out with her guy best friend. Part 2. After I told her I did not want her best friend coming to my birthday getaway, she threw a tantrum, called him, and complained about me in front of me to him. I was actually so hurt that I grabbed the phone and hung up. She looked at me and told me that I had no right to take the phone from her and blah, blah, blah. That's when I broke down into tears and asked her point blank, do you have a crush on this guy? Immediately she said no. But then she told me she had a confession. She proceeded to tell me that they both lost each other's V cards to each other. And that's why they were so close. And that because they're trying to work on their relationship, I should let him come to my birthday trip. The one I'm paying for. I asked her if she had feelings for him once again and she said no. And then I asked her if he has feelings for her. This girl just stayed quiet. Then she had the gall to say, what if he does? Is that really that bad? I actually had to explain to her why that would be a bad situation. Finally, my birthday comes around and she is nowhere to be seen. I was waiting for her in my car to drive to the cabin with her. An hour later, after she's supposed to be there, she sends me a text saying that she's gonna stay with him and that hopefully this distance will make our relationship stronger. Instead, I took my whole family to the cabin and now I'm ignoring her. Now she's been calling me nonstop. I took her not showing up as a breakup, but she wants me back. What should I do? Story time about how I dated my mom's graper. Disclaimer, this is not my story time, and trigger warning for grape. I had a very charmed upbringing. My parents were both independently wealthy and pretty much gave me everything I ever wanted. I'm also an only child, so I got their attention constantly. When I was 17, my mom and dad started having problems, and the only reason I found out is because I would hear them arguing from time to time. But in front of me, they always made the effort to be kind to each other. About a year later, I met this really cute guy at the gym. He made every effort to talk to me for about a week. Finally, after a week, he asked me out on a date and I said yes. He was extremely charming, good-looking, handsome, kind, intelligent, everything you could ever want in a man. And did I mention that he was a very successful businessman? He had a house in Aspen, one in California, and properties all over Texas. We dated for 2 months and all I really noticed was that he was very jealous. If he caught a guy looking at me, he would get very upset. He was very territorial and at first I thought this just meant that he loved me. Do you see where this is going? To confuse you some more, 6 months before I met this guy, my mom had been raped. It happened while she was showing some property. The guy was never caught. My mom spent about a week in the hospital. She became a recluse. She went to live in a cabin that my dad and her owned. Well, during Christmas, I decided to take my boyfriend to this cabin. Go to part 2. Story time about how I dated my mom's graper. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. And trigger warning for grape. After my mom got graped, she became a recluse and went to live in this really fancy cabin her and my dad owned. And like I said, I started dating this guy and it was right around Christmas. So I decided to take him to meet my parents at the cabin. Like I said, my mom was a recluse and she just wasn't the same after the grape, which of course I completely understand. It was a very traumatic thing that she went through. So when I brought my boyfriend at the time over, I could tell there was something up. She tried to stay away from him, didn't talk to him, and basically wouldn't even look him in the eye. The day after he and I arrived, she asked me if we could leave. I was extremely offended. I didn't understand why she didn't like him and she wouldn't tell me. I even got into a huge argument with my mom defending him. My boyfriend actually left earlier and that's when my mom told me everything. My boyfriend was her graper. It all started when she had an affair with him. The affair lasted 2 months. When she broke it off, he became obsessed. He followed her everywhere, called her every single day. And I remember that my parents had changed their phone number and I couldn't figure out why. My mom and I were both in tears. I came to the realization that I had done it with my mom's graper, and my mom was still dealing with her own trauma. We decided to tell my dad the truth. When we all went to confront him, his house was empty. There were no signs of him. He changed his number, and we never saw him again. We keep getting phone calls though, and I think it's him. He used me to get close to my mom. What should I do?
Today I fucked up by accidentally inviting my boss to my weekend getaway. So I had been planning this weekend getaway with my buddies for months. We were going to a remote cabin in the woods to have some fun, drink some beers, and forget about work for a while. As the weekend approached, I was excited to finally take a break from my stressful job and just let loose. But here's where I messed up. I accidentally included my boss in the group message about the weekend getaway. I didn't realize it until I saw his response in the chat saying he was excited to join us. I immediately panicked because, let's be real, nobody wants to spend a weekend away with their boss. I tried to backtrack and come up with some excuse, but it was too late. My boss had already made plans to come with us, and there was no way out of it. So, I spent the whole weekend trying to have fun while also keeping a professional demeanor around my boss. It was the most awkward and uncomfortable weekend of my life. Am I the asshole if I tell my friend her boyfriend is planning to propose? My 27 female best friend has been dating her boyfriend, 26 male, for over 5 years. A while back, he reached out to me to help figure out ring size and set up so he could make the most magical day for her. Having known my friend for over 20 plus years, I know exactly how she wants her proposal to go and who she wants to be there. So I relayed all this information to him months ago via text and over the phone. I even took the time to covertly find and confirm which ring size she would love the most. Little background, my friend is incredibly family and friend oriented, and in the past expressed to me on multiple occasions, especially during the holiday season, that in the 5 years they've been together, he hasn't made much of an effort to indoctrinate himself into her family or friendships the way she has for his. While I do generally like him, I have always felt that he is incredibly self-serving and self-focused. Recently, through a mutual friend, I found out he started a group text between his, emphasis on his, friends and his family to set up the time and date of the proposal. He has not only excluded myself, and according to the screenshots I've seen, he's doing everything verbatim I suggested he do, but he has completely excluded her family and other close friends from the event. He is planning on only having his boys and family present for the occasion, and knowing my friend, this would ultimately break her heart not being able to share this moment with her loved ones. I got heated and called him. At first, he was dodging my questions, then just outright said, "This is my proposal, and I've spent enough time and money to choose how I do it. Just be happy for your friend. It's not like you're not coming to the wedding." This infuriated me. To make matters worse, I ran into her mom and dad at the grocery store and steadily asked if they knew of any possibility she was getting engaged. They were unaware, and know for a fact my friend has told him that he needs to ask her parents for their blessing. She's somewhat traditional. My friend wears her heart on her sleeve, and I can predict how this event will go down when she sees all of his close friends and family, and none of hers. Considering her previous sentiments about his lack of interest in her family/life, she will 100% see this as being hurtful and selfish, and I know she'll cry. To make matters worse, the location of the proposal is a whopping 30 minutes from her parents' home. I don't want to get involved in a fight or reveal the surprise, but on the other hand, I feel I owe it to my lifelong friend to help her avoid being hurt and disappointed. Maybe even helping her rethink what her future would look like with someone who just doesn't really appreciate what she values in life. So, am I the asshole if I tell my friend her boyfriend is going to propose?
Hi guys, I have a secret for you. Here's what you need to know about me. I am a type A marketing manager who needs to feel in control of every aspect of her life. Once I turned 25 and my brain finished developing, I did a massive clean out of everything. From possessions to people, I felt like my life was changing with every decision I made. When it comes to friendship, I like to think I'm an excellent friend and cheerleader. I reply to every text and like every Instagram photo. But here's the thing, I felt like I wasn't getting the same energy back. What was my ratio of Instagram likes to followers? As it turns out, only 5 to 10% of my followers were liking my photos. It's not like I post on my Instagram grid a lot, I'd say about 10 times a year max, so I was surprised that they weren't more highly engaged with it. With all this in mind, I decided to open up my Instagram app and do a huge cull of my following and followers. I did a big sweep of all the easy cuts like acquaintances I met at weddings, people I went to high school with, and siblings of high school boyfriends. After I did that, I downloaded one of those dodgy unfollow apps to see who didn't follow me back.
We've all considered that.
Let's be honest. Once I had a list of those people, I unfollowed them all. Alas, I am sure these are normal things that everyone has done. So here comes the secret. There's more.
I thought that was
After all this work, I was still unimpressed with my engagement rate for likes on my Instagram posts. So I decided to whip up a spreadsheet. I made a table. On the left-hand side, I typed in the name of all my followers. In the top row, I wrote in the date of each post I made. Then I went through and marked a green square if they liked it and a red square if they didn't. I started noticing long red lines of people I thought I was close to who regularly post on Instagram but would not like any of my photos. Once someone had a super long red line, I would unfollow them. Very visual.
I wish I had the time for this.
Not only that, but I would also remove them from my followers so they could no longer follow me. Every time I now post on Instagram, I update the spreadsheet, look at who is engaging, and cut the ones that don't. It sounds bizarre, and I'm sure a lot of people would roll their eyes and say it's not that deep, but it's honestly made Instagram a much more fun place for me to post. I haven't told a soul about the spreadsheet, but the data is honestly so fascinating, and I stopped wasting a lot of energy on friendships and acquaintances that didn't deserve it. Though I guess you could argue that energy has now gone into maintaining my spreadsheet. I encourage other people to give it a crack, even if it's just for 1 or 2 photos on their grid.
I love this.
You love it.
I love the uplifting nature in which she writes. She's like, I'd encourage other people to do this.
Yeah.
It's kind of a slay. What are your initial thoughts
Slay.
that you love?
No, I like the mindset. I think she takes it a little bit too far.
I don't know if I'm being manipulated. My partner and I have known each other since we were kids, but we've been together for over a year and live apart. Sometimes my partner gets upset at me for simple things like going out with friends or not returning calls in time while we are texting. When they are upset, I'm given the silent treatment. And if I ask why, / if they are upset, I'm met with nothing or no, when it is clearly the opposite. And if I push the issue or try to talk about it another time, it makes things worse. This is a recurring issue, and they refuse to acknowledge their behavior regarding this, despite me talking to them about it. When they are done being upset, I'm expected to move on like nothing happened, and there is no accountability from them. I don't know if I'm overreacting or I'm being manipulated. And since we have some time, we can read that comment below. It says, you're being manipulated. It starts like this and then escalates to much worse. She will lie, cheat, then blame all the problems on you, break up with her, and then put boundaries on your next relationship. They didn't even say it was a woman or a man. But anyway, what do y'all think in the comments? They specifically sent this in because they want to know y'all's advice. So I definitely do think you're being treated unfairly. Obviously, like you said, you know there's no accountability. They're not holding themselves accountable, and they just want you to move on from situations like nothing ever happened. That's going to just continue to cause problems in the future. So what you going to do with that information? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Hopefully they start to, hold themselves accountable and treat you better because they're treating you like shit. Or you just got to cut your ties and move on, just like they said. Leave them and put boundaries on your next relationship. Don't allow yourself to be treated like this. I wish you the best of luck. And yeah. So we got another request from Cinnabon Crunch Toastif. They said, hey, I love your TikToks and found a relationship story that honestly made my blood boil and could be a good one to share. It is sort of NSFW, so if it's not applicable, sorry. I don't even know what that is. Let me go look that up. Okay, that means not suitable for work or not safe for work. Okay, I don't know. Let's get into it. My girlfriend caught me jerking off to my ex's nudes. This happened about 3 to 4 hours ago today. So I've been with my current girlfriend for over a year now, and we got together about 6 months after me and my ex broke up. My girlfriend was out doing Christmas shopping today, and I was having a relaxed day off, so I decided, with the place to myself, to jerk off. I decided to put on some porn, but after 40 minutes, I was getting frustrated and couldn't come. So this happens, and I go to my ex's nudes and videos that she sent me, and I put some headphones on and started going to one of her videos. This already has me upset. My girlfriend came home, but I couldn't hear when she came home. So she walked over to me to get my attention or to maybe start something, clearly seeing that I was doing what I was doing, but she saw my ex's face moaning in my phone and ran out shouting. She drove and isn't answering her phone. It's been 3 hours and she still hasn't come home. What the fuck do I do to make this right? The too long didn't read said my boyfriend of almost 2 years caught me jerking off to my ex's news and she left me and I haven't seen her. Edit, I've deleted all the videos and pictures and she messaged me saying we will talk when I get home. Edit number 2, me and my girlfriend talked, so she thought I was video chatting with my ex. I explained that it was an old video and that she said that it was better than video chatting, but she was still hurt, so we talked it through and we aren't breaking up, but I'm heading to my parents for Christmas and she's going to hers for Christmas. I've given her the password to my phone and laptop and showed her that they are all deleted, but I'm sleeping on the couch until she feels comfortable having me in bed. Okay. Edit number 3, this should be the final update. We've decided couples counseling after Christmas would be a good idea for us moving forward. I know a lot of Redditors are going to be mad she wants to work on things, and I'm shocked that she does. I feel like I've been giving the biggest second chance ever, and I don't want to recover the nudes, so people please stop trying to help with that. Thank you for everyone who gave me advice. I'm staying on the couch until we're both back after New Year's. Wow, if TikTok even allows this video to be up, what do y'all in the comments? So crazy. You lucky she don't send your ass to the street, okay? Because that was just something dumb to do. But, continue to better yourself for this relationship. I wish y'all the best of luck. And don't do no more dumb shit. That was just unnecessarily dumb.
Am I the asshole for blaming my dad for my engagement party being ruined and saying that I hated him? I found out a year ago that my dad has had multiple mistresses his entire marriage and has at least 2 suspected children that he doesn't acknowledge. Sounds like a Lifetime movie. My mom has known all along, but it was a huge shock for myself and my siblings. My dad has worked very hard to earn back our trust, so we chose to forgive him and try to get back to normal. It was my engagement party 2 weeks ago. Everything was perfect until my suspected half-sisters turned up to confront my dad in front of everybody. Ooh. It was one of the most humiliating things that's ever happened to me, and I was so angry and upset that they would choose my engagement party to do this. My fiance's uncle had them kicked out, but the damage was already done. I wanted to cry so badly, so my fiance took me into a room away from everybody else so I could calm down. My parents and in-laws came to check up on me, and I just lost control and started yelling at my dad. I told him it was his fault my engagement party was ruined, and I said I hated him. Everybody tried to get me to calm down, and my mom said I was being unfair. I haven't spoken to my dad since, even though he keeps apologizing for what happened. My siblings have told me it wasn't his fault, so I shouldn't have yelled at him the way I did, and I should blame the girls for crashing my party instead. Am I the asshole? So what do you guys think? Is she the asshole? Or is her dad? Comment below, let me know your opinion, and make sure to follow me for more story times. Bye guys!
Am I the asshole for telling my 9-year-old son he shouldn't touch girls without their consent? My husband and I have 3 kids, 2 girls, teenagers, and a 9-year-old boy. Last week I saw him on the playground putting his arm around a girl from his class, and when I asked him about it, he said she was his girlfriend. My husband laughed and told him, "Don't break too many hearts." I asked my son if he had asked the girl if it was okay before he put his arm around her, and he said no. I gently explained to him that he shouldn't ever touch girls like that without getting their consent first. He didn't know what consent meant, so I had a mini discussion with him about how it's not nice to touch people without permission, and asking first means that you know the other person doesn't mind. My husband was silent during the entire conversation. My son didn't seem to be bothered by our talk, which lasted only a few minutes at the most. Told me okay, and then went to go play with his sisters. After he left the room, my husband went off at me saying that I'm making my son sound like a predator in the making, that it's just innocent playground fun and that I'm blowing it way out of proportion. I obviously don't think my 4th grader is a predator, but I felt like it was important to teach him about the idea of consent from a young age. However, I do have a complicated history when it comes to this subject, so maybe that's clouding my judgment. Was I the asshole here? No, informed consent is great. Educating people about informed consent is great. You're a great mum. Am I the asshole for not wanting to hide that my mums are gay to my girlfriend's parents? I'm 17 and started going out with my girlfriend 7 months ago. We were already chatting before school went online and I asked her out after. So her parents want to meet mine when it's safe to do that and have dinner at their house. I'm cool with that, and my mums are too. But my girlfriend told me that her parents don't know I have 2 mums, and she doesn't want them to know because they're not raging homophobes, but they don't like that. She says it will make them feel weird and uncomfortable, and asked if only one of my mums could go. I don't know. I just don't see why I have to lie. If we stay together, obviously they will find out, and also that it would be mean to ask my mums if one of them not goes. I've never been embarrassed about it or weird, so I don't see why it even matters. My girlfriend has been pissed at me ever since, and she just tells me to do it so it's not uncomfortable for her parents. Even my friends are saying it's not a big deal, and it's not like I'll get grounded for asking my mums to do this. I'm caught in the middle here because I don't want to lie about my mums or exclude them, but everyone is acting like I'm being an ass for not doing this thing. And this is the update from this guy. So we broke up. Yesterday, since it had already been days of us not talking, I listened to everyone's comments and decided to ask how she would feel if I told her only one of her parents could go because my mums are uncomfortable around heterosexual couples. She basically laughed and said it's not the same thing because that's a normal couple. That kind of got me, and I asked what's not normal about my mums. I think that's when she saw she fucked up with that and what she said. She said she didn't mean it like that and just knows it would be awkward and weird because her parents don't like that. Then I asked her if she would feel like that too, and she didn't say anything. We talked for a while and she still wasn't getting to how this would hurt my mums, asking them to hide who they were. Then it got to where she admitted it would also be embarrassing for her parents to know that I have 2 mums. And yeah, I wasn't going to get into that and told her we were done. I'm not going to be with somebody who's embarrassed about my mum's or who doesn't want others to know. So that was it. For a 17-year-old kid, he's definitely got his head screwed on, and he did the right thing. Stick with your principles.
The asshole deciding not to attend a wedding. I feel like I'm eating crazy pills because the situation feels surreal, but it's actually happening and I'd like a perspective on it. Real names changed for privacy purposes. I've had a friend, Clara, and we've been close since we met. She is struggling with some mental health issues and I've always been there for her and helped her out where I can. We also share a lot of our personal lives and stories with each other. Early last year, I met a guy. Let's call him Brad. Brad was quite alright and we hit it off as we had a few common topics we shared. Making new friends was always a good thing, and I wanted to introduce him into my circle of friends too. Unfortunately, Brad and Clara got into an extremely heated argument. It was something completely dumb to me. Something about whether a gun would defend you if the attacker had a knife or sword, but had the element of surprise. It escalated so badly that they were calling each other terrible names, and I was shocked since I had never seen either of them act this way before. They parted on extremely bad terms despite my best attempt at brokering the peace. Over the next couple of days, I tried to talk to Clara and get them to make up, but she was adamant about the situation being final and even gave me an ultimatum. Either I break off all contact with him or she will break off contact with me. I gave her another 2 days to cool off, but there was no change. I valued her and knew her longer, so I reluctantly chose her. I was candid with Brad, explained the situation and that I had nothing against him. Claire disappeared a few weeks later. She does this often when her mental health state worsens and shuts herself in for some time. I sent her a few messages to check on her well-being, but didn't get a reply. This time was much longer than previously, but I thought nothing of it, having given her the option to come back whenever she was ready. 2 weeks ago, she returned after several months and announced her engagement to Brad.
What?
Then invited me to their wedding. After getting over my shock, I asked why they were together. She said he was there for her when she went through a tough time, and he was her world. I turned down her invitation and said I would not like to attend. She got upset and said that I should put my difference with him aside. I said I had no differences with him. It was her I had an issue with. She told me to cut him out and then went and got engaged to him. I feel like I was made to be the fool. Since then, her friends have been hounding me, saying I should get over myself, stop being jealous, and that I was never in a relationship with Brad in the first place. I feel like this isn't about Brad at all, but everyone seems to disagree. Am I the asshole for turning it down?
No.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Yeah.
This poor girl.
I'm like speechless. I feel like she's fucking with her.
I know there's friends that do this, and I've had girls in my life that literally I'd be like, oh, I think he's so cute, and they'd be like, no, he's a dick, he sucks. Lo and behold, they were like texting after. Like, just this fucking sabotagey stuff that people will do to their friends.
Am I the asshole for taking a vacation to get away from my cheating husband? Disclaimer, this is not my story, it was sent to me. I, 30 female, have been married to my husband, 37 male, for about 6 years, and we dated for 2 before we got married. We have 2 kids, and ever since we had them, he's been acting so much more responsible. I was trying to stop smoking and drinking, and eventually he did, but 2 weeks ago I went through his phone. While looking for some photos to print out, I found multiple nudes and other photos from men and women. He has never expressed feelings towards men. While I was in tears, I looked through the rest of his phone and discovered that he was cheating on me with 2 other people and being their sugar daddy. I wanted to cuss him out, but I kept my composure and thought of the most petty way to get back at him. I booked a vacation to the Bahamas with my children and didn't let my husband know anything. We stayed there for a week and a half, and during our stay I posted photos of me posing with random men. It made it look like we were dating or something was about to go down. I never hooked up with them or anything, just started small talk and then I asked for pictures. We finally got back, and as soon as I walked through the door, my husband started to scream at me. He called me a bitch and said I was selfish, and that I didn't deserve him, and after everything he's done for me, I don't let him in on this, and how he's been worried about the children. I knew exactly what he did, and I've been waiting for this moment, but before I could do anything, he slapped me and walked off into the bedroom and closed the door. As soon as he closed the door, I started to scream like I've never done before. I called him out on everything he's done, all the lying and the cheating. Not to mention the cheating was going on since only a few months after we got married. I told him to go fuck himself and some other messed up things that made me disappointed in myself. I started to wonder if I'm the asshole because of what he said about the kids and what I said when I was yelling at him. So am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for leaving my husband stranded at the airport? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My husband Jack, 37 male, works at the same company as his brother Tom, 32 male, and his cousin Trey, 33 male. His brother and cousin are bachelors and room together. They live only 10 minutes away from us. Jack and Tom both had to travel for work together. They had to drive trucks to an office in another state and then fly back. They left Tuesday and got back Saturday. I had 32 female work from home with 3 kids, 5, 3, and 1. So it's been a rough week without Jack. Yesterday, Jack texted me and said he lands at 10:30 a.m. I asked if he needed me to pick him up, and he replied probably. I was annoyed because the airport is an hour away, so I was trying to plan my Saturday. I FaceTimed him at about 8 p.m. to say goodnight to the kids. But also to finalize the plans, he gave the kids a quick goodnight and then said he and Tom were getting into an Uber so he couldn't talk. He never called back, so I went to bed. I went to bed and my 1-year-old had a rough night and was up crying for over an hour. I didn't go back to sleep for another hour after that. When my alarm went off at 7 a.m., I had a text from Jack saying that he might need me to pick him and Tom up from the airport, but Trey might also get them, so I should call him and see. I was annoyed, but I also had a text from Trey saying that he'd get them. So I went back to bed. By 10:30 a.m., I was up and I was having a normal morning, and then my husband calls me to see where I'm at. I told him at home, and he asked why I wasn't there to get him. I said that Trey was there, and he said he wasn't. I looked back at the text, and it actually said, "Am I getting the guys?" In my sleepiness, I thought he was telling me he was. I called Trey, and he hurried up and went to get them. But they had to wait an hour. When Jack got home, he greeted the kids warmly but gave me the cold shoulder. When we were alone, he said he works hard and had a long week, and the least I could have done was get him on time.
Am I the asshole for not being attracted to my husband and speaking to other men? This is not my story time. It's sending me on Instagram. Been married to my husband for 13 years now. That's so long. Did not have the most romantic relationship when we first started dating. He's a molecular scientist, which means he's very heady. There is not one single romantic bone in this man's body. Of course, he's always been kind and sweet and considerate. When we first started dating, we would go out on fun dates. Loved hiking, rafting, mountain biking. But when it came to romantic dates, he had no clue. I was the one that would ask him if he wanted to go to dinner. I made the first move when I kissed him. In fact, he didn't even kiss me back. During the first year of our relationship, he was very unaffectionate. I was always telling him how I wanted him to kiss me or hug me. He would just shy away. I clearly underestimated just how shy he was because of the fact that he never initiated anything. At first I thought that he might have been gay, but it was proven wrong when we had done it for the first time. I mean, he went through it and he was excited and it happened. Still, there was always a lack of affection. When we greeted each other, I would be the one to kiss him. He would just put his arm around me momentarily. I wanted to accept that this is just his personality, but I just couldn't. I wanted romance and passion. I just wasn't getting even a little bit of that from him. Not even with his words. He never gave me compliments the way that I did. I would compliment him all the time. If you're wondering if I was attracted to him then, I was. In fact, I was very attracted to him. I was definitely attracted to him physically, yes. He was in great shape at the time that we met, but I was also attracted to his mind. He was very determined and disciplined. He was also incredibly intelligent and wrote really well. For all of these reasons, I fell in love with him. He also did treat me well, although he wasn't as affectionate as I wanted him to be. But it just kept getting worse and worse. I would be the one to spend the night at his place all the time. He never offered to come over to my apartment, so eventually I moved in with him. This led to us fighting almost every single night because he never wanted to do it. I would ask him what was wrong and he would say nothing, I'm just tired. Or he gave me the classic answer of my head hurts. I couldn't believe it because I was definitely out of his league. I was the one that was constantly getting hit on. No matter where I went, I was always getting hit on. He knew this but didn't care. He also happens to not be jealous at all, which at first I did like this because it meant that we wouldn't have problems about him being controlling or not trusting me. But eventually I started thinking that it meant he didn't care if other men hit on me. Therefore, he didn't care if I talked to other guys or cheated on him. When I asked him one time if he would forgive me if I cheated, he said, yeah, of course. I also have many male friends and I would hang out with them all the time. And I know that this is probably stupid, but I wanted him to get jealous and he never did. He would say, go have fun, which at the end of the day I know is a blessing to be with somebody who is not jealous because he gives you your freedom. But it made me feel like he just didn't care about me. That in combination with the fact that he barely ever touched me, it was really alarming. Finally threatened to break up with him after 3 years. I told him I wanted a man that was attracted to me, that loved me, that touched me, that kissed me, a man that does all the things he wants to do to his partner, in a loving way, of course. And to this, he just said, wow, that's really annoying that you have to bring that up right now. At the time, he was working on a thesis and doing a bunch of work stuff. I knew it was a very stressful time for him, but I wondered why he never wanted to be with me. I would think if you're stressed with work, you'd want to spend time with your partner and vent to them and be with them. But no, it was the opposite with him. He prioritized his job, which I understood. When he was working, he was always trying to be alone. Fast forward and we've been together 12 years. He still is kind and considerate and loving. He'll make me food, wash my clothes. I do plenty of things for him as well, but I'm the more romantic one. So I'm constantly trying to ask him if he wants to go out on a date. But the problem is I've lost all attraction to him. He doesn't prioritize his health anymore, so he's gained weight. Of course, I never want to make him feel bad, so it's not like I can tell him, hey, can you get back in shape? Recently, I started hanging out with old friends, and this led me to seeing older friends. 2 of them being men that I knew were attracted to me back in the day. One of them didn't realize I was married and asked me out on a date. I was so tempted to say yes, but I did give him my number. He's been texting me and it's been exciting. He voices how attractive he thinks I am. And yes, he knows that I'm married, but it's still just fun. I want to experience some sort of passion. I want to be held and loved. I want to be desired. Is that so bad? I told my husband that I needed more from him, i.e. passion, and he basically told me that wasn't in the cards with us. That we're at a point in our relationship where we're a married couple, and that married couples don't have passion in their relationships. Therefore, I should just get used to it. Another old friend started texting me and I've been texting him consistently. And it makes me feel good to be desired by these guys. I don't feel guilty at all. Should I stop talking to them or should I divorce my husband? What should I do? Self-care sister out. Am I the asshole for not being attracted to my husband and speaking to other men? This is not my story time. It's sending me an Instagram. Been married to my husband for 13 years now. That's so long. Did not have the most romantic relationship when we first started dating. He's a molecular scientist, which means he's very heady. There is not one single romantic bone in this man's body. Of course, he's always been kind and sweet and considerate. When we first started dating, we would go out on fun dates. Loved hiking, rafting, mountain biking. But when it came to romantic dates, he had no clue. I was the one that would ask him if he wanted to go to dinner. Made the first move when I kissed him. In fact, he didn't even kiss me back. During the first year of our relationship, he was very unaffectionate. I was always telling him how I wanted him to kiss me or hug me. He would just shy away. I clearly underestimated just how shy he was because of the fact that he never initiated anything. First, I thought that he might have been gay, but it was proven wrong when we had done it for the first time. I mean, he went through it and he was excited and it happened. Still, there was always a lack of affection. When we greeted each other, I would be the one to kiss him. He would just put his arm around me momentarily. I wanted to accept that this is just his personality, but I just couldn't. I wanted romance and passion. I just wasn't getting even a little bit of that from him. Not even with his words. He never gave me compliments the way that I did. I would compliment him all the time. If you're wondering if I was attracted to him then, I was. In fact, I was very attracted to him. I was definitely attracted to him physically, yes. He was in great shape at the time that we met, but I was also attracted to his mind. He was very determined and disciplined. He was also incredibly intelligent and wrote really well. For all of these reasons, I fell in love with him. He also did treat me well, although he wasn't as affectionate as I wanted him to be. But it just kept getting worse and worse. I would be the one to spend the night at his place all the time. He never offered to come over to my apartment, so eventually I moved in with him. This led to us fighting almost every single night because he never wanted to do it. I would ask him what was wrong and he would say nothing, I'm just tired. Or he gave me the classic answer of my head hurts. I couldn't believe it because I was definitely out of his league. I was the one that was constantly getting hit on. No matter where I went, I was always getting hit on. He knew this but didn't care. He also happens to not be jealous at all. Which at first I did like this because it meant that we wouldn't have problems about him being controlling or not trusting me. But eventually I started thinking that it meant he didn't care if other men hit on me. Therefore he didn't care if I talked to other guys or cheated on him. When I asked him one time if he would forgive me if I cheated, he said yeah, of course. I also have many male friends and I would hang out with them all the time. And I know that this is probably stupid, but I wanted him to get jealous and he never did. He would say, go have fun, which at the end of the day I know is a blessing to be with somebody who is not jealous because he gives you your freedom. But it made me feel like he just didn't care about me. That in combination with the fact that he barely ever touched me, it was really alarming. Finally threatened to break up with him after 3 years. I told him I wanted a man that was attracted to me, that loved me, that touched me, that kissed me, a man that does all the things he wants to do to his partner, in a loving way, of course. And to this, he just said, wow, that's really annoying that you have to bring that up right now. At the time, he was working on a thesis and doing a bunch of work stuff. I knew it was a very stressful time for him, but I wondered why he never wanted to be with me. I would think if you're stressed with work, you'd want to spend time with your partner and vent to them and be with them. But no, it was the opposite with him. He prioritized his job, which I understood. When he was working, he was always trying to be alone. Fast forward and we've been together 12 years. He still is kind and considerate and loving. He'll make me food, wash my clothes. I do plenty of things for him as well, but I'm the more romantic one. So I'm constantly trying to ask him if he wants to go out on a date. But the problem is I've lost all attraction to him. He doesn't prioritize his health anymore, so he's gained weight. Of course, I never want to make him feel bad, so it's not like I can tell him, hey, can you get back in shape? Recently, I started hanging out with old friends, and this led me to seeing older friends. 2 of them being men that I knew were attracted to me back in the day. One of them didn't realize I was married and asked me out on a date. I was so tempted to say yes, but I did give him my number. He's been texting me and it's been exciting. He voices how attractive he thinks I am. And yes, he knows that I'm married, but it's still just fun. I want to experience some sort of passion. I want to be held and loved. I want to be desired. Is that so bad? I told my husband that I needed more from him, i.e. passion, and he basically told me that wasn't in the cards with us. That we're at a point in our relationship where we're a married couple, and that married couples don't have passion in their relationships. Therefore, I should just get used to it. Another old friend started texting me and I've been texting him consistently. And it makes me feel good to be desired by these guys. I don't feel guilty at all. Should I stop talking to them or should I divorce my husband? What should I do? Self-care sister out.
This is an update. I feel like you guys are going to come for me in the comments, but I needed to tell you guys. Within a couple of days, my twin sister moved in with him. After this, my parents basically disowned her. They stopped talking to her. Apparently, she called them and told them that she was going to move in with him and that they were going to try to have a life together. This is when my parents came over to my big ass house, which I took from my husband, and broke the news to me. My parents obviously felt so bad for me, but honestly, I wasn't surprised. I knew that my twin sister hated me. She would do anything, and I mean absolutely anything, to make me feel even worse. It's like pouring salt into a wound. But after about a week of living with my twin sister, my husband called me. Apparently, she was being a bitch to him. And of course, because that's her normal state of being. She's just mean. Essentially, he just asked me if he kicked her out, if I would let him move back into our house. I said, hell no. This is when he explained what really happened. We talked for about 3 hours, and he spilled all the tea. And I know that this is coming from my husband, so I can't believe everything he says. But at the same time, I know my sister so well that I think he's probably telling the truth. Months ago, when we were at my parents' house, my sister and him started talking, and it was just like any other conversation. But he said one day my sister was acting strange. She paid more attention to him, and she even started complimenting his looks. And like I said in part 1, my husband is pretty attractive. I mean, remember I told you guys he wanted to be a model? He's still trying, but he's not successful at it. But he got signed to a freaking modeling agency. And every time she would see him, she would just go out of her way to be really nice to him. And then the flirting started. She would say something cute to him, he would say something cute to her. He says, and I quote, "Because she's your twin, you guys look so much alike and it almost became like normal. Like I was talking to you." I mean, is that an excuse or is that psychology? I have no idea. Then he said one day they decided to go for coffee. And this is when my sister kissed him. Apparently she was the aggressor and he was trying to calm her down. But she just went for it. And because he's already kind of attracted to her because she looks like me, he kissed her. But my parents don't want to live with her, so they got her an apartment. And guess where she went to live? In the same building my husband is living in. Obsessed much? So my husband is on his best behavior. But let's see how long that lasts. But he's doing everything I've ever wanted him to do.
So I did it. I took him back. I know you guys are gonna hate me for this, but I do still love him and I am still attracted to him. Now he's worried that I'm gonna go cheat on him. So he's being super controlling. I caught him following me last night to the gym and back to the house. When I told him to stop, he told me that I was his and that I couldn't be with anybody else. You see, the thing is, he knows that I have options. There's about 2 guys at the gym that always hit on me. They're actually really good looking, but I'm not that kind of girl. Or should I be? But we decided to live separately. I guess I'll give you guys another update soon. Self-care sister out.
My entitled sister-in-law wants custody of my baby. I, 36 female, have been married to my sister-in-law's 40 female brother for over 10 years, and there's always been some jealousy and resentment from her. She's always felt like I had the life she wanted. Not necessarily with her brother, but the marriage, family, job stability, etc. I have 3 kids, 10 female, 8 male, 3 months female. She got married last year and they decided to start trying for a baby, but she was unfortunately told that she can't have children naturally. She was understandably devastated and the family comforted her as best as we could. We recently had a family dinner and in the middle of it she says, "Hey, I think it's really unfair that you got to have 3 kids and I can't have any. Your baby is my last chance to raise a kid, so I think you should give her to me during the week so I can create a motherly bond with her, and you can have her on the weekends." Before I could even respond, the entire table erupted with everyone talking at once, so I took my older kids upstairs. When I got back to the dining room, her husband was asking what the hell is wrong with her and why she would even think to ask that. She was trying to justify herself when I asked them to leave. I also said that she's no longer welcomed at my house or around my children until she gets help. She started screaming that I don't deserve my life or my children and that I stole her baby from her. Her husband and mother-in-law kept apologizing and dragged her out of the house, still crying and screaming. Now my kids want to know why their aunt wants to take the baby. We have a security system and cameras already installed and no one has keys to her house. I will not be able to get a restraining order as this one incident isn't enough to justify it. My husband and I spoke to the older kids about it the same night and we'll be having another talk with them to reinforce that sister-in-law is not a safe person anymore. I'll also be informing the school and daycare of the issue and giving them her photo. My entitled sister-in-law wants custody of my baby. Part 2. My sister-in-law has been admitted to a psychiatric facility. After the incident, her husband sought out a psychiatrist rather than a counselor, and they had their first session last week. I didn't get the specifics of what happened, but basically she made some statements that the psychiatrist felt indicated that she was a danger to others, my baby and me, and she was placed under an involuntary hold. My brother-in-law has been nothing but apologetic throughout this whole entire ordeal, and he kept her away from us since the incident. Mother-in-law was staying with them to keep an eye on sister-in-law. She also tried to leave the house in the middle of the night to see her baby. Also, brother-in-law found her researching how to induce lactation, and she said it was to make sure she can feed the baby properly when I come to my senses and give her up. From what brother-in-law has said, seeing me breastfeed is apparently what triggered the entire episode. It was the first time sister-in-law was around the baby for any length of time, and she was holding her when she got fussy because she was hungry. Naturally, I took her to feed her, and this made sister-in-law feel inadequate because it triggered the thought that she would never be able to do that, which led to the events of the last post. I'm grateful for all the advice that was offered on my last post, as some of it was really helpful. We won't be moving as it's not feasible for us at the moment, but we have taken extra steps with security both at home and at this kid's school and daycare. This whole thing is taking a toll on the family, but mother-in-law, father-in-law, and brother-in-law are taking care of sister-in-law, and my husband and I are focused on ensuring the safety of our immediate family and minimizing the effects on the kids as much as we can.
I am having a bit of a late 20s crisis.
So real. That's honestly so real of Tara.
Here's the backstory. Nearly 5 years ago, I went on a working holiday with my sister to a small town in northern WA. I ended up meeting my partner there. He's a local of the town, and we fell in love quite quickly. At the end of the trip, I ended up staying and my sister went home. So I have no family and no proper friends here. The only person I really have is my boyfriend and his friends. We've been dating for 4.5 years. But it's only the last year that we've been in each other's lives 24/7 because he was previously a fly-in, fly-out worker and we had limited pockets of time together. In the early days, there was a handful of things he would do that I didn't like, but I let it slide as I just wanted us to be happy at the time. Now we are together a lot more, I feel like I have the space to bring up the things I am unhappy with as they happen. He's struggling with this, as he can't understand why suddenly I have all these issues that I have never raised before. The more I raise, the more I see. In fact, I'm in a place now where I can see so many issues in our relationship that we almost aren't ever going to change, and I don't know what to do.
Damn.
I am still completely in love with him and love his company when he is being good. We are so obsessed with each other, but I have so many conflicting thoughts. Perhaps some examples might help.
Sure.
He doesn't want kids, but says he could change his mind later. He's 27, I'm 29. So when will later be? He doesn't want to get married, and I do. He drinks an average of 10 beers a night, and I don't like drinking at all.
How does one stomach handle that?
10 beers a night?
He's not into health and fitness, and I very much am. He doesn't have a good family relationship, and my family is everything to me. He wants to try all the drugs, and I'm not against it, but I don't want to be involved in it. He wants sex twice a day, and ideally, I want it a few times a week.
Twice a day? With all those beers in your belly?
He doesn't have good money habits, and I have really quite good money habits.
Slay, Tara.
Yeah, you do.
He is a big talker of ideas, and I'm very literal.
He's like, let's have sex.
Big ideas. It's hard to make big future plans with him because his career and money isn't stable. He hasn't been very respectful of me for a while now.
Oh, that's a big one, Tara.
Yeah, that's kind of really shit.
Yeah.
I seem like a bitch writing this down, but he is also a really great person who works hard, does anything for me and his friends, is very caring and loyal, and honestly, I'm having the best sex of my life.
Fuck, I'd hope so. If it's twice a day.
You got the practice.
So here's my dilemma. I can see that we aren't going to be in each other's lives forever when all of our problems are listed like this. We don't have the same goals, and we don't get along well enough to get through them. But then I think we are so in love. We try our hardest to make it work, and maybe soon it will. I have no family and no close friends who have seen us together, so I can't get an honest opinion on us from anyone I trust. I also don't feel like I have many relationships around me to compare us to. Should I stay, or should I go?
New topic for us, but I think I'm gonna like it. It's called Today I Fucked Up. Today I fucked up by having a threesome with my girlfriend and her friend. Extra long, as you can see. Ooh. So this wasn't really yesterday, it was on New Year's, and literally as the year started, and I'm still suffering the consequences, as this caused for my now former girlfriend to break up with me. For the sake of this post, I'm gonna call her Pink. Now, prior to this, and I'm sorry, but I think the context is needed here, Pink and I have been together for almost 4 years, and we have very good communication. We never did anything, and we spoke about everything, including when we were attracted to another person. Eventually, this led to both of us speaking about hypothetically getting sexually involved with another person, both her and I. We talked about it several times whenever I felt attracted to another woman, or her to another woman or man. She's bisexual. Moving forward, she became friends with a girl that I'm going to call Blue for the purposes of this post. Pink met Blue through an art calling that they were both a part of, and they really hit it off. Eventually, Pink introduced me to Blue during preparation for an art exhibition that they were going to expose at. At the moment, Blue did not interest me much, as we did not interact much and I could not see her face due to everyone wearing a face mask. However, as time went by, we all hung out together without face masks, and I got to know her a little bit better. Blue is gorgeous, lovely, and charming, and I inevitably started to feel attracted to her. I did not want to get romantically involved with Blue, but I definitely felt that I wanted for something to happen. I, of course, talked about this with Pink, and she completely understood because she thought the same of Blue. For some time, I talked with Pink about Blue on various occasions and regarding how she would feel if I kissed or had sex with Blue. Pink said that it would be okay and that it would even be nice because if I kissed or had sex with another woman, she would rather have it be someone that she knows. Pink told me that it was okay because she felt the attraction. Right after Pink told me that it was okay, I felt more attracted to Blue and the idea of being with her because I never would have done anything to hurt Pink or jeopardize the relationship. I did not actively pursue Blue. I did not even attempt to get her number or anything. I just let things flow as I was with Pink and hanging out with Blue and other friends of Pink. Now to the recent events that led up to the fuck up. For New Year's Eve, Pink went with her family to a house that they have about 6 to 7 hours away from the city, and Pink invited Blue to spend New Year's Eve with her. They left the city to be at the family house on the 27th, and I couldn't be there because of work. However, I was lucky. Now I know that it was not a good kind of luck, enough that Pink's cousin was heading up there on the 31st. Sorry, part 2 is going to be tagged in the comments, so let's get into this because I'm excited. So I tagged along as she agreed to take me there. As we were celebrating New Year's, we had a good time. We were drinking, we were all pretty drunk. Although none of us was super drunk, we were pretty drunk. But not to the point in which we were losing balance, so not that drunk. We went to the bedroom somewhat early, around 3:30 a.m. as we were tired and ready to sleep. Pink, Blue, and I were sharing the same bedroom. Pink and Blue were supposed to sleep on the bed, while I was supposed to sleep on the mattress on the floor. I did not mind at all, but Blue had suggested that I could sleep with them both as there was enough space in the bed, so of course I took the offer. As Pink went to the bathroom to get changed and all, Blue and I exchanged looks, and as I stared at her eyes, she stared at me back. We didn't talk, we didn't make any gesture, we just looked at each other. Blue already knew that I liked her, and Pink told me that she had noticed, but I guess this confirmed it for Blue. I thought that Blue liked me back because she did not avert her gaze. She looked at me as I looked at her. I still did not do anything at this moment. But this brought the idea of maybe trying something. Pink came back from the bathroom, and we all laid on the bed. Blue was at the leftmost part, and I was in the right, and Pink was in the middle of both of us. We all eventually got closer as I snuggled with Pink, and as I was going to wrap my arms around Pink, I grazed Blue's leg. I was really nervous as I thought I could progressively and slowly caress her to see if she likes it or stops me. So I did. Very slowly, I started caressing her leg, starting from her knee and slowly moving down her leg until it was clear to me that she was into it. I started getting really close to Blue's crotch and eventually started touching her. Pink woke up and noticed what we were doing, and then Pink and Blue started making out. Fuck, it's happening. Oh man, this is the best way to start the year. I'm about to have a threesome with the woman I love and her friend. Fuck, I was wrong. I mean, it was great, but what came after was really the big fuck up. Throughout the threesome, I must admit, I was focused on Blue. It was all completely new to me. I hadn't been with another woman besides Pink, so she caught my attention. However, Pink seemed to be having a good time, and she did not say or make any gestures to indicate that she did not want any of this. Although it was pretty dark, we were all pretty drunk, and in retrospect, maybe I did not see any signs that I wouldn't have missed otherwise. We all had an amazing time, or so I thought, even though I was not able to get an erection. Alcohol and mine don't mix well. The MFer likes to go to sleep instead. After we stopped, we laid back on the bed, and at this time, Blue was in the middle of Pink and I. Blue and I were still naked, while Pink did put her pajamas on. Well, okay. Part 3, let's get it. Okay. Part 3. I snuggled to Blue very closely as her ass was right up on my crotch, and I was hugging her and having one of my hands on her breast. We did not sleep much, or at least I did not. I was still full of desire and was not able to unload it. A little bit further in the morning, at about 6, I was still awake and noticed that Blue was awake. I should have taken note that Pink was not, but Blue started moving and we started touching each other. We were not being loud or moving too much, and moments after, Pink got up out of the bed and headed out of the room. The way Pink got up, I did not notice any body language or indicating that she was upset or anything, and I thought she was going to the kitchen to get some water. Blue and I continued, and we eventually fucked in the same position we were snuggling in. Moments after, Pink comes back and tells me that she wants to break up. I was shocked because I did not expect it. I thought we all had a good time on the threesome, and I thought what we did was okay because we had talked about it before, but apparently it was not. So to wrap everything up, Pink and I talked about it for the remaining days. At first, she did not want to, but eventually allowed us to talk about it 3 or 4 times. Basically, Pink did not want to have a threesome, but felt pressured and did not know how to deal with the pressure as she was still drunk. Bear in mind, none of us were super drunk. We were pretty drunk, but not even to the point where we were losing balance. Pink did not say anything after the threesome ended, and she was too tired and fell asleep really quick. Now, Pink thought that it was going to be okay for me to have sex with Blue prior to all of this, but after the threesome, she noticed that she was not okay with it and that it most likely would affect her, but did not have a chance to talk about it. I did not ask Pink about the threesome, not before it happened and not after. Based on what we talked about, I assumed that it was okay, and based on how I perceived things during the threesome, I also thought that it was okay for me to have sex with Blue, but I definitely should have talked to Pink before. I should have woke her up and asked her if it was okay. I should not have started anything without her. I really fucked up. And today we talked about getting married. I'm sorry, not today. We had talked about getting married and we were going to live together this month. We were creating projects for the future and she was my everything. Fuck, I wish I could go back in time. I feel like the shittiest person on earth right now. My relationship with Pink was based on communication and the fact that we talked about everything. We absolutely loved that about ourselves, and but mostly I, fucked that up when it mattered most. I apologize for the huge wall of text, but I felt like I needed to tell the whole story. I'm not pretending to excuse myself of any of the blame in any way, and I hope I'm not portraying myself as such, because fuck, I am guilty of this. Pink is firm on her decision on breaking up and does not want to try to fix things. I hope she changes her mind, and I let her know that I'll be here if that changes because she meant everything to me. But there's nothing we can do. We talked about it until late yesterday before she blocked me from everything. Okay, part 4 will be the last part. Wow, this is crazy. The final part, and he's pleading for his love. Baby, take me back. I don't know. Let's see though. I'm sharing all of this not only because of a way of venting and not keeping everything bottled up, but also in hopes that someone learns from my mistakes. Please communicate with your significant other. Don't assume anything. Consent changes with time. And even if it was previously discussed that it was all right, always confirm before doing anything. The Too Long Didn't Read says, my girlfriend and I talked about having sex with other people several times. We thought it was okay. I had a threesome with my girlfriend and a friend of hers, and on the same day, I fucked my girlfriend's friend, and now I started the year without a girlfriend. Edit to all the negative comments attacking me. Yeah, I deserve it. I deserve whatever comes. I know I really fucked up. I know I beyond fucked up. There was some lack of communications from both ends that caused this, but I should have realized how she felt. I should have paid more attention instead of letting myself go through what was going on. I've been talking and crying with Pink throughout all of these days about everything that happened, how she felt, how I felt. There's much more that came up as we talked, but I'm not going to make another wall text, as I know it was pretty long to begin with. And I'm not here to make any excuses or take any blame off of myself, even though I failed to portray that in some part of the text. But yeah, I completely 200% fucked up. Dang. What do y'all think? I want to hear what y'all think. I don't even want to say what I think yet. I'm gonna give y'all some time to comment. Okay, cool. So I honestly feel bad for them because it seems like, you know, they thought with prior communication that everything was okay, it was good to go. And obviously, you know, like he said, consent changes with time, you know, don't assume anything and yada, yada, yada. So it's just really a messed up situation. And unfortunately, he lost his relationship because of it. But I do definitely think he's not fully to blame. But I don't know if it's like really a blame game right now. It really is just like whoa, like this situation definitely kind of happened way fast. And yeah, they both should have definitely communicated their feelings but it sucks. So now they're both single. And yeah, so what do y'all think? I would love to hear what y'all think. Please tell me what you think. All right.
Am I the bridezilla for not allowing my brother and his wife to take wedding pictures at my wedding? My husband and I, 34 and 35, recently got married. About a week before the event, Jack and Hannah, my sister-in-law, 22 and 24, asked if they could take their wedding pictures as well after our ceremony and during the reception. I asked if they meant when everything was over, but they clarified that they wanted people in their pictures. The reason for their request was that they eloped, so they didn't get to have the whole wedding experience, and they wanted the pictures to show their future kids and hang on their future home. I can understand why they would want that, so I told them that they could take pictures, but either before the events or after the guests had left. That's because they planned to come dressed in wedding attire, and I didn't want them to be wearing that during my wedding. Am I the bridezilla for not allowing my brother and his wife to take wedding pictures at my wedding? They tried to convince me to change my mind, but I stood my ground with when they could take the pictures, and they ended up saying that they didn't want to take them anymore. I thought nothing of it and just carried on with my life. Until the day of the wedding, they arrived with a photographer, and Hannah was wearing a long white dress. The guests had already arrived, so I told my maid of honor to please tell them to change clothes. Hannah and Jack refused, so the groomsmen kicked them out. After the wedding, my mother asked where they were, and I told her. She agreed that they shouldn't have done it, but that I could have let it slide since they were already here. She also said that everyone who attended the wedding knew who the couple was, so it's not like they would have caused any confusion. I'm beginning to feel bad because they just wanted to have nice memories and pictures to show in the future, and I ruined it for them. My husband and maid of honor say that I did nothing wrong, but I feel like they're biased. So am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for leaving my son's wedding after he denied his stepmom a mother-son dance? My son Jordan is 27. His stepmom Natalie came into his life when he was 16. His mom had passed away when he was 13. Jordan never really considered Natalie as his mom. He refused to let her get close and shut down every attempt to have a close relationship. He even moved in with his aunt months after Natalie and I got married. As years went by, they started reconciling and seeing each other more often. He invited us to his wedding, which took place days ago. We got there and the atmosphere was great until later when I found out that Jordan had denied Natalie a mother-son dance and instead chose his aunt to dance with him. Natalie told me this minutes later, and I couldn't help feel irritated and quite upset. I decided to get up and leave, and we both left. I got calls from my family after they saw me leave, and Jordan called later, and I told him why I did it. He got mad and said it was his wedding, and that his aunt is basically a mother to him, and said that Natalie shouldn't expect special treatment. I said it's not special treatment, but a tradition. Besides that, he hurt her feelings for no reason other than for the sake of being malicious. He got offended and accused me of ruining his day and causing a scene. Now the family sided with him and said I shouldn't have left no matter what.
Am I the asshole for stalking my ex-boyfriend? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sending me on Instagram. Send me your story times on Instagram so I can share them here. Everyone in my life thinks I'm crazy and obsessed with my ex-boyfriend. My ex and I actually started off as best friends. We met through mutual friends and I was not attracted to him at all. So when I say we were best friends, it was just best friends. After a year of getting really close to him, I noticed that he started changing. It really upset me because he was my best friend at the time. Anytime I needed to talk to somebody that I knew cared about me, I would call him. He actually came to replace my female best friend. At the time, I was dating a couple of guys, and things were just very complicated, and he gave me very, very good advice. Like I said, he started to change, and I knew that something was wrong. My friend group loves Halloween. We were all planning to do something really fun and exciting, so everyone was coordinating their costumes. Of course, I had to ask my best friend if he wanted to coordinate with me. He suggested that we go as the Addams Family, and I was totally down. We were so invested in our costumes, and everything was absolutely amazing. Halloween rolled around, and we all went to a house party. This is when I noticed he was acting really strange. He started avoiding me throughout the party, and I asked him what was wrong, and he'd had a couple of drinks, so he confessed that he had feelings for me. I was actually truly in shock. I never ever thought that he had feelings for me in that way. Honestly, I felt betrayed. Up until that point, I thought we were just friends. I'd been sharing very intimate details about my relationships with these guys. A couple of times I had also changed in front of him. And I only did all of this because I thought he had zero interest in me. But when he confessed that he was in love with me, I actually began to cry. He asked me why I was crying and I told him. He apologized and told me that he was in love with me from the moment he met me. I was extremely uncomfortable with this this idea. I didn't speak to him for about 2 months. Definitely needed time to myself and to figure out if I even wanted to be his friend anymore. And I also wanted him to figure out if he was willing to be my friend. Because I can't be friends with somebody that I'm in love with, especially if they don't love me back. He finally reached out to me on my birthday and we all went out together. That night, something happened though. I saw him differently. Instead, I was seeing him more like a man, not as my bestie. I don't know how that happened, it just did. It's like I was seeing him in a new light and everything was changing. I asked him if he wanted to hang out and he said yes. We ended up hanging out at my place later that week and I went for it. I gave him a kiss and he was actually super shocked. He thought that I was going to tell him that I didn't want to be his friend anymore. And as soon as I kissed him, he actually started to laugh. He told me that he always knew that I felt something for him, but that I just couldn't see it at the time. After that, our relationship escalated quickly. I mean, we moved in together 2 weeks later. My family thought we were going way too fast, but I was kind of ready for it. At that point, we've been best friends for a year. I knew him inside and out, and he knew me. A couple of months later, he proposed and I said yes. I was so in love and so infatuated. I knew that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. And then, of course, things started to change. I noticed he started getting a short temper. For example, if I did something that annoyed him, he would give me the silent treatment. And he began to get more and more annoyed of me. This progressed throughout weeks. And a couple of weeks before the wedding, he actually talked to me and told me that he was feeling different about it. He said he needed time to think about it because as soon as we moved in, he started noticing things about me that he didn't like. Obviously, this was actually shocking to my system. I never, ever thought that he would say that. Honestly, there was so many things about him that annoyed me as soon as we moved in together too, but I just dealt with it. I knew that moving in with somebody would be difficult, but to him, it was like a realization that maybe he didn't want to be with me. But because I respect him, I gave him the space he needed. He ended up moving out, and after that, he ghosted me. This was even more shocking. This man was my constant. He was my rock, my best friend, the person I literally said everything to. I had zero secrets from him, and suddenly he was gone. Not only that, but he left me with all the rent. So I got stuck having to pay $2,600 in rent every single month. I was angry, but also super in love. Now, I don't want to say I became obsessed, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. I wanted to know where he was, what he was doing, who he was talking to. And this is when a friend told me that he was eating off of someone else's plate. In other words, he was cheating on me. Or that at the very least, he had fallen in love with somebody else. And that's why he left. Started going to his job and he would refuse to talk to me. And there was no way I could get in contact with him because he blocked me. Before I knew it, I started following him everywhere. I even got fired from my job because I was showing up late all the time. But I couldn't help myself. I wanted to know why he left me. This is embarrassing to admit, but I started following him everywhere. This is when I saw that he was going on several dates with different women. Then I started stalking the girls that he was going on dates with. I mean, maybe stalking is too strong of a word. I followed them once or twice, but I mostly started following him around almost every day. I was finally able to corner him at his gym. He literally tried to run away. I had to put my car in front of his car so he wouldn't leave. I asked him why he ghosted me, and he said he just didn't want to deal with it. And I was so angry with him. How could he do that to me after he was the one that was in love first? And the way he left me with the rent and all the bills to pay? He told me he'd pay me for the rent if I left him alone. Later that day, he sent me about $10,000, which did help, but still. It's been months and I still follow him at least twice a week. And I think he has a new girlfriend. I've seen her, I found out where she lived, and I go to her place and he's sometimes there. Am I wrong for this?
Am I wrong for announcing my pregnancy at my older sister's birthday lunch? I, 25 female, have an older sister who is 30 years old. We have never gotten along growing up, and I consider her my first bully. That's okay, my older sister was my first bully too, but now we're like BFFs. Growing up, she has always commented on my weight and how I look. Because of the consistent bullying, I spent most of my time with my dad and stepmother, who gladly took me in. Since I was still young, I was basically forced to visit my mom, and I dreaded the weekends I had to visit. My mother was never the problem, but she would let my sister get away with doing horrible things to me. When I turned 14, I was finally able to live with my dad and stepmom full time, but I did keep in contact with my mom. I didn't start visiting her home until I was 18. Anyways, my mother decided to set up a birthday dinner for my older sister. She invited both me and my husband, so we decided that we would go because I hadn't seen my mother since 2021, and I did miss her. Anyways, everything was going well, the food was amazing, and I got to see family that I haven't seen in years. Well, it was amazing until everyone was eating. I had finished my food and I was still hungry, so I asked my mother if it was okay to get more since everyone had gotten their first helping. My mother of course said to help myself, so I got up and started making myself a plate. It was going okay until my older sister loudly said, "Shouldn't you stop eating so much? You look like you're gaining so much weight." I'm literally 3 months pregnant. I looked around and everyone was looking at me, so I said, "Thanks for your concern, but I'm actually eating for 2 right now." Immediately, everyone started getting up and congratulating my husband and me, while my sister just sat there looking dumb. Every conversation was about my pregnancy and nobody seemed interested in my sister. Soon after me and my husband left, we immediately got a text from my sister saying I was an asshole and I intentionally tried to ruin her day. I don't feel bad, but regardless of how I feel, am I the asshole? Wait, I'm sorry, I had to go back and read. Your sister is 30 and your mother is throwing her a birthday party? Like I said, my sister was a bully to me growing up, but she never, was that mean. Now that I think about it, weight was, the one thing she never teased me about. Which I'm thankful for, because that is effed up. I wouldn't consider that a pregnancy announcement. That was a clapback. And you won.
This has been eating away at me for almost a year, and I seriously don't know where to turn. Please don't judge me. So I've been with my boyfriend Xavier for 6 years, but we go back way before that. I did surf lifesaving with Xavier and his older brother Mitch when I was 15, and we all got along really well. As brothers, Xavier and Mitch have always been polar opposites. Mitch is the older, more outgoing brother. He's known as the life of the party. He's the kind of guy who knows everyone everywhere. He has a million friends and is just a great time. Unless you're dating him. He's always been a bit of a shitty boyfriend. Xavier is the younger, quieter, studious brother. He's incredibly thoughtful and considerate. He's sensitive and loving and a pretty great boyfriend too. Which is all to say that if they didn't look so alike, you'd genuinely have no idea they were related. The culture of surf lifesaving at the time was all hanging out together on weekends, and that made me quite close to both Xavier and Mitch. A few months before Xavier and I were involved, I actually made out with Mitch at a New Year's Eve party, but neither of us made much of it. We were both teenagers, and kissing people at those parties was the norm. From memory, I kissed another boy that night too, and he was definitely enjoying his fair share of female attention.
I can just tell all these people are hot. As soon as, you opened with surf lifesaving and I'm like, ugh, hot people.
All surf lifesavers, people who grew up doing surf lifesaving, objectively hot.
Yeah.
Anyway, the kiss with Mitch meant nothing. I always knew he was a bit of a fuckboy, and so I never really let myself catch feelings out of self-protection. Soon after, Xavier and I realised there was something more between us and have been together ever since. We're now 22 and are pretty happy as boyfriend and girlfriend. We are both in university and enjoying life. Last year, we travelled to Vietnam and it was amazing. And we've loved spending the first year of our 20s together. I love him. Only, and again, please don't hate me for this, I am 100% sure I am more in love with Mitch.
No. More in love. The curse of being hot.
I feel completely fucking horrible for even typing that, but it's true. I've spent 6 years of my life with the wrong brother. Despite every orange-coloured flag telling me not to love Mitch, I do. I know that he's the riskier, flightier, potentially even more narcissistic brother, but I cannot get him out of my head. I do not fantasize about my boyfriend. Not even a little bit. I fantasize about his brother. I love Mitch, despite every flaw. I literally cannot think of a more lovable person. My heart kind of aches just thinking about it.
Mine too.
What is happening? Okay. Xavier and Mitch both live at home, which means that despite my best efforts, I am constantly in Mitch's company.
Go into witness protection. You're not trying hard enough.
I have so many things to say, but I'll save it. It's impossible to escape him. Whenever I am there, which is, at the moment, about 4 nights a week, I feel like I'm holding my breath. He's like a magnet or something. I feel such a strong pull to be near him or to touch him that it's hard to put into words.
Oh, you're doing a pretty good job here.
And I promise that I'm not just imagining this, because I swear he feels it too. We've started doing that thing where we are catching each other staring. He lingers near me for no reason at all, like when I'm grabbing something from the kitchen or sitting on the family couch watching TV. Our legs just touch when we sit beside each other at dinner.
Zoe.
His eye contact even feels different to how it used to. I feel like his fuckboy side has melted away with time and age, and that he's actually a mature adult now. One who wouldn't break my heart if something was to ever happen between us. Which, if Xavier wasn't in the picture, I know with complete certainty it would have.
Complete certainty. Okay, continue.
The other day, he said my laugh made him feel happy and I almost melted into the floor.
Zoe, I'm getting a bit mad.
Just a warning. But then I remember he's my boyfriend's brother.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Zoe.
His literal brother. I feel disgusted by myself every single day.
Okay, no, you shouldn't do that. No.
Their mum, Janine, is one of my favourite people, and she has told me I'm like the daughter she never had. If I broke up with Xavier only to pursue Mitch, she would die. How would that even work?
What, dying? Zoe, no one knows if there's an afterlife.
How many times do you have to tell you?
Like, do I keep coming around, but instead of sleeping in the bedroom on the left, I'm in the room across the hall now?
No.
How would any of it be explained to the rest of the family? How the hell would Mitch and Xavier go back to how they were? Imagine the way our social circles would talk about me, or what Christmas lunch would look like.
Exactly.
The insane thing is, being loved by Mitch would make it all worth it. I love him so much, I think I can stomach the slut-shaming and the judgment so that we can be together. I'm at the point now where I'm ready to do something. I've loved Mitch for months, and I just need someone to tell me to rip the Band-Aid off and see what happens. Have I lost the plot? How would any of this work? How do you sit your boyfriend down and inform him that you're leaving him for a shot with his hotter, older brother? Okay, so Zoe continues. The moment it dawned on me that I loved Mitch was a really complicated one. It was the day we found out he has stage 2 testicular cancer.
Oh, this is the twist of all twists. I can't. Sorry, keep going.
I had no idea at the time that Mitch was even getting checked for anything. I rocked up to the house to hang out with Xavier, and all of the family was huddled together around the couch. Xavier was so wrapped up in what was happening that he forgot I was even coming over. When I looked at Mitch that day, he was so scared and vulnerable. I realized that what I was feeling went beyond concern for a loved one or a family member. It was unmistakably romantic love. That love has only deepened with time. After his diagnosis, Mitch moved back home to have the support of his parents and brother. That's when I started seeing him whenever I slept over at the house. And that's when this god-awful situation of me, loving him, went from serious to potentially life-changing. Mitch is still going through treatment, but the doctors are extremely positive and hopeful that he'll essentially be back to his life as a healthy 24-year-old soon. So it's not as if I'm in love with the dying brother. I'm in love with the brother who had a significant health scare, but who will almost certainly bounce back to who he was before. But Mitch's cancer diagnosis was like a big glowing arrow in my life, and it showed me exactly what I want, or at least who I think I want to spend my life with.
I accidentally made a comment about my girlfriend's weight and I don't know how to fix it. So here's the backstory. My male 21 girlfriend, female 19, and I have been together for 2 years. When we started dating, she was a gym rat. We constantly worked out together to keep ourselves in good shape. My girlfriend also had a son when she was 15 from another guy who never bothered to be around for her or the baby. She had to lose a lot for her baby. She was kicked out and worked 2 part-time jobs on top of school to pay for herself and the baby. However, he was diagnosed with leukemia a few months into the relationship and passed away 5 months ago after chemo failed. This hit my girlfriend hard. She got in contact with her parents, who offered for her to move back in and not work so that she could deal with her grief. Instead, she moved in with me, and I currently support her financially. Since his passing, she's gained over 65 pounds and is no longer in the shape that she was when we first started dating. She has gotten back to normal in some aspects, such as being able to enjoy doing things, and has been more again. Well, recently, I went to a party and ended up cheating on her. It was nothing past, and it was just because of how much her body reminded me of my old girlfriend. Turned out, a few of her friends were at the party and ended up taking pictures of us making out and then leaving together. So, when I came home the next morning, my girlfriend was obviously pissed. She was yelling and crying to me about how she trusted me and how she couldn't handle this after losing her baby. I didn't really think much of it. She's been erratic in her emotions since the loss, so I was letting her take her time to process it. She just wouldn't stop though. It was over a half hour before I snapped back and said, quote, "If you didn't get so big, then I wouldn't have to." I immediately apologized and tried to explain that I didn't mean it that way. She didn't listen and locked herself in the bedroom for the rest of the day. She wouldn't even let me in when it was time for bed, so I slept on the couch. The next day, we talked it out and we decided to try to deal with this going forward. However, she hasn't been the same. She refuses to have with me, and the one time that we did, she made the lights be off and didn't let me touch her. She hasn't been cooking meals and has only been getting food for me. She has canceled all dinner plans that I've made with our friends or told me to go alone. She hasn't been wearing the bright outfits that she usually wears and only wears black sweatpants with a sweatshirt. She doesn't let me cuddle her anymore, and she keeps a pillow in between us as she needs it to, quote, align her back at night, even though she faces the other way. We used to shower every morning together, and she hasn't done that either. She's been showering when I'm at work or locks both the bedroom and bathroom door. She barely talks to me or even looks at me. I've tried holding her hand and she pulled it away. Everything that I try to do with her, she just ignores me. I'm just so done with her acting so distant and cold to me. I want to be able to go back to the relationship we had before she lost her son, or even before she started acting distant to me. My one friend has 2 kids of her own and said that I am at fault for doing that less than 6 months after she lost her baby. Also went off on me about how I should have never commented on her weight and that a lot of people would turn to food as a comfort. My girlfriend was diagnosed with binge eating disorder when she was 13. She went to treatment, and that's when she became a health nut, and said that I will never understand how she currently feels. But we both agreed that we wanted to have more kids. This conversation took place after he passed, so I feel like that should have given her some closure towards his death. I feel like if she's acting this way, then our relationship isn't going to last much longer. I know that her dad told her recently that she is still welcome to move back home and even offered to pay for her grief counseling that she goes to 3 times a week. I don't know how long I can put up with her having this much attitude. I'm worried that I'm going to make the same mistake if she doesn't take care of my needs soon. I just need to get her back to who she was before. What can I do to help her get over this? Is there anything I can say to make this better?
Yeah, you can fucking choke on my bro. That's what you can do. Do that and then go eat a big pile of fucking shit. Like, that's what you should do. I'm gonna talk to the girl. She needs to leave him immediately. Immediately. Expeditiously. The fact that he makes the death of her son about him.
Yeah, that's
bro,
nuts.
Fuck you. Like,
I, 31 female, am struggling with some emotions right now, and I don't know how to feel. I would love a fatherly perspective. I just got married on Monday to my fiance, 34 male, of 7 years. I've been so excited and planning this wedding for what feels like forever. I had tons of DIY projects, but of course, with food, venue, photography, etc., it still ended up being very expensive for us. Still, I felt like it was worth it for one day of true joy, and we both worked extra hours to pay for everything ourselves, so we wouldn't have to ask for money from our families. However, my family is very religious. I was raised in a fundamentalist Christian household, but have since stepped away from that lifestyle. My now husband is refreshingly not religious at all, so of course, they disapprove. This is partly the reason we waited so long to actually get married. I've spent so much time talking them through everything and felt that we had reached an agreement. They knew our wedding would not be a religious one and that we would have alcohol and secular music. My dad was willing to walk me down the aisle and verbally affirmed the wedding and welcomed my husband into the family. So I felt safe to finally move forward with a formal wedding. So wedding day comes, we had a short ceremony and planned a more involved reception with drinks, dancing, games, fun speeches, and great food from our favorite food truck. As we made our entrance into the reception, I was so happy to see how beautiful everything had turned out. Everyone seemed happy and excited for us. Everyone except my parents, who were just sulking alone at their table. This should have tipped me off that something was brewing, but honestly, I just wanted to ignore them and enjoy our day. I had just sat down to eat. We were the first ones to get our food. The other guests had just started lining up when I noticed my mom and dad taking down decorations, like pulling centerpieces off of tables, removing place settings, taking down floral arrangements on the serving tables.
Right in the middle of all this.
Right in the middle of everything.
Okay.
That type of thing. So I paused to go ask my mom why they were taking things down. She waved me off that they were just tidying. I told her to stop. I hired people to do the teardown when it was time. She said okay and hurried me back to my table to finish eating. I was distracted then with our first dance and a couple of speeches. When I got a chance to really look around again, almost all of the decor was gone. Guests started leaving because ... Well, it was basically an empty room. This was less than an hour into our reception. My parents disembarked shortly after, and we were left with a deserted venue, 6 loyal guests, no decor or food or snacks, a DJ, and alcohol. We made the best of it and had a tiny dance party in the giant empty room that we had rented for many more hours. The DJ and coordinator took pity on us and danced too, so we could get a few pictures. It was still fun, but the rest of the evening's plans, hosts, games, group dances, and photos were all ruined because everyone felt like they had to leave. I am so upset and disappointed that our expensive wedding was shut down like this. I'm not really sure if it was vindictive or if my mom and dad, who grew up doing church weddings, just felt like it was their job to do the teardown. But the fact that they seemed grumpy and were generally disapproving of our union makes me suspicious. Am I right to feel wronged here? Should I just let it go, or is it worth confronting them? I do have a history of letting my family pretty much treat me like crap, and I'm struggling now to balance keeping the peace and sticking up for myself.
Well, the reality is that thing is over, and those people cut it short. I don't understand how the parents were thinking to even why they would do it. I mean, I don't know if she's got a better clue into her parents what their deal is. You know, that they feel they have to literally give everyone the illusion that the party's over.
They wanted to ruin her day.
My boyfriend won't let me buy a vibrator. That sounds like a lot already in the title. Hi, I'd like some advice on whether this is normal and perhaps how to how to start a conversation about this with my partner. As the title says, my partner won't let me have sex toys for any reason, and for this he says he doesn't want me using them while he's not at home or not with me. Not sure why he feels this way, but okay. The problem is when we have sex, it's just he does what he wants, finishes, then goes to sleep. And I really haven't gotten anything out of the interaction since he's the only one that's been satisfied. I've tried to tell him this, but he cut me off saying I don't want to talk about it, about how shit I am in bed. Hold up. This already wild, bro. So he already know he trash and he don't even want to let you satisfy yourself? But okay. Anyway, I didn't say he was shit. I was just saying not all women get enjoyment out of only penetration, which is very true, sis. So, and to make it more enjoyable for both of us, perhaps I could get a toy. And he, of course, is having none of it. We really don't have sex anymore because I just don't really enjoy it. And he complains about the lack of sex, but won't allow me to try to make things better. I'm a pretty awkward person, so I find it hard to talk about this. Oh, damn. Does anyone have an advice for me for how I can start this conversation? Is it reasonable to not let your partner buy a sex toy? That sounds crazy that you're even asking that. I'm not even gonna lie, boo. So, I don't think it's reasonable because let you sounds like a very big statement. Let you. I'm not allowed. Those are like trigger words for me personally, but I don't know. What you think? What you think?
Shit, that he male ego is taking over his sex. Like he doesn't understand how it's the toys are supposed to add on to the sexual experience and not take over. So he doesn't his male ego is allowing him
to like be selfish.
To be selfish.
So he's thinking the vibrator gonna replace him.
Exactly.
And not that it's just going to add to her benefit. But he's not even open to the conversation of, like, her explaining that to him.
Because male ego's a motherfucker.
That's some bullshit. What y'all think in the comments? Because that sounds like some bull to me. I feel bad for sis. I don't know how that's going to last. I'm not going to lie.
Am I the asshole for blocking my mother for taking a gift that my boyfriend bought me? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 23 female, blocked my mother for taking a gift that my boyfriend gave to me for my birthday. I spent my birthday with my boyfriend a couple days ago, and one of the gifts included a ceramic cupcake. About a month ago, we were sharing stories about our childhood when I mentioned a particular story that I didn't realize still bothered me. A long time ago, I went to a pottery shop where I painted a pre-made ceramic cupcake at my friend's birthday party. I chose a cupcake because you can store small things in it. It looked so nice that my mom wanted it for herself. So we played a game of cards. If my mom won, she got to keep the cupcake. If I won, I got McDonald's. Unfortunately, I lost. A year later, I talked to my mom about how I wished I didn't bet the cupcake. She offered to play another round of cards. I ended up winning, but she refused to give the cupcake back. This resulted in an argument. Fast forward a month ago, I brought this up to my boyfriend while joking around. Am I the asshole for blocking my mother for taking a gift that my boyfriend bought me? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My boyfriend seemed really passionate about it when I was explaining it, so he tried to find something that matched my description. Considering he's never seen it, I would say it was pretty spot on. I really appreciated the gift because it showed how caring he was. I kept the cupcake on my desk so that when I'm studying for my finals, I could look at it. My mom came over today to celebrate my belated birthday. When she entered my room, her eyes immediately went to the cupcake, so I explained the story behind it. She laughed and said, "Wouldn't it look nice if I had both?" I laughed, but deep down I was annoyed. Throughout the night, she kept making side comments about the cupcake. After she left, I entered my room to see the cupcake was missing. I called her repeatedly until she picked up. At first, she said she didn't know where it was until admitting she put it in her purse. I was so upset I hung up. She lives 2 hours away, so it would be hard to get it without a car. I told her don't call or text me and blocked her phone number. Am I the asshole for getting engaged the week before my sister's wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 33 female, just got engaged to Eric, 35 male, this last Tuesday. My sister Ann, 30 female, and her fiance Dean, 35 male, are getting married this Saturday. We have an older brother named Luke, 37 male. I told everyone in a mass text, including Ann, that Eric proposed to me at the restaurant we went to on our first date. I noticed everyone except Ann responded right away. She answered the next day with congratulations. She said she was busy putting together final arrangements for her wedding. I confirmed that I would be in town this Wednesday. However, right after that message, she sent me another one asking that I not talk about my engagement. I asked why. She said she spent over a year stressing over the wedding and hasn't seen our family in that time, so she wants it to be about her and Dean. So she wants me to wait until the day after to discuss my engagement. I said that's ridiculous and we can talk about both. Am I the asshole for getting engaged the week before my sister's wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I also said people will be asking me about my engagement because they already know. She said she expects that, but then the conversation needs to be about her. I haven't seen our family in the same amount of time and I want to use this time to talk about my engagement. Anne told me it's not about me and reminded me that all the events before her wedding, she wants to talk about her wedding and everything she's been doing. I told her not everything is about her and I should be able to talk about my engagement too. Our brother Luke texted me and told me that I was being ridiculous and I've been married before. However, I was 20 and did it at the courthouse. I married a military guy and we divorced soon after. I said Anne was being a bridezilla thinking everything is about her. But he said she has the right to want the week of her wedding to be about her. I'm not saying the wedding day can't be about her, but she doesn't own the days leading up to it. I want to show off my ring and talk about my wedding. Eric agrees that she's being self-centered.
Am I wrong for telling my sister I would say told you so if she gets cancer? I, female 27, enjoy motocross, and although I'm an amateur, I spend a lot of my time and money on it. My sister, female 31, has always kind of despised the sport. She says it's dangerous and I shouldn't be doing it because I'll get hurt. Well, 3 weeks ago, I fell on a jump and broke my ankle and shattered my knee. It is still unsure what kind of recovery I'll make, and I was and still kind of am mentally in a bad place as well. Like I said, I love drifting around on my motorcycle and would be devastated if I could never do it again. When my sister came to visit me at the hospital, the first thing she said was, "I told you this would happen." Am I wrong for telling my sister I would say I told you so if she gets cancer? The first thing my sister said was, "I told you this would happen." I was shocked by this, especially because she didn't say anything else after that. No empathy, no compassion at all. It almost seemed like she was happy to be proven right. Now, my sister has been smoking cigarettes for the past 14 years and I've never said a thing about it, except for when she asked about it or tried to convince me of the benefits. So I replied with a nice response, "I'll remember it for when you get lung cancer." She got incredibly upset, called me a B word, and left, and I haven't spoke to her since. But I've got some angry texts from my parents saying I crossed the line. Am I wrong for telling people not to eat the food at my sister's wedding? My husband and I got married 8 months ago and had a big wedding with lots of food and drinks. I knew we'd have leftovers, so arranged for them to be donated to the soup kitchen. However, my mom went behind my back and took most of it. And the thing is, I didn't really know what happened to it until now. My sister Callie got married over the weekend and didn't want to mess with any of the planning, and knowing how my mom was during my wedding, let her take over the whole thing. The ceremony was beautiful, but when the buffet was revealed, I noticed something odd. The food looked eerily familiar, like identical to what I had for my wedding, except for more dried out and sad. Am I wrong for telling people not to eat the food at my sister's wedding? When I asked my mom about it, she happily told me she saved a fortune by unfreezing the food from my wedding to serve to the guests now. I was horrified and immediately voiced my concerns about safety. She got upset and said I was acting like a snob and should be happy the food wasn't going to waste. I didn't want to make a scene but was worried about people getting sick, so snuck off to find my sister. She was horribly embarrassed and mentioned that mom said something about saving money, but she didn't question it, especially because she didn't want to foot the bill like I had. So me and my husband told guests to be wary of the food, and now my family's mad at me for making them look bad. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for kicking out my husband's aunt who criticized my bond with my cat after having a baby? Hey everyone, I found myself in need of some judgment since my family's divided, and I still think I'm not wrong. I'm a woman in my late 20s and I recently became a mother. Alongside my newfound role as a mom, I have a cherished cat whom I have always shared a deep bond with. Even after the arrival of my baby, I have made a point to continue involving my cat in our family life. We still go on little walks together around the garden, just the two of us, and I make sure to spend quality time snuggling and bonding with her. I also love how much my girl loves and cares for the baby. During a visit from my husband's family, his aunt decided to share their unsolicited opinion with me. My cat is really shy with people, so she was in my room looking through the window. When she wants my attention, she makes a particular meow. Well, my husband came and let me know she made the noise, so of course I went to go check on her. When I got back, his aunt started saying that having a baby and having a cat could be dangerous. Am I wrong for kicking my husband's aunt out of the house after she criticized my bond with my cat after having a baby? His aunt implied that I shift my focus away from my cat. She said that it was not natural and that I should just focus on my baby and that a cat is a cat. I told her to get out of my house now. She was astonished, and I told her it's extremely rude to go to other people's houses and start criticizing how they live, especially when we barely have a relationship and I've only seen you 3 times, including once at the wedding. She and her sister got out and my husband told me I was right, but I was rude and could have said that in a better way. My sister-in-law, who was present, thinks I overreacted. I told my best friend and she's with me, but she also is a cat lover, so I don't know if it counts. There is a recent update, you guys, and it says, I agree with y'all, I did overreact. I'm not going to try and justify myself. I need to learn better coping skills for the situations, and that's on the top of my list. She also says that she will apologize.
My husband has locked me out of our home thinking I cheated. If this wasn't happening to me, I would be laughing right now at the silliness of the whole thing. I can't believe the man I spent 5 years loving could so easily think I could cheat. We have been married for 2 weeks. On Monday, he got a call from his brother that his father hit their mother while backing up the driveway and that she broke her hip. She went into surgery and got hip replacement, and she was in pain. My husband left immediately to his parents and stayed there until Wednesday morning. They lived 4 hours away. When he came home around 8 a.m. on Wednesday, I was on my way out to work. He asked me why it smelled like cologne for men in our apartment and especially in our bedroom. I was confused and didn't know what he meant. I told him that I didn't know because I was running late and I left for work without further discussion. When I came back from work, he had already changed the locks. I tried to call and text, but his phone was off. I called my mom and she let me stay with her. I was so worried, so I called my brother-in-law and he told me that my husband was there, but that he didn't want to talk to me. Later, he texted me and said it was over between us. I asked what's going on and he told me that he knew I had been with the man while he was away, that I was disgusting for cheating on him in our bed when we were newly married. His mother was angry and she demanded that I give my wedding band back to them since it cost around $18,000. My mother-in-law also told me that they were going to start the annulment process and they would send me my clothes and the few items I brought with me since everything else was his. I texted my husband why would he even think of something that horrible from me, and he said that it was the cologne. My husband wears only one unisex perfume and it has a very distinctive smell and it wasn't his. I racked my brain trying to understand where the smell came from. I tried to explain that we had some warm nights and I had Part 2. My husband has locked me out of our home thinking I cheated. My mother-in-law from her 6th side bed made sure that everyone in our lives knew what I had done. My phone was never silent. My husband hates fish. The smell, the taste, everything, but especially the smell. That's why whenever my husband isn't around, I usually make fish for myself because I love seafood. On Monday, I made a pan-fried sunbeam, one of my favorite dishes. Our apartment is small and I try to hide the smell using scented wipes, the samples you get from buying makeup. I have a table fan in our bedroom, and it's been on most of the time because of the heat. I thought it was smart to attach the wipes to the back of the fan. I got used to the smell and therefore didn't understand why my husband meant when he said he smelled cologne for men. I told him all this to make sure he believed me. I told him to look in the bathroom trash can for the packages and on the back of the fan for the wipes. On Friday morning, he was at my mom's house apologizing and begging me to go back home with him. Now I'm home and everything is supposed to be back to normal. But I have a very bad taste in my mouth. How could my husband, who I've been together with for 5 years, so easily think I'm capable of doing such horrible things to him and to myself? And his reaction, so strong and radical, just throw me out like a dog and shut me out, only contacting me via text, and his family not wasting a moment to bash me to the rest of his family. I'm hurt and disgusted, but overall I'm so fucking pissed.